Good morning, early game crew. For the last time on this show, live four here in Tampa, Florida at the JW Marriott. It has been a very fun week, but I am tired. I Preston Thorne. I think I am talked out. It is talking season, and I think I have emptied the clip on syllables, on press conferences, on coaching cliches, on talking about who's going to be good next year, who's going to be buns. It is a fun week every single year, and I always look forward to it. But it's always day 4 when I'm like, all right, it's time to go home.
And just like the best scene setters, the SEC saved the best for last. LSU today.
Why do they have to do this?
You
'Cause
think they knew what they was doing?
I think they did. I think they did. And they knew that I was going to leave as soon as the show ended, and that I would not be in attendance for Lane Kiffin. So I'll have to listen to it on the way home. But I was a little bummed when the schedule came out and I saw that Lane Kiffin was speaking on the last day, and I was like, oh my god!
I haven't seen the schedule for today. Actually, he's speaking before or after lunch.
I want to say, that is a really good question.
This is very key. This is very key in placement of an event. When do they have the most important person speaking? Because if you're after lunch on the last day, you're done.
I have a feeling it'll be Arkansas and Mississippi State.
Oh, what a bad draw for Ryan. What a tough draw.
I have a feeling. I have a hunch. Now, I had the paper schedule in front of me here all week, and I got in here this morning, and I was thinking the exact same thing you were, Preston Thorne, and I could not find it anywhere on our table.
Maybe they're keeping it a mystery. Swiped. They're like, oh, I don't know when Lane's going to show up. He's sometime today.
Yeah, surprise.
Just stick around. Yeah, surprise. Just stick around. Just stick around, and you'll find out. If you just hang around long enough, you're going to find out the answers to all your questions. That's all you need. You stick around. Stick around.
All right. No. Oh, man. Sark got a bad deal. So it looks like it's Arkansas, LSU, Mississippi State, Texas to close it out.
Oh, Sark getting put last.
Yeah, but okay. So Ryan is Stubblefield, correct?
Silverfield.
My fault. Ryan Silverfield is before.
What's the difference?
Yeah, exactly. But he's before Lane, so he's gonna have more people in the room than would normally be there for him. So I'm hoping he's gonna put on the show.
Oh man, remember Preston when we were at the event for Xavier Legette at Guthrie's, and we're standing outside the restaurant waiting for Xavier Legette to get there, and there's a line of people outside the building. I mean, it is wrapped around that building. And I look at Preston, I think it's like, I like to imagine they're here for us. They heard we were going to be here today and that we were going to have a fried chicken eating contest and that they were here to see that, right? That's what I got to pretend for a little bit. But Ryan Silverfield today can pretend that the influx of national media members, that the Pete Damels, the Dan Wilkins, Pat Forty's, Dan O'Neill's, they're all here for him. He can pretend that. That's not reality, but he can always pretend that is the reality today, and he can kind of cosplay as somebody of Lane Kiffin's polarity for, 30 minutes.
I have an update. I'm sorry. Update.
Uh-oh.
You thought he was going to be able to pretend, but he might suffer a worse fate. Because actually Lane Kiffin is going first at 9:00. So what's going to happen is Ryan is going to get on that podium and he's going to see people leaving. He's going to see people. He's going to see people packing. Because Ryan is at 10:30. So that is actually worse.
That is worse. That is so much worse. That is so significantly worse.
Hey, where y'all going? I got something to say too.
Hey, yeah, I got some. I'm a football coach too. We won't go 2-10 next year, I promise.
Oh man, that's a tough draw for Ryan, but oh well, he'll be all right.
Oh, tough scene. That is the scene for today's media day, the final media day. Keep it locked in here. 107.5 The Game, 6A to 6P, and of course, the last chance we get to shout out all the great sponsors that have helped us get to the spot and help us bring you coverage here this week from Tampa, including AAA Heating and Air, Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, Wesco Brew and Bowl, Atkins Law, SC Lumber, Louisiana Purchase, Little Pigs, Architect, the Gutterman, All fantastic companies, all very fortunate that they've teamed up with us to bring us here to Tampa this week. But this is a South Carolina show. Breaking news. So before we can get into any of the other fun circus stuff that is going on here at the JW Marriott on Water Street in Tampa, Florida, it's still the summer of the biggin, right? And it has been. I think we dubbed it the summer of the biggin back in like the spring. It has been this for a long time. Preston Thorne. He's Preston Thorne, by the way. I'm Elijah Campbell, by the way. She's Jen Jensen, BT Dubs. But when it comes to South Carolina and the importance of this offensive line, we've done, I think, a good job of talking about some of the star players, right? Or the ones that need to be stars, like Jacarius Peak, right? We're going to be talking about his injury situation, what his availability is going to be like heading into the season. Will he or won't he play against Kent State and Towson? Is he available to? Is it a good thing if he's playing in it, or do you not play him at all? We'll have that ping pong back and forth action all summer until we get to the first game of the season. We've talked a lot about guys like Shed Surratt. We talked a lot about guys like even Carter Miller at center, guys like Never Nervous Hank Purvis.
Mm-hmm.
But the depth is going to be a big part here too, right? I mean, this is a transfer portal heavy offensive line. You can go into your quote unquote fall camp thinking you know what that projected 5 is going to be, and assuming everybody is equally healthy. The names that I mentioned, I think, would be safe. Emmanuel Poku, I think you would be safe to assume those guys are the starters. But you still have to perform in camp. You still got to perform in this offense and make it look like you are a perfect fit for it. And there may be some guys that are going to have to play starts or play snaps. And for whoever's going to be slotted in as the backup left tackle, you may be getting 2 full games of service time at left tackle if Jacarius Peak isn't 100%. Again, a topic that we'll continue to get to down the road. But before we hear from Shane Beamer from earlier this week about the transfer portal offensive lineman and Coach Clem's influence on the offensive line, Preston, how much more a part of this conversation does depth need to be?
Well, we've talked about this. There's always going to be conversations whether players get injured long-term or whether they have to take a break or whether or not they're injured for a short period of time. You're going to need players that are able to come in and fill in the roles. So, yes, depth is important, but I always like to look at the idea of, though, here was the interesting thing about last year's offensive line. One of the bugaboos for the previous years was that there was injuries. Well, they didn't have injuries last year. It just weren't good. And so this idea of, we got a lot of depth, when it's like, okay, what does that actually mean? In the best case scenario, what depth means is that you have a strong, solid starting 5. And if anybody goes down, you have 1 to 2 players that can come in and fill those positions. So depth can happen a lot of ways. Where we are in the offensive line, pecking order right now, is securing the top 5, maybe top 7, and then moving on to depth after that.
Yeah. And to me, the depth part of this conversation is going to be because of the injuries that you alluded to, right? Like 2023 is a year that will stick out in my mind forever. If you look at the 2 most disappointing seasons of the Shane Beamer era, it's 2023 and 2025. And I think most Gamecock fans can agree that in both of those instances, the offensive line and lack of production kind of stalled your season out before anything else could take place. Yeah, in 23, it took the defense about half the year to get settled in and become what we now know as Clayton White's defense and what we now know as like the peak of Clayton White's tenure as the defensive coordinator. But the offensive line was really bad, and a lot of it was because of the injuries, right? We remember, at least I remember it perfectly, not having the same starting lineup on the offensive line for back-to-back games until you got to late November. That's clearly going to be something that if you don't have a lot of reliable players behind those starters, it's going to be tough. And it wasn't that necessarily they were just unreliable. They were young, right? I mean, Tree Babalade had to play a lot of games. He was a true freshman. Trovon Ball was a true freshman. He had to go in there and play a lot of big-time snaps and big boy football at an elevated level that those guys were just not accustomed to. It was a lot of asking guys who were not expected to be asked to play those roles early. So naturally, that is a fair explanation as to how 2023 ended in a 5-7 season. Fast forward to 2025, it is transfer portal heavy. It is the hope that some of those guys that have been in your program for a long time, for a couple of years at that point, Trovon Ball, Tree Babalade, and Josiah Thompson going into a second year, are going to be a little further ahead. And then the transfers you brought in didn't help you out a ton. And that was a huge problem. So they failed. The offensive line failed for two different reasons. 23 is where I think the depth part had more of a say to do with it. But what's going to be like this year, right? You have a lot of transfer portal offensive linemen. Creating the chemistry is going to be tough. You have a new offensive line coach in Randy Clements. So that brings us to this. Shane Beamer talked about that this week, about Coach Clements, his impact on this offensive line and the transfers coming in. Here's what Coach Beamer had to say here at SEC Media Days.
Coach Clem, he's a proven coach, proven recruiter. He's been a part of really successful offenses that have been able to run the football successfully. Love the fact that he and Kendall Briles have a relationship. You know, they've worked together at multiple stops. So there's a connection that they have, which is really, really important. And there's no doubt about it with the offensive line. We needed to get better, but we needed to bring in, you know, guys with experience that, you know, to me, had played winning football at a high level. And that's what we've done. You know, we brought in guys, multiple Power 4 transfers that have a lot of starts under their name, which is key. And then not just that, but guys with the right DNA that have an edge about them and have a nastiness to them and take the field with the right mentality. And that's what we've got. And, you know, like with the way they're working this summer, like the way they've progressed since they got here, and eager to see them continue to take another step throughout the month of July and into August.
Preston Thorne, you hear that? You hear the emphasis on Coach Clements and his relationship with Coach Briles, the advanced understanding of the offense, the fact that those two are going to be on the same page, mirroring that with getting guys that are experienced and that in theory should be more adaptable, makes you feel what about this group going into the season?
More confident, more optimistic, easier understood that the system put in place will be able to be implemented fairly quickly as we get into fall camp.
And it tells me, too, I think maybe the more important players in the offensive line that we just haven't talked about enough are going to be those really experienced guys, right? It's maybe going to be somebody, you know, like a Hank Purvis or guys that are backups, right, that are going to be asked to come in and play spots like Seth Smith, right? Seth Smith's played a lot of offensive line in college football. He has not played at this level, but he's played a lot of offensive line. He's had a lot of experience, right? Armando is going to have to come in to games sometimes. He's got him from New Mexico State. He's played a lot of college football. This is going to be his last year of eligibility. Dane Arnett has played a lot of college football. Be able to get that guy in and be able to contribute once he does get onto the football field if he is asked to get certain snaps and play a certain role on this team. That's a big part to me, too, that I think sometimes might get lost in the shuffle when we talk about this group, because this is going to be the group that I still believe is going to be what makes or breaks you in 2026. But coming up next, though, continuing the discussion of the offense, what did we hear this week about the Kendall Briles effect? What did Coach Beamer have to say? What do the players have to say? We'll get into more of the offense coming up next year in the early game.
We have a report that traffic has been stopped I-26 eastbound between exit 129 and the Lexington Calhoun County line. So again, I-26 eastbound if you're heading towards Orangeburg, starting at 129, traffic is currently stopped. So be mindful of that and map out that alternate route until things get moving again. And as far as your forecast goes, we do have a chance for some rain for the next few days. We are looking at rain today, high of 84, some thunderstorm activity possibly tomorrow, some morning showers on Saturday, maybe a couple morning thunderstorms on Sunday. Right now, though, 79.
Mike Shula after the Ole Miss game last year. Well, I think every Gamecock fan knew that one of the most important hires that Shane will have to make is the offensive coordinator. Well, he made a splash. He got a big name. He brings on Kendall Briles to be the OC, and that is one of the big storylines for South Carolina going into 2026. But what do the players and what does Coach Beamer have to say about what this offense has been so far? Well, Nick Harbor joined Terry and Jay Phillips on the post-game show on South Carolina Day on Tuesday. And this will be cut 50 from yesterday's list, Jen. This is Nick Harbor talking about what he likes about playing in Kendall Briles' offense going into this season.
Yeah, Coach Browns. I mean, he's just been a blessing to us. He's allowed us the opportunity to play free. And when I say play free, I mean he's giving us options in our own routes. Like you can have 3 options in one route depending on what you see, and that's just the beauty of that offense. Is it's high, it's fast, it's high octane. It's like a Ferrari. You know, you get in, you just go, and that's what we learned. That's what we took it in. But I mean, like the spring was so fun just to learn that and just to be able to play like that. That's some of the best ball I've ever played. Some of the best ball anybody has seen me play in Columbia, and I just can't wait for the fans to see it. I just can't wait for the fans just to see all of us working and just the hard work that we have did and put into this offense. You know, just from the whole receiver room, just competing with each other. And I just want on my receiver room too is, man, all right, we got a great group of guys, and it's like everybody just goes in there, they just work, and they just work, and they just work. They make me better every single day.
Preston, I don't know about you, but any player can just say, yeah, the new offense is fun. But I think Nick sold it. And I think even just listening to that, I think he sold me. And I think I'm more excited to see this offense after hearing Nick say how free it lets them play and how many options it gives players to give some individual freedoms on the field to be able to make the best play match.
Again, this is not apples to orange. This is not apples to apples. But remember, the main thing we heard about the offense last year was that the players put poop on their desk. That was
the story.
That was the story about the offense last year. Coach has poop. And that's all we knew about the offense from last year. So to hear a player say that this is fun and he's actually talking about the optionalities in the routes, he's actually absorbed the offense. This is leaps and bounds already better than what we were going into last season.
And he just sounds so much more excited too, right? I mean, I think you could tell or even just detect the authenticity there in his voice of his excitement, right? And wide receivers too, I feel like, stereotypically are the ones that are going to wear their emotions on their sleeves more if they are satisfied or dissatisfied with an offense. And I could just tell by hearing Nick talk right there. He's like, this offense is going to help me be the best version of myself. And I think it is too. If you watch some of Kendall Briles' offenses at his other stops, more so the Arkansas stop, then I think you'll probably notice that, hey, wide receivers do have a lot of freedom. That it's not just, quarterback design runs and just playing up tempo, but he's had receivers that have had big years. We've gone through it on this program of some of the 1,000-yard wide receivers that have played in Kendall Briles' offense. And really the only years in which that wasn't the case were a year at Florida State, where it's been Florida State and nobody has had a ton of success there outside of 1 year. And a school like Florida Atlantic, where you had a running back that rushed for 2,000 yards that season. So why would you go crazy in the passing game? I think Nick Harbor understands, what receivers in Kendall's offense can do and the production that they've had. And the more he sees it and the more he gets to learn it, I can't help by listening there, to that last clip, that I think it's starting to click with him. And I think he's starting to see, not just yards, catches, but dollar signs, because that could be great for his NFL career too if he's able to help this offense move forward.
Also, he said a key word in there. He said my receiver room. And either one, that means he's taking leadership of the room, or two, he has a feeling of kinship with the room. And I think that's really, really important. He didn't refer to him as the receiver room. He was talking about his guys, either as the leader or as a part. That made a lot of sense. Also, the second part, Elijah, what that indicates when he talked about the optionality of the routes is that they did not have that last year. That was not an option. That was not a part of the offensive scheme. And to be honest, Elijah, that's not groundbreaking football. That's stuff that many high schools around the country are doing. So that, to me, that indicates the level of offensive system that they were running last year. That was, I would say, below what is the expectation of modern day offense.
Oh, for sure. And I think that explains a lot of what you saw in the passing game last year. And I think that's all. It makes last year a little more explainable in that regard in terms of the reasons that you might have failed, even if you were able to keep clean pockets. One thing I really liked about what you mentioned there too about maybe the ownership he's got, because he said that's what you detected by his word choice there, by saying my receiving room. That sentiment was shared throughout all of media day too, because even in the local press gaggle too, he was asked about his leadership, and he said, to kind of paraphrase here, he said, I answer every question anybody asks me, right? And if I don't have the answer, I find someone who does. And he was pretty upfront about taking in a larger leadership role on this team too. And it's something that might have felt like it was lacking on that offensive unit last year. I think Nick has really done a good job of embracing kind of that senior leader type role here, because he's gone through the South Carolina developmental program, right? He learned the position of wide receiver. He has seen his stock grow as a player. He has seen himself as a player become more productive over the course of these last 3 seasons. And now I think he probably feels like he does have some wisdom that he can, put onto maybe some of the younger receivers in the room more so than this time last year.
Yeah, and he's probably more confident in his abilities. It's very difficult to be a leader when you're not confident in your actual abilities. And so as those build, he probably becomes more confident being able to speak out or speak up in situations because of his performance.
Now, in terms of South Carolina Media Day stuff, there is obviously the stuff of, or the subject of, the landscape of college football. I do find myself being a lot like Kirby Smart and not liking to talk about that as much. But Shane Beamer on Tuesday was asked about the landscape of college football, one of the run-of-the-mill questions that you will get here at SEC Media Days. But I found his answer to be very insightful. We'll hear what Coach Beamer had to say about that coming up next year in the early game.
We still have a report of traffic being stopped I-26 eastbound from exit 129 to about the Lexington Calhoun County line. So probably map out a different way if you need to head towards I-95 or Orangeburg this morning. This I-26 eastbound starting at exit 129 between there and the Lexington Calhoun line. And could see some rain in the forecast today. A couple thunderstorms possibly tomorrow, and then on Saturday maybe a few morning showers. 84 today, 81 tomorrow for the high, 79 clear skies currently.
Here in this decade, one of the new traditions of SEC Media Days is asking coaches about the landscape, right? This is something like 10 years ago. You didn't have to ask coaches a lot about the landscape of college football in terms of rapid change because we have been drinking from a fire hose of change in college sports for the last 10 years. Shane Beamer was asked one of those questions. Sometimes you get stuff from coaches that are thoughtful. Sometimes you just get complaints. But I thought this one was interesting. This week got 32 on yesterday's list because Shane was asked about the nuances of portal recruiting, especially in an era of unregulated labor market here that we have in college football. I thought Shane's answer was pretty thoughtful. Here's what he had to say.
No, I'm absolutely involved. There's not a player that we recruit that I'm not aware of who we're recruiting, why we're recruiting him, or what they may be getting from a rev share standpoint. I'm aware of all that. Darren Usher is certainly heading that up for us and does it. He's really passionate about South Carolina and does a great job of that along with the other people in our personnel department. I would agree with those, like you said, ACC, other coaches. It's a challenge because there is no transparency. So you can go on it as well, and it tells you that his client is getting X amount from this school. Now, don't get me wrong, I, along with a lot of coaches, got great relationships with other coaches. So I've been known to pick up the phone and call Coach so-and-so and be like, hey, are you really paying so-and-so this amount of money? And I've gotten those calls from other coaches too. That happens regularly. So we're all talking in some ways, but then if you're at whatever, would you say you're from Memphis? So if you're at Ole Miss, and I'm at South Carolina, and I know I'm competing for a kid with Ole Miss, I'm not going to call up Pete Golding and ask him what he's paying. But in other instances, we've been known to do that.
So I think that is perfectly illustrating the challenge of doing this in modern college athletics, Preston Thorne. It's almost kind of like a
job market,
kind of like you're doing it blind, right? Like a blind job market where it's because like in the NFL too, everybody's contracts are pretty public. I can look on Spotrac.com and I can see what Josh Allen is making. And if I am having discourse and talking about what another quarterback whose contract's about to expire could be set to make, I can make an educated guess on what that quarterback is going to make, and the teams can make an educated guess over what the value is, and you can offer something above value or below value, right? However it is you're trying to offer this player to try to get their services. In college, you're doing this blindly, and you have to trust the information you get is correct too, right? It's the damnedest thing. But what I think Shane laid out there too is a pretty good inside baseball look at how a lot of this is going, and maybe makes it seem, I guess, perfectly illustrate the challenges of portal recruiting in trying to get a proper financial evaluation over what to offer certain players.
And the agents are doing their job. They're trying to get the most for their clients and themselves, and that's what they're supposed to be doing. I would imagine I could imagine somebody calling me and asking me how much I paid, and I'd be like, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't know. How close of friends are we? Are you
Right.
trying to get this guy? Or are we trying to get this guy? I don't know how much transparency the coaches let's just get coaches to start with sharing film. These dudes won't even let somebody into their building to watch practice. So you think that they're going to be openly transparent about how much money their programs are paying their players? I don't know how transparent the coaches would be in this system either.
Yeah, think about it for you. If you were a head coach, let's say I am coaching at Middle Tennessee State, and Preston, you are coaching at Western Kentucky. We are arch rivals, but we're good pals. We've known each other for a while. And you call me and you say, Elijah, there's this running back, this D2 running back we're trying to get. And I heard he's been, he's offered X amount of money. You have a Division II running back, put up the same numbers he did. What are you paying that guy? I would tell you $1 million.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I will lie so fast, love you to death. But you know what? My job is to win football games for Middle Tennessee State University. You're my arch rival. I want you to overpay for this guy that might give you 250 yards this season. I will absolutely raise the price of that player for him. I will do more than his agent will in terms of trying to get more money out of you to him, right? So there's a level of gamesmanship that goes on there too, a little bit of fibbing. I'm sure that absolutely goes on. So even if you do consult other coaches, I'm sure Shane has to take all of it with a pretty heavy grain of salt.
Yes, everybody's sitting in the room trying to figure out who's the mark, like who's going to be left with the bag, or who's going to pay the most money, or if not, I'll just pay it because I want that, and whatever the case is. Yeah, it's a very interesting concept. I don't know what the ask is for as far as transparency is concerned, but I would just say that as I will always say, and my pushback is always, coaches are never going to be the most transparent group of people. They will always have something up their sleeve because inherently I am trying to get an advantage over you. So whether that means telling you a little bit of a different market price, maybe I'll overshoot the market. Oh man, you know that Elijah Campbell, he's asking for $1.5 million. And then obviously in the coach that hears that says, I can't mess with that, and then I go pay you $500,000. Right, so there's all types of gamesmanship that is happening, and I would advise those coaches not to trust any of them because all of them are out there trying to get your job.
Right, absolutely. And then also, what's stopping me as a quarterback who threw 17 interceptions? Say, hey, Coach Thorne, yeah, I know the interceptions were high, but I would like $2 million. But then if you're in a position where you're like, I don't know what the market is like, Elijah has a noodle arm, but you know what? He's a great locker room guy. What's the value of having the locker room guy on the roster? It creates more things too, and that's why, like, we talk about college coaches this way in terms of not being completely transparent in that regard, and that's one of the reasons why that market alone is a mess. But if the NFL coaches had it their way, I'm sure they'd be the exact same environment, right? I'm sure coaches don't love that. I keep using Josh Allen as an example about Lamar Jackson, right? When John Harbaugh was coaching the Baltimore Ravens, and it's like, all right, Lamar Jackson signed the largest contract at the time in NFL history. I'm sure he'd like to be like, no, it's higher than that, actually. Whatever the number is, it's actually higher. Then your competitors have to pay more for their quarterbacks, right? I'm sure they don't absolutely love the public accessibility of what everybody makes in terms of trying to get an advantage in acquisition. So if the shoe was on the other foot, I think NFL coaches would be the same way.
Here's a very clear example, Elijah. We've implemented rules about injury reports, correct? And we're all supposed to be following a protocol. And we see every week the coaches play it as close to the vet as coy or just outright tell stories, because my parents say don't call somebody a liar, but they tell stories about these injury reports, and those are supposed to be quote unquote transparent. Why do you think they would be transparent about the money that they're spending?
They absolutely won't, especially, right? If you don't know what other people are spending, you feel like you can't be the only transparent one in the room. You can't. You feel vulnerable in that way, right? And then you can be taken advantage of by your competitors, by recruits that are trying to get the most out of you as humanly possible. I think that's what makes it such a mess.
Especially if you overpaid for somebody. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you that I'm a fool. Come on, man.
If I'm a quarterback that threw 15 picks last year, and I know that my buddy was your quarterback, last year, and he transferred to you, and he threw the same amount of interceptions, and he told me he got $2.5 million. Yeah, buddy, give me 3, right? That puts you behind the 8 ball. And I think there's already, in terms of money, I know Shane's been pretty transparent about it in terms of, at least if there's an asking price that's a little too high, he will say no. And I think one of the problems with a lot of college coaches is since they can't verify a lot of this information of what's getting offered, I think a lot of college coaches across all sports do have a saying no problem, and then go around and complain, I'm paying this player that had this little statistical production multiple millions of dollars or whatever it is, $600K, whatever it is. And I'm like, that sounds like a you problem, right? I mean, you're describing this player and how much he's making. I would have simply just said no. Would have simply just said no. We can't do that. But coming up next, though, one of the biggest talks with Carolina at Media Days is the health and availability of Dylan Stewart. If he's not 100%, what can we expect from the edge room? Well, Shane talked about it this week, too. We'll hear what he had to say next year in the early game. If Dylan Stewart is going to be unavailable at the beginning of the season, or maybe even if he is and is maybe not 100%, you're going to need more of those edge rushers to be able to step up. The hallmark of any really good defense is being able to get after the opposing team's quarterback. And with that being said, Shane Beamer talked about the non-Dylan Stewart edge rushers, specifically the ones on the other side of the line of scrimmage from him if he is to be on the football field. Here's what Coach Beamer had to say this week about that opposite edge spot. You got 63 for yesterday's list.
Yeah, we knew that was a big thing for us when we went into the offseason or came into January talking about high school recruiting portal. We needed to be better there. We were losing, Brian Thomas and Noah Calcanar did a couple years ago opposite Dylan. So we really attacked that thing with in the portal and in high school recruiting. And, as far as what we're looking for, guys that just can make plays. And we know that Dylan's automatically when teams start our defense, they're going to sit there and talk about from a protection standpoint, how do we block number 6 and not let him ruin our game, talking about the other offense. So in order to combat that, we got to have guys on the other side that can certainly stop the run, disrupt the passer, and just play, good winning football. We've got a lot of guys that play a lot of football. We've got some talented young guys in that room, and we got to have more than one. We want to play more guys up front, and keep guys fresh, and those guys are having a good summer, and eager to see progress as we go through the preseason.
Now, Preston, I think this is more of a topic now that if with Dylan Stewart's, availability being in question, the other guys have to step up. If you're going to take the approach, we can say, okay, well, we can sit him for Kent State and Towson because we should be able to win those 2 games without him. And you're going to have to get somebody else those snaps. Then along with assuming Dylan Stewart comes back healthy, you need somebody that can take advantage of the one-on-ones and the advantageous looks that you'll get with all the attention that we paid to Dylan Stewart. Do you think South Carolina did a good enough job of creating the depth required to handle either scenario?
That's a difficult question. I hate to be flaky on that, but that's to be determined. I think they put in the effort, and now it's to determine whether or not these guys can go out and get it done. I do think we are both in fan to this point of Julian Walker as a freshman coming in, being able to make an impact. I said that in the spring when we thought Dylan Stewart was going to be at 100%. Now with that possibly being in question, I think his signing is going to be even more impactful, and he's going to have to probably step up more than they even anticipated. But they put in the effort, but it's going to be a question of whether or not those guys perform.
I think Jaquavius Dodd can be part of this equation too, right? It was a guy that I know this program was really excited to get. He was on the team last year. He got to sit, he got to observe, he got to do what a lot of guys do in college football. Still to this day in this era is still sit and observe from the older players, learn from guys who have NFL caliber talent, right? Brian Thomas Jr. is playing in a training camp with the Jacksonville Jaguars here in a few short weeks. He got to play behind him, got to play behind Dylan Stewart, be in practice with these guys. If he is able to make that physical development and be able to help out a little bit too, I'd like to see a good mix of guys. When we get to the Kent State game, South Carolina should beat them like a drum. And if you're looking for storylines of intrigue for a season opener, look at the defensive line, and specifically the edge rush positions, and just try to notice how many guys are going to be getting snaps. I would like to see a guys like Jaquavius Dodd be able to get a snap or two, right? Or a Drew Collins go in there and who transfers in, maybe him to get a few snaps here and there too. See as many guys as you can to try to get them that much experience. That way, whether you have Dylan Stewart or don't, you can see if you can count on a lot of those guys once we get into the hard part of the schedule.
Also worth noting is that Sterling Lucas was noted as a supreme defensive end rush edge coach, and they lost Sterling Lucas from that position. It's of note to see what Deion Barnes, the new coach, can do in that position.
For sure, and we'll see what he's like when it comes to development. And I think, obviously Shane is confident that Deion Barnes can get them there. And I think Deion Barnes' track record does show that he can develop those type of players. So there's plenty of reason for excitement there. But I think that position group, in terms of its depth, right, is one that you really need to pop because of how important it is to get to the quarterback. And if Dylan Stewart's not 100%, sure, you would take Dylan at 85% over almost any other player at that position in the country at 100. But in terms of reliability, You want to see guys who can a take a workload of more snaps in a game. But coming up next, it is hour number 2 of the early game, and it is the last day of SEC Media Days. We'll talk about the biggest storylines of all 4 teams coming next.
Press in for our friends at Absolute Glass, the premier glass company of the Midlands, offering auto, home, and business glass repair. If your glass is damaged, shattered, cracked, or broken, they can handle the job. If it's a cracked windshield, that's no problem. They'll come out to your location and they'll replace it for you, usually for free, and they'll work directly with the insurance to take away the headache. They'll come out to wherever you are, school, home, work. It does not matter. Absolute Glass will come out to you and they will take care of the job for you. Now, if you're at home, you're looking to increase the value of your home, Absolute Glass can take care of that for you too. Windows, mirrors, shower enclosures. Say it all the time. If you can see through it, Ray and Marianne at Absolute Glass can do it. So check them out online at absoluteglassinc.com. That's online at absoluteglassinc.com.
Earlier slowdowns have been cleared, so no issues on the highways right now. Good news there. And we are going to see rain in the forecast for the next couple of days. For maybe a few showers possible later this morning. Increased chance of showers later this afternoon. And then tomorrow, kind of somewhat the same. Some thunderstorms are likely. 81 for the high tomorrow, 84 today. Right now, it's 79.
Hour number 2 of the early game starts right now. And for the last time, we are live from SEC Media Days, Tampa, Florida, JW Marriott, Water Street. I'm Elijah Campbell here in, well, they now call it Digital Drive, but in my cold, dead heart, it will always be Radio Row. Back home, waiting for my return. That's the sword.
Elijah, they gentrified SEC Media Days?
They did. They did. They refer to it as Digital Drive now, and I get it. There are a lot of video podcasts. I mean, I'm staring at our pal Brooks Pratt and SEC Mike's table, him and cousin Shane, and it's that SEC podcast. It's not terrestrial radio, and the more you walk up and down through, the more you will see non-traditional terrestrial radio companies and ventures. So it is not exclusively radio. So I can understand the branding change to Digital Drive. I get it, but Radio Row just sounds so much cooler to me.
It does. And like, can't they use the word broadcast? Like the broadcast bay or the boulevard? Yeah, broadcast boulevard. There you go.
Broadcast Bay for this week would have been perfect. Since we're in
Yeah.
Tampa. Oh man,
I'm just saying, we need to work on that.
They sell a lot of matcha teas on Digital Drive. They
Yeah.
can't find a good cup of coffee on Digital Drive. Like you said on Radio Row. All matcha and macchiatos on Digital Drive.
Yeah. Doesn't taste like grass.
yeah. That takes like 3 minutes to order when you're in the line.
A lot of organics on Digital Drive.
Yeah. So we need to fight for that, because you know what? Radio was here first.
It was, and you know what? I think the price of the brick for Jen Jensen Media Marketing Consultant Agency has gone up.
Yep.
Just this week for the university, for the SEC. And we talked non-transparent markets like the college football transfer market in the last hour. One thing we do know is Jen Jensen's going to be taking some dollars.
Right.
Absolutely.
With her marketing consultation,
Oh, God.
unofficial business
Get
that we
things
have
right.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of thought. Broadcast Bay, you know what? We said it here first. We got maybe first dibs on that. Now, first dibs on speaking today will be Lane Kiffin. That's going to be honestly the story of this entire day, right? The biggest draw here, which is impressive considering Texas is one of the favorites to win this conference. They see Sarkisian speaking later in the day. I'll tell you tomorrow what my final ballot ended up being when it comes to voting for a champion in a projected order of finish. But the biggest story is Lane Kiffin. The fact of the matter is the man left a team in the middle of a college football playoff run, a historic season for that school at Ole Miss, left and took a job in the conference against a long-time rival. That is going to be a big story. It was a big story. It'll continue to be so, right? These teams, thankfully, will get to play later this season. They'll get to play, and not even that much later, September 19th. That's going to be at Ole Miss, and that will be the bloodthirstiest stadium college football has maybe ever seen, right? It's going to be a massive story. That is the big draw. But is LSU going to fulfill that promise in year one? Because we know it's not going to be a patient venture. We've been in a 12-team college football playoff now for 2 years, and they have not come close to getting there. And that's not what the expectation is at LSU. A school that has won 3 national titles this century with 3 different head coaches, something that I don't think any other program in all of collegiate sports can say outside of maybe UConn men's basketball. The expectation is to get a 12-team college football playoff. Preston Thorne, do you think it gets there in year one?
No, I don't think it gets there. We'll see. Lane sort of tried to lay out a reprieve for himself where he said, hey, this thing takes time, and I don't know if we're going to be there in year one. But I think it's all contingent on who is Sam Leavitt. And we are in agreement. And the more I'm listening around the country, I would say if you're talking about overpriced or overpaid, Sam Leavitt does not feel to be like the guy that can lead them to where they think they need to go. And I wonder if Lane's going to have a struggle working with Sam as the quarterback.
Well, the thing with Sam Leavitt for me is there's a real duality to Sam Leavitt, right? There's good Sam Leavitt, and then there's just Sam Leavitt, right? I mean, 2024, they go to the college football playoff. They scare the life out of Texas in that game. Cam Scatteraboo becoming more of a household name. You had future Saints first-round pick Jordan Tyson to throw the ball to. Jordan Tyson is a phenomenal wide receiver. Last year, Tyson's still there, right? But Arizona State disappointed. A lot of that was due to Sam Levitt's health. I think that is a part of this that has to be discussed. But you have the Sam Levitt that torched Texas in Atlanta in the college football playoff, and then you have the Sam Levitt that threw for less than 100 yards at Mississippi State last year, and they got upset, right? I think there are two different dudes there at playing that one position, and it's going to matter if he's really good. And then if it comes to protection too, I think LSU's offensive line is also a big question mark because I love Jordan Seaton. I mean, everything I've learned about watching Jordan Seaton play at Colorado at left tackle, seeing the numbers and the pass protection numbers, which are insanely good. That is a headliner for an offensive line, but there's a lot of returners on this LSU team that were on a bad offensive line last year that are going to play the same role they did in 2025. If you have a quarterback with Sam Levitt's kind of duality, Preston, does that offensive line that I described make you feel better or worse about their prospects of making or reaching whatever goals they have for them?
Yeah, it doesn't make me feel great. It doesn't make me feel a lot better about it. Obviously, Jordan Seaton coming in from Colorado, being the number one offensive tackle in the transfer portal this year, but that's only one position. Yes, he can take care of the blind side, but what else is going to need to be taken care of? That's something that's going to have to happen. And if you don't have the quarterback that you think you had and the offensive line's not blocking, it's going to be a long season. I will offer anybody at LSU a reprieve similar to the way I'm offering our offense, because I do think playing under or for Brian Kelly must have been a difficult task. So there might be a little bit more fresh air in the building. So I will give anybody that was there that, but I don't know if they're going to be CFP eligible.
Yeah, there's a lot that's go right there too. I do like the running back room. I think Caden Durham's an awesome running back, and I know they're really high on Harlan Berry, who was one of the more highly touted guys coming out of high school at the position. If they can run block really well and they can allow those guys to use their abilities, LSU can have a dynamic running game. They can have a dynamic passing game. I'll tell you right now, Preston Thorne, just a little breadcrumb as to who I voted for when it comes to preseason All-SEC. The easiest decision I had to make was who was going to be first team tight end, and that was Trey-Dez Green, right? Because I don't think Lane Kiffin is going to just forget he's got the 6'7" tight end on the team. I think Lane Kiffin's going to be that's the first person he probably talked to when he took the job, right? And ironically enough, against South Carolina was the one time last year where they said, hey, we have a 6'7" tight end. Let's just throw him the ball in the back of the end zone and let him post up and go catch it. They didn't do that anywhere near enough last year. They're going to take advantage of having that guy and his incredible skill set, a guy who I think has potential to be a first-round draft pick at the tight end. It's Zeke for Oregon's a first-rounder. That guy's a first-rounder. Right? That's one thing that I think was the easiest decision for me to make was voting that guy to be the best tight end in the SEC.
That's really interesting. Now, do they use him? Does Lane implement him into the offense? We obviously feel like Lane is a good enough coordinator to be able to do that. And also, because he brought now I'm blanking on his name. He brought his offensive coordinator from Ole Miss, correct?
Yep, Charlie Weiss Jr.
Charlie Weiss Jr., yeah. Is he going by Junior or is he still going by Charlie Weiss? I remember there was a little kerfuffle because he wanted to get out. He wanted to get all the benefits from being his dad's son, but he didn't want to be associated with his dad. So what's he doing with that right now?
Oh, well, I got some bad news for him. Your dad was the coach at Notre Dame and was an offensive coordinator for the New England Patriots. I'm sorry. You're going to have to go by Junior. We're going to have to differentiate a little bit. If you just wanted to go by Charlie Weiss, go sell insurance, okay?
Yeah.
Go somewhere else in a job that your dad didn't have.
Yeah, if you were just Charlie Weiss, you would not be in this spot right now. So you better take that Junior and live with it, brother.
Yes, we have to differentiate between the two. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I just think obviously the Clemson game is going to be something very interesting for everybody involved. All eyes will be on that. I'm really interested to see how Lane plays this. Is he going to try and downplay everything and be hot yoga zen Lane and everything's everything and I'm working for the good of it and everybody can speak to me, or is he going to be a little bit of a firecracker and be like maybe the old school thing? I position that he probably can't help himself, and we'll get a little bit of fodder for today.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think the devil on his shoulder is going to be the more prominent voice there. But I will say this, though. If you're just playing the schedule game and you're just watching schedules, I don't know if there's anybody that's got a more pivotal month of September in the conference than LSU. Because here's the slate, Preston Thorne. Clemson at home to start the season. Louisiana Tech. I know Carl Malone ain't walking through that door. But then you have to go at Ole Miss, and then you round out the month of September playing Texas A&M at home. 2 of the 4 games are against college football playoff teams from last year. One of them will be on the road, and it will just so happens to be the school that your new head coach used to coach at last year and left in infamous fashion. That's going to be a pretty revealing and telling month for LSU. I think their season can be defined by what happens in September. This is the anti-Pete Carroll thing, right, where he says you can't win a game in the first quarter. LSU can certainly lose their season in the first month if they're not careful.
It's going to be fascinating, endlessly fascinating.
Yes, the storylines keep giving. Texas also speaking today, too, a team that is a legit contender for the national title. Arch Manning's going to be the biggest story for this team and what his development is like. And if you look at what Arch Manning did in the last half of last year, then I think he's starting to fulfill a little bit of that promise, right? I think the hype that he got going into the season, probably a little warranted considering he hadn't played a game at that point. But let me give you 2 different stories of Arch Manning, Preston Thorne. First 7 games of last year, 207 yards per game, 60% completion, 12 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, right? Last 6 games, 285 yards per game, 61% completion on significantly higher volume in the passing game, 14 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. 14 of his 17 turnover-worthy plays that he had last year, according to PFF, came in the first 7 games of the season. In the last 6, he only had 3. Touchdowns way up, yardage way up, interceptions way down. I think you saw him have to take his lumps early and genuinely develop. And I think the talk that people had about Arch Manning going into last year, maybe not wrong, just a little early.
Yeah, well, obviously he also could not separate himself from the Manning name, but his skills are backing it up towards the end of the year. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not he takes the next step and actually becomes the dominant force that everybody has projected him to be.
And I think this year he should, because at least Steve Sarkisian, his task this offseason was going to get him more help, right? From a pass catching perspective, he did have a lot of drops. Texas receivers dropped 20 plus passes that Arch Manning threw last year. Ryan Wingo, not maybe one of the problems there, but Ryan Wingo is not going to be a legitimate number 1 wide receiver. So what they did, they went out and got Cam Coleman from Auburn, and that guy is a freak athlete. To me, if you had 700 yards receiving in last year's Auburn offense with your quarterback situation and Hugh Freeze, not knowing who's going to be calling the plays on that team, that is the equivalent to me of 1,300 receiving yards in a season. I will grade that on a scale. When it comes to the running game, they picked up Hollywood Smothers from NC State.
What a name.
It's an incredible name, Preston Thorne. Hollywood Smothers. It's a guy that's been averaging over 6 yards a carry the last 2 years at NC State. And Raleek Brown, who was the number 1 rusher, 1,000-yard rusher at Arizona State last season. Running game got better. The weapons got better. Arch Manning at the end of the season last year got better. I think the Texas talk is legit. It's way more legit this year than it was this time last year. It's too crazy, but I'm very high on this Texas team. And, of course, Mississippi State and Arkansas, whatever. My feelings of Arkansas going into this year well documented.
Right, Silverfield. Don't let anybody – you can't leave once Lane talks. You got to stay in there for Ryan also.
Yeah, they should make that a rule, right? In order to make Ryan feel good about himself, you must stay in for Ryan Silverfield, just for a little bit of moral support, because he's got his work cut out for him. And also, I think he would be a little bit over his head. But coming up next, though, the highlight of my week, drafting players. Will continue our early game morning media day draft. We'll do it with the 4 teams that are taking place today here in Tampa, next year in the early game.
All right, y'all. You might have a little bit of a reprieve from here to the next couple of days because the weather's going to cool off. But then you know what's going to happen. It's going to get scorching hot again, and that's when you're going to need to call the folks from AAA Heating and Air. And you need to make sure that your HVAC system is up to par to fight all the battles that it's going to be fighting. And AAA Heating and Air, your home comfort is their top priority. You don't need to wait any longer. Call them so their expert technicians can make sure that your system is in prime working condition. And if you want even more peace of mind, you can ask about the AAA Comfort Club, where members enjoy priority scheduling, flexible visits, and exclusive discounts on all future services. Take your comfort to the next level. Beat the heat before it hits. Call AAA Heating and Air today at 803-920-3771. That's AAA Heating and Air at 803-920-3771.
No accidents to report, no significant slowdowns to speak of, so we're very happy about that. 84 will be the high today. Few showers maybe this morning, increased chances of rain this afternoon. And like I said, a high of 84. A couple thunderstorms could pop up tomorrow, 81 for the high. As we get into the weekend, still some chances of rain, but they lessen a little bit. Saturday morning could see a few showers and 84 for the high, 79 right now.
It's been my favorite segment to do this week. One of my favorite ideas that Preston and I have had for the early game morning meeting. It's our last day of getting to draft players from the teams that are speaking at SEC Media Days. We'll kick off the last one with featuring LSU, Texas, Arkansas, and Mississippi State. That's what we'll do for today's morning meeting.
Good morning. Repeat after me. Today will be awesome day. Let's go. Good morning, great today. Today will be an awesome day. Good morning, great today. Today will be an awesome day.
It's our last time getting to do this in Preston, Florida. We have our own version of Mel Kiper here at SEC Media Days. Chuck Oliver in Atlanta. There's a table right next to us. He came to me yesterday and says, I've enjoyed listening to y'all's draft. And I'll be sitting here going, oh, don't pick that guy. Don't pick that guy. We have our own Mel Kiper, too. We've legitimized this thing.
This is a great exercise. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Today is the toughest one. This is the most difficult one we've done all week.
Oh, you have a can't lose at quarterback. Let's see, here's the best part, too. So for those who might not have caught the segment this week, what we're doing is we'll take the 4 teams that are speaking at Media Days, and we do a mini fantasy draft, right, where we take a quarterback, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, 1 tight end, and a defense, right? But for quarterback through tight end positions, you can only have a school represented once. So if I took an LSU wide receiver, I can't take an LSU quarterback, right? I have to have 1 player from each at each position, and then the defense is kind of the free-for-all, right? That's one that's a little different. So with that being said, Preston Thorne, this was going to be difficult because I had a hard time finding Mississippi State players at other positions that I loved. That is where things are going to get really difficult here, right? So with that being said, I'm going to have the number 1 pick. I would not normally take this first. My favorite player that's on the board I can't take because I got to play the value game, right? I have to play the value game. So my number 1 pick is going to be Preston Thorne, Dak Prescott.
Oh, and a surprise. You took my number 1 pick. That's why I said this was so difficult, because I didn't necessarily want to pick Dak, but when I look at the rest of the squad, I was like, I don't know what I want to do. So yeah, you took. I was going to take Dak for the value purposes, but you sniped me. That being said, now I'm okay. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to settle for Vince Young.
Oh, I thought you were getting ready to go somewhere else with that. Vince Young's a good pick because, look, the beauty of this is when it comes to quarterbacks, you can choose Joe Burrow. You can choose Jaden Daniels. You can choose Vince Young. There's so many good options at quarterback, too. And I feel bad not being able to take one of those guys. But I will at least take solace in the fact that my quarterback was quarterbacking Mississippi State when they were the number 1 team in the first ever college football playoff rankings.
We were thinking the same thing. Now I have to find a player for Mississippi State.
You have to be strategic. Well, I'll go ahead and knock off my Arkansas one, too, because at running back, I'll take Darren McFadden.
Oh, I think you're going to get me. I think you got me this squad. I think you got me this time. Yes, obviously Darren McFadden was somebody that was on my big board that I am not going to be able to take. That's going to make this very, very difficult. Well, I'm going to get somebody that I want to make sure that I get. So let's go to this. And I would just like to take any of the wide receivers from LSU. Take your pick. I'll take any of those dudes. But I'll take Jamar Chase. I'll take Jamar Chase to go with. I'll go with Jamar Chase. But I could have really went with a plethora of dudes.
Oh, you absolutely could have. You absolutely could have in that regard. And been A-okay. And that's why, because when I was thinking this too, I was like, I can't take my first pick as an LSU receiver because I'll get one of the 2. Whichever one Preston takes, if he takes an LSU wide receiver, I'll just take the other one, right? Which is why I'll take Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I'm behind the 8 ball here. The front office is sweating. This is not going well. Somebody texted in yesterday and said, yesterday was my best draft. Today's my worst one. So you can't get too high, you can't get too low, folks. You got to make sure that you keep everything in a row. I got Texas represented. I got LSU represented. Okay, I don't like the way this is going. But
You're in a bind.
I am in a very difficult spot.
The pull for Mississippi State's just so limited. It's so limited.
That's the tough spot, man. This is really, really, really difficult. All right, we're gonna go with the tight end getting off the board from Arkansas. And we're gonna go with Jarius Wright from Arkansas.
Jarius Wright.
Oh man, I blew this one. I didn't blow it.
Hunter Henry was on the board.
I know,
from
man,
Arkansas.
I just did not like. I don't like any of this. I'm sorry. Not La La Land. It's not going to be La La Land, folks. It's going to be Moonlight. Give me DJ Williams.
DJ Williams. Okay.
That was a deep cut
DJ Williams,
reference for anybody out there.
Oh, I remember that night like it was yesterday, brother. Oh, man, that was – you want to talk about drama at an award show? That got about as dramatic as it could possibly get. We go from dramatic to hungry. I'll take David Thomas. No, not of Wendy's fame, but former Texas tight end in the early 2000s. Old reliable.
Yeah, anytime you have the coaches, my big board is very much scrambled here. Anytime you have the coaches, I'm one of those coaches right now that's looking at my team and saying, yes, I would trade some of you for some of them. I would.
You were not my first, second, or third choice. I am sorry.
We got to go with Anthony Dixon, running back, Mississippi State. Not thrilled.
Anthony Dixon put up some good numbers. It's
like
just he was never like a star.
This is by far my worst draft. I feel very terrible. I'm just gonna walk out and walk myself straight into a 10-foot pool.
The Dak Prescott sniping really set the tone for this draft. I'm afraid. But then defensively, you're picking the litter here. But I'll take 2010 LSU. Give me the one the original DBU. I'll take Tyrann Mathieu leading my defensive squad here.
Good squad. I'll take national championship LSU. What's that? 03. I'll take 03 LSU with Spears them boys. So I'll go with that. It's amazing. Another Saban defense gets picked.
Oh, stud. Yeah, I'm shocked. Yeah. Color me shocked on that one. That Nick Saban defense is represented. We will recap our teams coming up next, and then we'll also get to another Preston Thorne fan exercise. We're just going to talk about some schedules. We're doing that next on the early game. Now, choosing players for a fantasy draft can be a pretty tough decision, but there are other more tough decisions that you're going to have to make in life. And some of that's going to be how you're going to get out of potential tax issues, right? Personal income tax issues, business tax issues. It's heavy stuff, and it's very difficult. And the IRS maze is no joke, but John Ecton and his team at the Ecton Law Firm are here for you. Give them a call, and they will give you a lifeline. 803-771-9800. That's all you got to do to call up a free consultation with John and his team at the Ecton Law Firm, a team, mind you, that has been doing this for decades in the state of South Carolina, that has developed proven local solutions to get you one step closer to a worry-free life. It sounds amazing, so go ahead and take that call. If you are one of the thousands of families and businesses that are in that IRS maze and experiencing that trouble, give them a call at 803-771-9800, or you can always visit them at ectonlawfirm.com. That's ECTON lawfirm.com.
No accidents at this time, no significant slowdowns to make note of. And for today, going to see some rain, maybe a few showers this morning, increased chances of rain activity later this afternoon after lunchtime, and a high today of about 84. Tomorrow, maybe a few morning thunderstorms, 81 for the high, and then some morning showers on Saturday, 84 again for the high. And we'll be getting a little bit, that reprieve will be going away because we'll be back in the 90s starting on Sunday, but a little bit of rain activity doesn't hurt. 79 right now.
Continue helping Preston find who he's going to sign his fandom contract with this year in the NFL. We'll recap the draft. Preston Thorne's quarterback.
Oh no,
Vince Young.
Oh,
Very nice. My quarterback, Dak Prescott. Running backs. I got Darren McFadden. Preston has Anthony Dixon
oh.
from Mississippi State. Like I had to throw the disclaimer out there. Wide receivers. Both go LSU. Preston goes Jamar Chase. I'll take Justin Jefferson. And then in tight ends, I've got David Thomas. No, not the founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas. This is a David Thomas that played tight end from Texas. And Preston goes with DJ Williams. And then we both took LSU defenses. I took 2010 LSU, led by Tyrann Mathieu. Preston takes 2003 LSU, highlighted by the one and only Marcus Spears.
Yeah, I've been reeling over this selection of the whole commercial break. It's been very difficult. I'm gonna have to reevaluate my situation. I told you going into that was the toughest pick because through the thing I learned through this exercise, Mississippi State don't have a lot of dudes.
No, they really don't. They'll never be confused with being an NFL factory. Let's just say that, right? Name recognition isn't necessarily a highlight for Mississippi State.
It's just not. There was a little bit of a tough thing that they had to pull there. Arkansas was a little bit difficult also, but they had some guys because of the way the structure is set up. I wasn't able to get who I wanted. So this team is not the team that I want, but it's the team that I got. So we're gonna have to deal with it.
Even though you've got kind of sad eyes about it right now.
I do. It doesn't feel good. I don't feel great about it. I don't. Oh, great. I was pounding my chest yesterday. I don't feel great today.
I benefited from the lottery, right? I did not intend to get the first pick today because we just going to be alternated. So I gave you the first pick on day 1, not thinking that on day 4 I would get the first pick, right? And then be able to kind of strategically weave my way through it. Had to go value. Sometimes drafting for value is the name of the game. And that's why Dak was the number 1 player taken in this thing, even though there were significantly better players in college that I could have looked at. But this is not the end, Preston Thorne, because tomorrow for the morning meeting, we'll take both of our teams that we've drafted over the course of the week, and then we will pick one for each spot.
Ooh, okay.
So then we will have a final squad.
Okay. All right, I can redeem myself then. I'll go ahead and give a preview. I don't think anybody from the squad will be making that squad. So y'all can go ahead and go home.
Vince Young, maybe?
No.
Not SEC legend Vince Young.
I mean, he's great. yeah. SEC legend, yes, for sure.
To quote Bud Adams at the draft combine in 2006, "Why is my guy?"
Yeah.
And then saying that publicly meant Jeff Fisher could not veto that. And that is how Vince Young became a Tennessee Titan. That's me fast forwarding the story right there. But when it comes to the NFL, that was when Vince Young was getting drafted into the NFL. We need to find Preston Thorne a favorite NFL team. Today, the criteria is the schedule. Coach, talk about your schedule. I haven't gotten that one yet here at SEC Media Days yet. Very disappointing that I've not heard anybody ask that. Hey, talk about your schedule. A lot of talk abouts, but not talk about your schedule. Haven't gotten that one yet. But we're going to talk about schedules today, Preston Thorne, because I tiered the teams based off of their strength of schedule, which is a metric the NFL uses that's fueled by the win-loss record of your opponents from the previous season. The reason I include this part in this exercise every year is because on your Sundays, Preston Thorne, how much do you really want to be sweating it out, right? Do you want your team to be going through a gauntlet where you're playing on national TV a lot and you're playing marquee matchups week in, week out? I think that matters in terms of fandom, right? How easy the road do you want it? Or do you want that type of smoke where you're playing big games every week? So again, tiered 1 through 8, I broke up the 32 teams in the National Football League into 8 tiers of 4. On a scale of 1 to 8, how do you value the strength of schedule, with the 8 being the toughest and 1 being the easiest?
Here's where I'm going to try and game the system and hope the results go my way. I'm going to go number 8 here with a specific team in mind. Give me 8.
Oh, with a specific team in mind. So Preston Thorne picked team 8. These are the 4 teams that, according to the National Football League, have the toughest schedules in the league based off of their previous season's or the opponent's previous season's record. You have, Preston Thorne, the Chicago Bears.
Okay. The Bears.
The Miami Dolphins. The Arizona Cardinals. And the Green Bay Packers. He's got the Packers there. That
is the second time we've matched with the Packers, correct?
It is also the second time he matched with the Bears.
2 times Bears, 2 times Packers.
And that's the second time for Dolphins, too. Brad Mueller is yelling at his radio right now going, Dolphins, 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 suffer with me. Dolphins, 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 spins up Preston Thorne. Somebody's got to be miserable with me.
It's who's the quarterback that was holding out from the Cardinals?
Oh, Jacoby Brissett.
Is Jacoby Brissett still holding out?
I think he has finally agreed to show up to training camp. So crisis averted, Arizona. Jacoby Brissett is on the way to save the day.
Being held over the barrel by Jacoby Brissett is not a great look for a front office, for sure.
Is that the worst indictment of the state of anybody's franchise anybody had this offseason? I think it probably is.
Jacoby Brissett has leverage over the front over the squad. It's not good, man. It's gonna be a long year. I'm gonna be honest. I don't love any of these squads. Chicago, Jen already has that represented in the building, so I don't know if we need to be redundant in that. Also, there's a moratorium on the Packers because we have a happy family here, so we can't do that.
I would let it happen, though. It's okay if you had to go that way.
I hear you, but
your happiness is important.
We're gonna play the game out. We'll see how this continues happening, but through those 4, nobody necessarily appeals to me.
But if I will say, Jen is saying the right things, right? Jen is like a football coach that after a frustrating loss, is saying the right things. However, if Preston utters the words "Go Pack Go" on air, I'd be very concerned about leaving an open drink around her because it may be poisoned.
It's just the dart gun, or the Nerf dart gun might come out a little more, but that's okay. It's playful.
As soon as he says, "Go Pack Go," and it's one of those like tranquilizer darts, and you see Preston just hit the deck immediately. Jen's like, I have no idea. I have no idea what happened. I don't know.
Yeah, none of those teams directly appeal to my soul, but we will continue to play the game and see if they match up, because I will be obligated to the squad that matches up the most with. But we do have a lot at the 2 mark.
Oh, we have a ton at the 2 mark. So here's the matches so far. You have 3 matches with the New England Patriots. Clearly the team that you've matched with the most so far. 2 matches with the Seattle Seahawks, the Minnesota Vikings, the Baltimore Ravens, the Los Angeles Chargers, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Chicago Bears, the Las Vegas Raiders, the Cleveland Browns, the Green Bay Packers, and the Carolina Panthers. And I'm sure that makes you really excited.
Does not.
See, there's no runaway right now. Last year, the Falcons were kind of running away with it. This one's going to be a little bit harder to pick. This is a harder match this year than last year. It's maybe a motivating factor for Preston to pick a team, but Mike Elko came up to the podium yesterday and gave an interesting tidbit of what he uses to motivate players, and you'll hear from Coach Elko next year on the Early Day. What motivates you in life? What gets you up in the morning? What gets you to want to be the best version of yourself on a day-to-day basis? That's a really deep question, and you don't have to answer that out loud. I just want you to think about it. When it comes to football, football players have different answers to that question. And for a coach, it's her job to help bring that motivation out of your players, right? To get the best out of them, and motivation is the best part to do it. How does Mike Elko get his team to be motivated to try to get the best version of themselves and to be able to reach the goals they set out in front of them? Well, here's what he had to say yesterday when he took the podium about motivating his players.
I show them our trophy case. It's empty. I think they're all very aware of that. So, I think, listen, we live in a lot of worlds. And so we're obviously happy with the things that we accomplished. We're happy with the direction of our program. But it's also not lost on us that we haven't won the hardware that we're searching for. And so, that gets us into a mindset of growth and getting back to work to go finish this thing a little bit better than we did last year and put ourselves in a better position maybe to compete for some trophies.
All right, Preston Thorne. Mike Elko's not going to go up there and knock him dead with humor or bits or anything like that, but rate that motivating factor.
Can I go with, if you're going to go on that 1 to 8 scale that we did last one, I'm going to go with the 2.
I love it.
I'm going to go with 2. 2 being, it's very difficult to get motivated by something I don't see.
Fair point. Fair point. The empty space does nothing because you're like, well, I had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, especially when I'm 19 years old. That doesn't appeal. That doesn't necessarily appeal to me. I understand the concept in theory. I would love to see how that went over with it, how that goes over with the squad.
I would too. I kind of like it because when you're a coach at a place like that, and Texas A&M does have maybe a little bit of a little brother syndrome when it comes to always competing to be in Texas, right? That's why I think last year had a historic year. They made it to the college football playoff for the first time ever. But you know what they didn't do, Preston Thorne? They didn't beat Texas. Mm-hmm. And I know that irks them. I know it does. And if I was an A&M fan, that would irk me, right? That would irk me. We'll have to ask, our pal Randy Young, our engineer, who has deep ties to Texas A&M, and say, hey, how much does it bother them that even though they went to the college football playoff, they still didn't beat Texas?
Yeah, I'm sure it does because they always feel like perpetually that they're never going to be those guys. But maybe I would position that if he put in a replica national championship trophy, that I just feel like the visualization of seeing something is stronger than not seeing something.
Seeing a goal, yeah. I can certainly see that. And then maybe the question.
I was going to say, couldn't they just put like a fat head of a trophy? Like, this is what it kind of will look like when you bring one here.
Your trophy will go here.
Yeah.
Oh, see, if you accomplish the goals, you could be the only trophy in here, and it would look like this.
Yeah.
This is a fake one, right? I can drop this, and it won't break.
That's right. I mean, we've heard of the coaches. We've heard of all these tactics, victory formations before the games, holding up the trophy, going through ceremonies, all these types of things. So I understand it, but all of it is to create an image that you see in your mind, not to not create an image.
There should be a spotlight shining down on that spot, and there's something that says your trophy goes here.
Yeah. Now you're cracking. I need to see it.
Yeah. I got to visualize, man.
You got to see it to be it.
And maybe the pessimist in me too, be like, man, so if I win a bowl game, we're not putting anything in this case?
Good point.
Coach, we worked hard. I worked hard in that bowl game. I would like for it to be in this trophy case. We don't have to reserve it just for the national champions.
But also, that's very Mike Elko. So I'm not surprised by that motivation tactic because that feels like something he would do. I don't see him going too far and above that as far as motivation is concerned.
Jimbo Fisher's probably going, hey, Coach, you didn't put our 2020 Orange Bowl championship trophy in there? It's just collecting dust somewhere else so no one can see it. That'd make Jimbo real mad. Yeah. If I was Jimbo, I'd be like, okay, come on, I earned that. That's the one thing I earned at Texas A&M, right? That's the one thing I actually got to do. Oh, man. Brutal. I kind of dig it. I get the point. I kind of dig it. But you mentioned the victory formation in practice. People say that's corny. Not me. I kind of like it.
Okay. I like it.
I like it. I defend it. I defend it. I think that there is power in some manifestation, right? The visualization and manifestation. I think there is legitimate truth to. Coming up next, though, third and final hour of today's show. We're talking offensive line. It's still the summer of the big, and that summer continues next.
Pressing here for our good friends at Integrated Media. The season is quickly approaching, and you need to get called and get set up so you can have everything ready when the season starts. What does everything ready mean? Well, it could mean you have your Sonos outdoor speakers that play your TV and music. It could be Samsung Terrace TVs that are waterproof. It could be Wi-Fi that works indoors and outdoors. So all your devices can be playing, all the games can be going. You can be quad boxing on the TV, checking scores on your phone, looking up stats on your laptop, and you won't have to worry about the annoying lag time because the Wi-Fi will be set up by the folks from Integrated Media. Home theater setup to adjusting your thermostat, monitoring your security systems from your cell phone. Integrated Media is who you need to call. So call Nathan and Michael at 803-948-8227. That's 803-948-8227. Or reach them online at integratedmediainc.com.
No accidents reported. Wonderful news for your Thursday morning. We hope it stays that way. And as far as your forecast is concerned, yep, we are looking at some rain coming in for a couple days. A little bit of rain this morning, bigger chances this afternoon, 84 for the high, 81 tomorrow, maybe some thunderstorm activity. Some morning showers on Saturday. We have one more day in the 80s. And then on Sunday, morning thunderstorms, 91 for the high. We get back into the 90s starting Sunday. Right now, we are sitting at 79.
Hour number 3 of the early game, live from SEC Media Days in Tampa, Florida, starts right now. It is our last hour here at SEC Media Days as a show. It is our last hour here, and couldn't do all of this, have all the fun that we've been able to have this week if it were not for our sponsors. Plenty of them. So big thanks to AAA Heating and Air, Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, Wesco Bruin Bowl, Atkins Law, SC Lumber, Louisiana Purchase, Little Pigs, Architect, and the Gutterman. Thanks to all of them. It has been a fantastic week. I have genuinely enjoyed my time here. Kind of makes me a little sad. This is the last hour of shows that, at least for us here, and we'll be live here as a station up until 6 p.m. But this is the last hour here at Media Days. It has been an absolute blast. I'm Elijah Campbell. He's Preston Thorne. She's Jen Jensen. And, of course, we'll start off the hour, too, talking about some of the local stuff from this week. And that was Shane Beamer in South Carolina taking the podium, doing the Media Day rounds, going through the car wash, if you will. It's what Terry Florida calls it when the players and Coach Beamer are at, all of these tables talking this week here at Media Days. But one thing that I think is an absolute must, the biggest things I wanted to hear about this week was the offensive line. And we have dubbed it the summer of the biggin for good reason, because anybody who looked at South Carolina's season and watched and followed along in 2025 understands that one of your biggest downfalls was that you couldn't block anybody. You had a quarterback with maybe more athletic gifts and skill set of anybody that's ever played at your program, and you didn't get to maximize it. If anything, you minimized it the most you possibly could because of the offensive line and, of course, the coordinating issues. But that's separate, and we'll get to more of that later. But the offensive line and beefing it up was a big emphasis in the offseason. We went to the portal and built an offensive line. But how was the depth of that offensive line? How was the addition of Coach Randy Clements to be the offensive line coach helped out this offensive line? And, Jen, this will be cut 23 from yesterday's list. Here is Shane Beamer when he was on with Terry and Bill Gunner on Tuesday, talking about the impact of Coach Clements and the emphasis that they had on the offensive line this offseason.
Yeah, been pleased with Coach Clem. He's a proven coach, proven recruiter. He's been a part of really successful offenses that have been able to run the football successfully. Love the fact that he and Kendall Briles have a relationship. They've worked together at multiple stops. So there's a connection that they have, which is really, really important. There's no doubt about it with the offensive line. We needed to get better, but we needed to bring in, guys with experience that, to me, had played winning football at a high level. And that's what we've done. We brought in guys, multiple Power 4 transfers that have a lot of starts under their name, which is key. And then not just that, but guys with the right DNA that have an edge about them and have a nastiness to them and take the field with the right mentality. And that's what we've got. Like with the way they're working this summer, like the way they've progressed since they got here, and eager to see them continue to take another step throughout the month of July and into August.
That they were able to bring in on the offensive line. Clearly, experience and production were the emphasis, right? If we group off portal players into two groups of production versus potential, you got a lot of production, you got a lot of experience, and you brought in an offensive line coach with a lot of experience. How would you sum up the summer of the Biggin so far when it comes to trying to get this thing ready to roll in the trenches in 26?
I would sum it up as they made the attempt to fix what was wrong. Now, whether or not it works, we'll see when the season happens, but they addressed all of the issues that they needed. First and foremost, they had to go out there and get an experienced coach. They did that and got players from the portal who have played a lot of Power 4 football. We'll see if they are ready to step up to the challenge of playing in the SEC, because it's a different level, whether they produce there. But I would say they went out and they made the attempt. They heard everybody, they saw on film, and they tried to fix it. We'll see whether or not it actually gets done, but I would say A+ for effort to this point.
I think so, too. I think you did what you're supposed to. And I think if you're doing the whole production versus potential thing, I don't think you can afford to puppy train this offseason. And what I mean by that is that if you have guys that are full of potential and not incredibly experienced, the reason they're not experienced, weren't able to get on the field at the previous stop, despite maybe being a 5-star high school prospect or a 4-star high school prospect, is going to be the fact that they have not reached that potential yet, right? There's still growth you have to do. It makes the job of the coach even harder. If you have guys that are coming in that have already established good habits, that are no stranger to starting games, right? I think you have a better chance of being further ahead of schedule than if you have to teach a lot more basics and a lot more fundamentals, right? You can be able to speed run through installation of an offense because these guys have played under different offenses. They're older. They're a little more mature, right? I think if you're building an offensive line and you're in the position South Carolina was in, the emphasis should have been on experience and production at other spots, even if it is at a place like an FCS level, like where Seth Smith came from, or even if at the Division II level for someone like Dane Arnett, right? Dane Arnett's going to be, I guess I've kind of penciled him in as a backup in some of those positions on the line of scrimmage. But a guy like Carter Miller played a lot of college football, man, at different spots. He's played in different offenses. Hank Purvis has played a fair amount of college football. Getting those guys that are maybe a little ahead of schedule in their development and with that experience is what this offensive line, to me, truly needed.
Well, yeah, because they whiffed on the O-lineman that they brought in last year who had some P4 experience, especially the ones who had P4 experience. They were essentially non-consequential on the line. So they were there, but they weren't positives, and as by the stats you can see they were actually negative by the whole line. And the point that Shane brings up about Coach Clemens, I think, is the most important point about Coach Clemens, Randy Clement, and Kendall Browse, is that these two have been working together forever. Therefore, the amount of time that's going to be needed to install is going to be cut down. He knows what Kendall wants. Kendall knows what he's got, and they can be able to work together and create something. And I think that is maybe the most underrated aspect of this whole offseason, is that the O-line coach and the OC are 100% in lockstep about what they want and what they will see out of this offense.
It's built-in synergy, right? You don't have to create that. It's already prepackaged when you get those two coaches. Another storyline, too, because we talk a lot about this unit, and it's headlined by Jacarius Peak, and there's still the question of what's his availability going to look like after he sustained that injury back in the winter? What's his availability going to look like? How, if we're doing the percentage game, how healthy is he? Is he 100% by the time the season rolls around and he can play in Kent State and Towson? Or even if he is 100%, do you rest him for Kent State and Towson? Because that was clearly the prize of this offensive line portal class. But some of the players that I'm really interested in, Preston, because of that injury situation, are the ones that are going to be the backups, right? Guys like Seth Smith, potentially, Dane Arnett, potentially, Armando Nieves, potentially. Those guys, too, are going to matter a lot because even though the offensive line wasn't very good last year, I think you got lucky from an injury standpoint. Now, Nolan Hay wasn't a transfer this year, at least, but that was a guy that got a lot of snaps at center last season. He dealt with some of his own injuries last year, but he got a lot of snaps last year. I can imagine he's going to have to see some snaps this year because that's the game of football, man. You can't bank on going through an entire season unscathed when it comes to players getting hurt. Somebody's going to get hurt. That is the natural fact of this. Do you have guys that you built depth enough to be able to withstand some of those injuries if you did get into a situation like you did in 2023?
Well, also on the depth purposes, we've heard reports, rumors, murmurings that Darius Gray has been having a pretty impressive summer. And so somebody who's coming at, and this is where you talk about how do you create depth? Well, you have to go in the portal, but also you can recruit it. And maybe Darius Gray doesn't come in to start, but also the idea that he may be coming in either the spot start, replace players when they're injured, or outright take a position is something that's pretty exciting also.
The Darius Gray thing is really exciting. I mean, and here's the wild thing, too. He didn't get to participate in the spring because he was hooping. My man was hooping.
He was winning.
He was balling. Yeah, he was winning titles, right? Which also, I just love that element of any player, even if it's in a different sport. You know, winners are winners, man. And for Darius Gray, too, he was, Shane Beamer was highly complimentary of Darius and kind of, he didn't say anything outright, but it led me to believe that there's a chance that you could see Darius Gray get involved as a starter, maybe. And again, a tough ask. It's one thing I'll always say when I'm trying to kind of curtail expectations for a freshman offensive lineman is that it is a tough ask to come into the SEC right away and play in the trenches. Because when you are in high school, I do not care what level of high school you are playing. At most, you might be facing 2 or 3 Division I athletes, not even SEC athletes, 2 or 3 maybe Division I athletes, and that's on the higher end that you're facing off against on the other line of scrimmage in whatever high school season it is that you played. It is a different game. Take those 2 or 3, the best players you get to play, and amplify that to every game playing multitude of those athletes. So it's going to be tough, and there'd be an acclimation period. But if he is proving that he could be that good already, I can see that as a positive.
Yeah, absolutely. And the idea that he can come there and use his athleticism to maybe make up for some of the strength that he's going to naturally lack because he hasn't been in a SEC weight program for that amount of time. I think just the idea that he could potentially push some of these guys is a positive for the depth, as far as depth is concerned with the O-line.
And I think that's really one of the more important questions, too. Like Jakari's Peak, yes, that's a big story because I think that guy is good enough to where if he is healthy, he's going to elevate your offensive line. And it's not like South Carolina's in a unique position. One team that's speaking here today, Preston, is LSU. LSU got a transfer portal offensive lineman. He was just as highly touted as Jakari's Peak was from Jordan Seaton, who came from Colorado. But the rest of LSU's offensive line has serious question marks. Now, the difference with them is they're hoping and banking on some of the starters that played last year on a bad offensive line naturally get better over the course of an offseason, right? They make jumps in their game. If you look at those two situations, I'm really curious your take on this. Which fan base should feel more optimistic that they get a turnaround season in the trenches?
I'm going to go with, I hate to say this, and I don't want to say this, and I don't want to jinx anything, but I think we should feel pretty solid about the turn. Okay, let me frame it like this. I have positioned that obviously we will be better than we were last year because it's very difficult for us to be worse this year. But I will even take it a step further that this offensive line will be average to good this year based on the personnel and the person coaching them.
Oh, I like that. I also like the preface of not wanting to jinx it. Did you knock on wood?
I did not.
Is there any wood structure around
you? I will now. I just did.
I do like it because here's my thing. If I'm projecting what's going to happen in the season, if your projection of the offensive line comes to fruition, right? If your scenario plays out, I think you're looking at a really fun year. I think you're looking at a season that sees you score a lot of points. The defense is what it is with Clayton White, so you already know that the floor for that defense is pretty high. I think if you get that from your offensive line of what you just laid out, Preston, you can win 8 or 9 games, right? That is a possibility. You can steal a game in one of those 4 games you have against college football playoff opponents from last year. I think you are in an optimal position.
And we have to be, but in the time that we've been here, that Shane has been here, this is going on year number 6, we have not finished in the above 100 as far as sacks allowed.
Love it.
We can do better than that. And we don't even still have to be great. Right? 75th would be a huge improvement.
Yes, it would be a huge improvement. Just imagine how much better some of your other really good teams could have been with that, right?
Right.
You still, despite that, won 9 games in 2024. Correct. Despite that, still won 8 games in 2022. Correct. And took 2 teams out of a 4-team college football playoff. It's still possible. So if you get that, right, even we can go and set that benchmark right now. That if you can get to 75th in the country in sacks given up, you will be significantly improved, and you will be in for something special. That is a sentence that in my career I never thought I could proclaim out loud, just being 75th in that regard. But coming up next, though, Coach Clements isn't the only big addition. You heard about Kendall Briles, too. What does Nick Harbor, Lenore Sellers think about this offense? You'll hear from those two fellas next.
Hey, it's Jen for CHW Cabinetry in Lexington. And I'm telling you what, when we had to demolish our kitchen, there was only one place we went, and that was CHW Cabinetry. It made the process so much better. It was a very stressful time, needless to say, but they helped us pick everything up we needed, get the realistic rendering of the finished kitchen, which gave us something to look forward to while we waited for everything to get ready and while we had to pick out other elements. And as I mentioned before, it was such a great experience that when we decided it's time to update a couple of bathrooms, CHW Cabinetry was the only call we made to get those cabinets put into those bathrooms. But there's a lot of ways that you can see what they coming to pantries, outdoor kitchens, closet updates, home office workspace, more. Visit chwcabinetry.com or call them at 803-520-6837. Tell them Jen sent you. CHW Cabinetry, locally owned, passion from inspiration to installation. Things still looking pretty darn good on the highways this morning. We don't have any significant slowdowns that we're finding out about, and no accidents reports. And clouds will be rolling. You could be expecting a little bit of rain, some showers possible this morning. Increased chances of rain after lunchtime today. Looking for a high of about 84. And tomorrow, some thunderstorm activity off and on. High of 81. Some morning showers on Saturday. 84 is the high. We're clouds coming in. It's 81 currently.
Oh, it's time to get excited. Now, this isn't even the Garnet Classic segment, right? But what this is us talking about Kendall Briles and this new South Carolina offense. After a year of watching Carolina go 4-8 in the offense, failing to get it together throughout the course of the year, at least enough to be able to finish some of the close games that you were in, Kendall Briles comes in as the new offensive coordinator. And here at SEC Media Days, that was going to be a big topic of discussion for this football team. And I can give you all the numbers in the world. I can lay out Kendall Briles' track record as the offensive coordinator at TCU, at Arkansas, at Florida Atlantic, at State, at Baylor, at Houston. I could do all of that. And it might give you a little bit of excitement. It might bring you a little bit of comfort that what you're going to see offensively at Williams-Brice Stadium on Saturdays in the fall is going to be a significantly improved product. But I think the best selling point and best sell job anybody has made on it so far is hearing Nick Harbor talk about playing in it, right, and learning so far. Here's Nick Harbor when he was on with Terry and Jay in the afternoon on Tuesday talking about his excitement about playing in Kendall Briles' offense.
Coach Briles, I mean, he's just been a blessing to us. He's allowed us the opportunity to play free. And when I say play free, I mean he's giving us options in our own routes. Like you can have 3 options in one route depending on what you see, and that's just the beauty of that offense. Is high, it's fast, it's high octane, it's like a Ferrari. You just go, and that's what we learned, that's what we took it in. But I mean, like the spring was so fun, just to learn that and just to be able to play like that. Like that's some of the best ball I've ever played, some of the best ball anybody has seen me play in Columbia, and I just can't wait for the fans to see it. I just can't wait for the fans just to see all of us working and just the hard work that we did and put into this offense. Just from the whole receiver room, just competing with each other. And I just think on my receiver room too is, man, all right, we got a great group of guys, and it's like everybody just goes in there, they just work, and they just work. They make me better every single day.
Could there be a better promotion, a better promo for Kendall Briles' offense than what you just heard from Nick Harbor right there, Preston?
The idea that somebody is excited to go to practice every day, to learn in their offense. His level of glee reminded me of when I went to the College of Charleston basketball camp when I was like 11 years old, and I walked to the cafeteria and had all of this food that was just able for me to, I can get pizza and cereal at the same time. It was crazy. It's one of my defining moments of my childhood. I was like, look at all of this food. It was like you can get pizza, French fries, hamburgers, all at the same time. It was crazy, man. That sounds like the way Nick feels hearing about this new Kendall Briles or experiencing this Kendall Briles offense.
Is it bad that when you were recalling that memory, I too was thinking about at 9 years old, Tennessee Tech basketball camp, and we got to use the college cafeteria, and I thought the exact same thing.
Wasn't your mind blown? He was like, what is happening?
And the best part is, my mom's not here to tell me I can't do it.
I will have cereal and French fries because I can.
I will go up for my third plate of pizza. Yes, thank you very much. I will eat pizza and fried chicken on the same plate. I 100% will, and nobody's going to stop me.
Core memory for sure. But seriously, when Nick is talking about that, I think that gives you a little insight into what the offense was last year. And I said it during the 6 o'clock hour. The idea of option routes for a wide receiver in an offense is not groundbreaking. There are high schools, many that are running similar things as far as offense is concerned. So for him to be like, wow, we have this new thing, it just gives you an insight into where the offense was and what we have available now.
Well, I think that also tells us how much players value having freedom within the offense, right? Like these guys are smart. They're smart football players. And sometimes if you have to kind of corral them into just one category and you make them have to be rule followers, right? Sometimes being a rule follower within an offense is a good thing. But when you have dynamic playmakers and guys that are experienced, they can make reads really well, then you're going to see more out of them because they're going to be more enthusiastic to play in it too, right? Nobody's going to know the best way to get open against a circuit coverage on the field than the person that's going to be on the field. And I think taking advantage of that is one of the reasons why many offenses across the country have adopted that offensive philosophy and giving your receivers option routes. And the more you can trust them, the more they can trust you, then you're going to get a really good result.
Elijah, I mean, I'm seriously, I'm thinking about one of my early, I think it was like Joe Montana Sports Talk Football. They had option routes. This is like early 90s. This is not groundbreaking things as far as football is concerned, but the idea that you give the player some rules to follow. If he does A, you do B. If he does C, you do A, and you give them the parameters and let them make the decisions. It gives you a level of ownership in the offense that only can increase results.
And from a quarterback perspective too, I think it's important to note, what is this like for Lenora Sellers? Because if Nick Harbor's going to have these option routes and he's going to be able to have the opportunity to read a defense himself and get open, what is it like for Lenora Sellers? So what's this offseason been like for him in a new offense? He's been cut 39 from the same list.
Between the ACC and media day out, I'm going to go tomorrow because of curiosity.
You get cut 39.
39.
Preparing what questions I'm gonna get asked, stuff like that. Seeing the same people, I love it. Just super fast paced. Just getting guys in space, getting the ball in the hand quicker. So less thinking and more football.
Less thinking, more football. Yeah, of course, Lenore's will not be as verbose as Nick was, but I think what you heard there is the tempo, right? He appreciates the tempo. And that is a really big part of this offense. One of the things that Kendall Briles has been known for. And even if he didn't have to say a lot of words, I think, you can even tell in his voice a little bit that he is excited to play a faster pace and not have to think as much. Let his instincts take over for him as well.
We will come back to this maybe a little bit later, but it's not actually less thinking. It's that the OC is taking the thinking away from the player. So I am doing the thinking for you, where you just have to react based on me setting these situations up. So it's not as if you're not thinking. I'm just giving you parameters to think about.
Absolutely. Now I got to think about who I'm going to pick this week because I am far behind in last place. Coming up next, Josh Harris is going to join us because it's the Corley Pool Solutions Checkered Flag Challenge. We'll make some racing picks coming up next here in the early game.
Press here for our good friends at Cato's Power Equipment. Cato's Power Equipment has been family owned and serving the Midlands since 1983. That's over 40 years. Third generation owner Ben Cato provides top-notch service, great deals, and the mom and pop values that you love. And Ben is determined to raise the standard of sales, service, and retail. Ben, an actual person, will come and talk to you. He will help you out. He will sell you your product, and they will service the product once you have it. That's what we're talking about when looking at Cato's Power Equipment. They're proud to offer a new selection of new pre-owned mowers, tractors, and more. So whether you're a weekend warrior or seasoned landscaping pro, Cato's has you covered. They have a huge selection of powerful tractors and all the gear you need for any outdoor project. So swing by Cato's Power Equipment today or call them at 803-254-3711. That's Cato's Power Equipment at 803-254-3711.
little bit of a slowdown on I-26 eastbound as you approach I-20. Outside of that, no accidents to report. 84 with a little bit of rain today, some sprinkles maybe this morning, a little heavier rain possible this afternoon. Tomorrow, a couple thunderstorms might pop up, 81 for the high, and some morning showers on Saturday with a high of 84. By Sunday, just some morning showers, and then we start getting back into the 90s. So enjoy a little bit of a reprieve. It's 81 with some clouds right now.
It's time to make some picks. It's the Corley Pool Solutions Checkered Flag Challenge. And joining us, as always, our man, Josh Harris, the man, the head honcho, Ryan Charles, over at Darlington Raceway. Joins us right now after a brief hiatus where Reggie Anderson crashed the party for a little bit. Josh, it's a lot easier for us to collude against Reggie if he's not here on air with us. So I'm glad you're back.
Well, glad to be back and appreciate Reggie filling in. I will just say he's welcome to join us any of these weeks so we maybe can pick up some good tips from him as he's basically come back with a vengeance here through the summer and reclaim his lead.
Oh, no kidding. I mean, what is he doing? How does he do it? Of course, this week, the pick that he has sent in, his son made that pick. So, I think he's got a little insider knowledge. His son seems to be pretty knowledgeable. So I think maybe he has a ringer in there.
We'll see what comes about it. I know he was talking about some maybe long-term family secrets or some recipes or something last week that may be contributing to his success. So if that's the case, we may have to get him back on here before these weeks.
I totally agree. We had a pretty good race at North Wilkesboro this past weekend. It was fun to get back. Hasn't been a points-paying race there since 30 years, and Logano ends up snapping a 45 race winless streak. So that was exciting. Some good momentum for Penske. What were your thoughts overall with how the racing ended up being in North Wilkesboro?
Yeah, I thought it was great to have a points race back there. I know it's something our fans have been asking for since that track was kind of brought back a few years ago with Speedway Motorsports and the help of Dale Jr. and a lot of folks. So it was cool to see as a fan. I think it shows the sport and how we're able to balance, going out to new markets like San Diego and Chicago and, balancing that with still paying tribute to the roots of our sport and getting a historic track like that. So that was exciting. The race itself, I think it's what a lot of people expected. It was kind of a throwback to North Wilkesboro races. Sometimes you get cars that hit on a good setup and can go out there and dominate. That's what Logano did. I think the second half of the race was probably a little skewed by the fact that you had some pit stops happening when the caution came out, and a lot of drivers got trapped and lapped down because of that, not necessarily because they were just getting lapped in the race. But nonetheless, if you just looked at it and saw 6 cars finished on the lead lap, you might think, what happened in that race?
Right.
But again, I don't think it told the whole story. You had guys like Chase Elliott who got trapped a lap down, but was one of the fastest cars on the track all night. So, but kudos to Logano, breaking that winless streak. Penske seems to do well at the shorter tracks. Obviously Blaney's been kind of carrying the Ford banner, the Team Penske banner through the year. But Joey and them put it together, broke that streak, and we'll see if it starts to change their fortunes over the next couple of weeks as we head into the end of the regular season.
Yeah, it is amazing how Penske has. Well, this definitely propelled Logano because of the potential 76 points for a race. He got 73, so he is back into the chase as far as the points are concerned at this point. He's sitting 15th. Team Cindric in 16th. Of course, Blaney, is sitting there in third, so he's been pretty secured. In fact, I believe he is locked in. So far, Hamlin, Reddick, and Blaney have clinched their positions in the playoffs. So still other people vying for the next several races. You look at Hendrick and you think, okay, they haven't had a whole bunch of wins this season, but yet they're still kind of plugging along. You've got Chase in fifth. You have Kyle in sixth. So, while they haven't been successful, or it had as many wins, they haven't been on the podium as much. It sure looks like they're still kind of just doing their thing kind of quietly and kind of securing their spot in the postseason.
Yeah, they're kind of if a team like Hendrick can be under the radar, maybe they are a little bit. Kyle, much like Logano's got a 40+ race winless streak he's trying to break. Obviously, Chase has gotten a win this year. Byron's had good runs, but nothing just stellar at this point. And then obviously Bowman's had some challenges with his health earlier in the year and has been coming back. So I think for a team like Hendrick Motorsports to be under the radar but still have guys in contention and putting themselves in position as we get down to the end of the regular season, it's probably they'll take that right now, and I'm sure they'd all rather be at their best over the final 10 races as we head in. But yeah, it's a little surprising to look up the standings and see that fewer wins out of Hendrick Motorsports to this point in the season.
Absolutely. So we move on to Indianapolis and of course the Brickyard 400. Looking forward to that activity. What are your thoughts? I know Bubba won last year, so kind of thoughts on getting back to a bigger speedway.
Yeah, I mean I've enjoyed the last two races back on the oval at Indianapolis, both 24 and 25, and to me, the decision to run a road course is what it was, but I'm so glad we're back on the oval, and I think where we need to be from just the history tradition of Indianapolis, and you start to look through it. Really, you've only got 2 years of data to kind of look and see who's maybe had some consistency there. And then also you got to balance it with who's running well this year. So obviously Bubba won last year. I think he finished well in the first year back. Tyler Reddick. Is this the week that Tyler finally breaks this kind of bad luck streak that he's had, and or is it a weekend where Kyle Larson gets back to victory lane and puts it all together? So I think there's a lot of cool storylines. Is there someone under the radar that we're not thinking about that's going to be able to jump up there and be in contention, since it's such a unique track compared to a lot of the others we race?
Yeah, it really is. So speaking of that and making those picks, Elijah, where are we right now?
I have taken back my rightful place in last.
Consistency is what we're saying.
Consistency. That's right. You know what you're going to get from me every single year. I'm last at 98. Right in front of me is Jen at 99. Tied above Jen is Josh and Preston at 101 and Reggie with 107. So that is 6 points. Reggie is ahead of second place. We need a big week right here. I have consulted my own team here in Tampa, and we have come to the conclusion that the first pick will go to Denny Hamlin.
I think it's a strong pick. I do believe he's a favorite for the weekend.
I'll play it safe.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to go with somebody who's driven there in a couple different types of cars, and I think he breaks a winless streak. As Preston looks at me, I think I want Kyle Larson.
Oh! Oops. Sniped again. The second time that's happened to Preston today.
Got me, man. Okay, my board is not going to be as a mess as it was earlier because I did have a second pick, and I'm going to go with Chase Briscoe.
Oh, very nice.
That's a good pick, Preston. I was about to jump in there with Chase Briscoe. It's the hometown kid.
Yep.
Oh man, that's I think you made a good one there.
keep saying Toyotas are running, so I'm a roll with them.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to have to stick with Toyota as well, and I'm going to go with a guy who's still looking for that first win this year. I'm going to go with Christopher Bell.
So had him on my list. Very nice. So that means for Reggie, he wants Bubba Wallace. Last year's winner. That's who Reggie wants. We'll see.
See if he can go back to back.
Oh man. Yep. Let's hope for our sake. Sorry, Bubba. We just can't have him have a win. That's
no,
the way
we
it is.
can't. We can't afford that. No, absolutely not. Oh man, that's so those are our picks. Hopefully, we have picked a winner there. That's not Reggie's pick, at
Right.
least. We'll give you our winners for today's show, though, coming up next year in the early game.
not the team. Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it. I want winners. Winners.
And every day we give you our Winners of the Day show, brought to you by the Golden Spur. Our last segment here at SEC Media Days. So the first winner of today, Preston Thorne, the golden winner of not just today, the week, Tampa, Florida. Beautiful town, beautiful backdrop.
Okay.
Been here on work assignment for the second straight year. It was the Final Four here last year and this year for SEC Media Days, and it's really grown on me. I had a friend one time tell me the best thing you could do in Tampa is to leave, and I disagree.
Tampa was good to me. Shout out to Ebor. Nothing better than going to a city and knowing your spots. Now that you're going back, you're like, oh, I got a couple spots. You can actually show some folks around. You be like, hey, this is like my new city here.
A seasoned vet. Been here a couple times now. Spent in the last 2 years. I've spent now a combined week and a half or so.
Yeah. I mean,
here in Tampa.
You're almost kind of like the person. You got spots. I'm going to give on that same note, with you being in Tampa, I am going to give a winner to technology because aside from one slight hiccup that we had yesterday morning, I believe, or 2 days ago, besides that, man, this thing has gone off pretty much without a hitch. So shout out to technology. Shout out to Randy. Shout out to everybody who's kept this thing going. We had some split screen action. We've had all kinds of stuff going this time. So shout out to technology and all the keepers of it.
We have been advanced in that regard this week.
We have moved forward, correct.
Feels good. It feels good to advance. Another winner of today's show, and this is a very Today Show specific winner here, getting sniped for Preston Thorne has had two different picks, whether it be our college draft, where I took Dak Prescott from out from underneath him, and then his NASCAR pick taken out from underneath him. Two straight things of drafts or picks that we do, and Preston had his number one option taken in both of them.
Very difficult circumstances. I think I was okay in the NASCAR because I had a contingency plan. The front office fell apart once Dak got picked. It was I still don't worry about that. But there is some redeemable efforts for me tomorrow. So I do get that. I want to give a quick shout out to an all-time winner, somebody who visited the house last night, the Tooth Fairy. Shout out to the Tooth Fairy.
The Tooth Fairy was in Northeast Columbia last night.
Northeast resident Tooth Fairy.
Yes, the Northeast resident or Northeast visitor.
Northeast visitor, the Tooth Fairy did visit last night. So
first time?
Second time.
That's exciting.
Yes, so second time. Yes, the Tooth Fairy was in the building. So shout out to the Tooth Fairy.
That's amazing.
I've got a question though, because I don't know how well you know the Tooth Fairy, Preston Thorne. I don't know what type of communication it happens between parent and Tooth Fairy. Is the Tooth Fairy accounting for inflation?
Well, depends on who you ask.
Back in my day, it was $1. Okay,
wow.
Back in my day, it was just $1. So now I am convinced that the price of the brick should be going up a little bit. That might just be me. I'm really curious as to what the Tooth Fairy's given out to account for some of our economic changes since I was that age.
That's a very fair question. I would say that it's best that the Tooth Fairy visits in the summer so that the recipient can commiserate with all of their classmates.
No,
so what they don't know won't hurt them.
Ah, very good. Never thought about that.
So going back to one of our conversations about the lack of transparency in the transfer market, is the Tooth Fairy akin to a college football coach that does not want word getting out how much one person is getting?
It's a little bit like that because you can't be like, you got what for the Tooth Fairy? Then the price will go up everywhere. So this is the Tooth Fairy market is not very transparent. That's a great point.
Do we need some kind of collective bargaining for this?
Collective bargaining for everybody. Correct.
The Tooth Fairy is a union member.
Because I'm going to tell you, Northeast resident, we are driving the price down.
Yep.
We are trying to keep it down.
If another kid calls the house asking about the Tooth Fairy's house prices, you will not be very transparent. The same way a college coach might not be as 100% truthful when it comes to.
You are absolutely correct on that. Sir.
That's awesome.
Wow. Little did we know that today we would find a link between the transfer portal market and what the Tooth Fairy is doling out these days in the year of our Lord 2026.
Solid.
Oh, man. Oh, that's great. You know what? Maybe I should do some investigative journalism, lose a tooth, and see exactly what happens to me.
I don't think it works for adults. I don't know how that works. I think it goes backwards.
Maybe the magic isn't there. I don't know.
You have to pay the dentist. The opposite.
We should ask an NHL player. Yeah, we should ask anybody from the NHL. What does the Tooth Fairy give them? Oh, that's all we have for today's show. Tyler Head, the Extra Point. Last day here in Tampa. Next. Now, I want you to listen to me all the time, but if you are specifically a business, a school, a university, a nonprofit organization, I really want you to listen up right now because it's time for you to promote your brand and do it in style. And there's only one-stop shop here in town where you can get the perfect prints, the perfect promotional things, right? Like uniforms, signs, branded apparel. You can go to School Cuts and Minuteman Press. School Cuts takes care of the quality screen printing, right? Embroidery on things like uniforms, spirit wear, the branded apparel, the clothes, the hats, the shirts. When it comes to Minuteman Press, they can do the professional printing, the signage, right? Including the brochures, booklets, banners, yard signs, any type of promotional product you can think of. Minuteman Press will take care of that for you. And School Cuts and Minuteman Press in the same family now. So you can go to either location at 1415 Gervais Street, Columbia, or 518 Western Street, West Columbia. Remember, School Cuts, Minuteman Press, get it done.
No accidents to report at this time, so hopefully it's been a good morning for you thus far, and could see some rain coming in, maybe a couple showers this morning. Increased rain this afternoon after lunchtime. 84 is the high we're looking for. Some thunderstorms tomorrow earlier today. 81 and maybe some morning showers on Saturday. 84 for the high, sitting currently at 81.
Can you give that a turn a little bit this way? Should be able to hear myself. There we go. Welcome in 9 o'clock on your Thursday morning. It is the Extra Point, day 4 of SEC Media Days. Leatherhead still here in Tampa for at least the next couple of hours. Zach Feltry back at home in the Columbia studios. Glad you made it back safe, Jack. How was the trek home yesterday?
Honestly, not that bad, man. I stopped for lunch pretty early on and then got gas and was able to make the trip relatively fine. Not traffic, honestly, a little bit. But overall, I think I was probably, the ride was about, on maps, it said it was 7.5.
Okay.
It probably ended up being 8 with the 2 stops. So I feel pretty good because it took forever to get down there on Monday, with the oil change and whatnot, and then stopping. And the funny part about Monday was I was at Jersey Mike's in Cooler, Georgia for lunch. And I was ready to go to the bathroom afterwards. And I'm waiting like 10 minutes at Jersey Mike's for somebody to get out of the bathroom. Like, I really had to go. So I was kind of getting annoyed. I banged on the door and the guy's like yelling and whatnot. And then I walked over to Moe's next door to try to go to the bathroom. And I'm waiting 10 more minutes. And I'm like, what is going on today? Like, why is everybody taking 10 minutes in the bathroom? I don't get it. So eventually I went to Moe's, the manager there. I'm like, look, did somebody open the door, see what's up? I don't know what's going on. And of course, door's locked. Nobody's in there. So that was just my luck. But the trip on the way back was a lot smoother, to say the least.
Good. Jack being locked out of 2 consecutive bathrooms for 10 minutes at a time. That's a rarity. I hope that doesn't happen again. Speaking of bathrooms, by the way, 2 days in a row now that I've run into Nick Saban in the bathroom here.
Wow. Okay. So he's back.
I don't know what to make of that.
So he's back for day 2.
Yes, he is.
Nice. Or day 4, I guess.
Day 4. Because he's doing stuff with the SEC network over there and all that stuff. So he was doing hits on ESPN yesterday all day long and all that kind of stuff too. So of all the places to meet him twice, it's in the bathroom.
Now,
so I'll at least have funny stories to tell.
Yeah. Did you ask him about Lane Kiffin today and what he's gonna say or what?
No, it was one of those like I'm coming out of the bathroom as he's coming in, just like holding the door, and he's like, "Hey, buddy, how's it going? Good, coach.
Legend.
Thanks." And that was kind of it. So again, a bathrooms to me is not a place to have a long form discussion.
No.
So it was just kind of in passing, but it is funny that I ran into. It's one of those things. If I had a nickel for every time I ran into Nick Saban in the bathroom, I'd only have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it is weird that it's twice. You know what I mean?
I see him on TV right now on SEC Network. His suit looks very good today. I like the tie he's wearing today. It's not like a crimson color, but it's a little a little darker than that. So he's got a good fit going on today.
Jack, that suit probably costs more than you and I make in a year combined.
Oh, 100%. I can imagine, I'm sure Miss Terry has a lot of cool clothes in her closet, but I'm sure Nick has got a ton of nice suits in there for days like today.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I see all these coaches and players, mainly the coaches walking around in their nice suits and all that kind of stuff. And I can't help but wonder, how many of the wives of the coaches are the ones that picked out those suits they're wearing here today?
I'm telling you, man, I think you're crazy if you're not asking your spouse, significant other, girlfriend, fiance, whoever, to help you out with this stuff. It's just women know best when it comes to what to wear.
Oh, yeah.
I go to Caroline every single time about what to wear. And she usually comes up with some really good choices for sure.
Yeah, no, I ask my wife about everything that I was going to wear this week to get her approval of yes or no if that looks good or not. So yeah, it's always smart to go with the lady and ask her what she thinks looks best on you to make sure you don't look dumb in a professional setting like this, I guess.
So, but yeah, you ready for day 4 to get rolling here? Kiffin's gonna be speaking here soon. Get the day off to a spicy start.
Yeah, all the people are running into the main room right now because I believe he's starting to speak right about now. I haven't seen him yet this morning. I imagine he'll be doing some radio rounds coming up right after that. We have one of the Louisiana stations right behind us, so probably see him over my shoulder at some point later on today. But yeah, it's an interesting lineup, and they did an interesting layout of like, all right, you got a guy in Lane Kiffin that everybody wants to hear from, everybody wants to talk to, everybody wants to see. You've got Ryan Silverfield and Jeff Levy, which obviously are going to be intriguing to the local markets there. And then you got Steve Sarkisian to round out the day at 2:55 that, again, everybody wants to hear from. So they've created a lot of intrigue for day number 4, where in years past, a lot of people they're kind of skirting out at noon, don't have to really listen to the last couple coaches. They've kind of saved one of the big dogs for last in Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah, totally. And I think that's good. It's good the way they've broken it up to where, look, thank God Silverfield's not going last today because everyone would be out of there. Like, you kind of sandwich.
There'd be nobody in there.
Yeah. I like the way they've sandwiched him and Silverfield and Levy together to where, you get at the end of the morning, it's Silverfield, and then to start the afternoon, it is going to be Jeff Levy from Mississippi State. And honestly, yeah, I mean, Mississippi State's an intriguing team. I think they're going to end up being a bowl eligible team this year. I think they're going to finally figure it out a little bit and save Levy's job. Much like Beamer, I think Levy with another bad season here would definitely be, maybe gone at the end of the year. I think he's on the hot seat right now. So yeah, Mississippi State's an intriguing team to talk about today. And then you look at Texas to round out the day. It would not shock me at all, right, if that's probably the top pick to win the SEC this season in the preseason poll, which comes out at some point tomorrow.
I did vote for Georgia. I voted Georgia and Texas to be 1 and 2 to play for the SEC championship. But I feel like we have this conversation every single year. Texas or Alabama's the trendy pick, and then Georgia goes in there and wins the SEC championship game anyway. So until proven otherwise, I just have to keep picking Georgia until they give me a reason not to, right?
No, I agree. I'm running through right now. I'm going to have Texas at 1, Georgia at 2, but I'm having Georgia win the SEC. And just until Texas has got to show me that they can go out there and Georgia. And if they do, well, then next year maybe I'll pick Texas to win this thing. But until proven otherwise, you got to roll with the defending champs from the SEC.
We got a lot to talk about in terms of the coaches that did speak yesterday. We'll get more into what Beamer and the players said 2 days ago now as well. But first, Jack, it is 44 days until kickoff, and we get to the number 44, representing none other than Maurice Brown, who last season hauled in the first reception of the year from Lenore Sellers in that game against Virginia Tech. And was that surprising to you last year that he was the first guy to get the ball in his hands from Sellers in game number 1?
Yeah, I don't think he would have had he would have probably had tremendously bad odds to be the guy that gets the first reception. And if you bet on him, you would have cashed in on a lot of money for sure. But yeah, I was not expecting that. It ended up being a pretty good play, if I'm not mistaken. I think they got a first down. It was like a 10-yard catch and run. So yeah, that was interesting to see the first play be to him on that play.
So obviously a lot of new talent that's coming from the transfer portal, including another tight end in Max Drag. Maurice Brown is returning for his senior year as well. Who do we think is going to get that first reception this year? Obviously, it's going to be against Kent State, an opportunity to really flash the offense against an inferior opponent. Let's just call it what it is. But who do we think is getting that first touch in terms of a reception in game number 1 this year?
Good question. I don't know. I kind of like Nitro. I think Nitro Tuggle could be a guy that I don't know if he'll be the leading receiver for this team this year. I think it's still got to be Nick, but a nice number 2 option that could go for hopefully 500 or more yards like he did at Purdue last season. Yeah, I mean, Nitro, let him make some noise early on. But I can also see them definitely running the ball first play of the game.
Well, they ran the ball in the first play last year, I believe. I'm just talking about the first actual.
Yeah, first actual pass. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, whatever play that ends up coming on, second, third, fourth, whatever. Because again, I don't think anybody would have taken Maurice Brown to take that first reception a year ago. And I think like Tuggle's a good option. You can obviously go the safe route with Harbor or Jaden Sellers. How about DJ Black? We've been talking about him a lot, and somebody that's generated a lot of buzz through the springtime. Phil Steele, talked about him the other week when we had him on. That there's something to that. There's something to DJ Black that. Again, we don't get to see with our own eyes yet because it's been during spring practice and all that. But he might end up being kind of one of those main guys in this receiving core, and maybe it wouldn't shock me if he gets the first touch of the season as well.
Yeah, no, that was a guy that Lenore Sellers was talking about as he was asked during the podium session of who's a guy that we're not talking about right now that is going to be impactful for South Carolina this year. And he did say DJ Black, so. I mean, he brought up the fact that from the spring game a couple of years ago, when Sellers was a freshman, he threw like a long pass to him or something. So, yeah, I mean, look, DJ Black, guy that's coming back home last year here, could totally see him making some sort of impact. We'll see how they utilize him now.
Is there anybody that's similar to Maurice Brown that you would be pretty surprised if they hauled in the first reception of the year?
Yeah, I would say, I don't know. I mean, yeah, like if it's like one of like the real backup running backs on the depth chart, maybe they do like a short pass to a running back to start. I'd be a little surprised if it's somebody buried on the depth chart, but that's what I mean though. Like I was not expecting Maurice Brown, at the tight end position to be the first guy. I thought it would have been like Brady Hunt or something, but yeah, that's kind of what I mean is a guy like Maurice Brown. When you think of him. He's more of your special teams guy. You don't think of him being like the first guy to catch a pass at tight end. So that would be kind of what I said.
By the way, do you know how many career receptions Maurice Brown has?
Not many. I know he has a touchdown somewhere in there. I'm gonna say
3.
I was about to say 3. Yeah,
3, and one of them was in that opener last year against Virginia Tech. So yeah, very surprising. Again, we'll see what they obviously end up deciding to do on play number 1. You almost kind of feel like. With a new offense in Kendall Briles, you almost kind of want to see a little bit of razzle-dazzle, right? Like, again, you don't have to break out the trickiest of trick plays, but something that really kind of shows, like, hey, we're different on offense this year. Maybe it's a deep ball to Harbor or something along those lines. It just, kind of pops the crowd a little bit in game number 1.
Yeah, no, totally. You want to have some flair out of the gate in game 1. You don't want to show off your entire bag of tricks with the playbook in game 1. State, but yeah, you want to go out there, have some explosiveness, have some good plays, knock the rust off right away. Yeah, there's definitely. Honestly, this will sound crazy. I really think they could go deep on like play number 1. Like I feel like maybe they go like the Elijah Campbell play from the spring game 2 years ago, where they do what was the play called, like a flea flicker or something. Like I could totally see them trying to go deep to Harbor on the first play.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking down here. I'm 99% sure John Daly's sitting like 50 feet away from me now.
Well,
yeah,
he is a big Arkansas guy.
Yeah, that beard is unmistakable. Sorry, that caught my attention.
Oh, that's funny, man. That's awesome.
You never know who you're going to see at this.
Yeah.
SEC Media Days, man. SEC Media Days. But yeah, 44 days until kickoff. Obviously, we're excited about what the offense is going to look like. And some of the players talked about that the other day. We'll get into some of those comments coming up next. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head live at SEC Media Days. Jack Phelps, you're back in Columbia here in the game.
At AAA Heating and Air, home comfort is their top priority. Give them a call today at 803-677-1500. Schedule a seasonal maintenance appointment. AAA Heating and Air's qualified technicians put your mind at ease with a thorough inspection of your heating and cooling system, as well as a cleaning, too. Join their popular AAA Comfort Club to take advantage of special extras such as flexible visits, added discounts, and priority scheduling, and so much more. AAA Heating and Air also offers indoor air quality products that work with your HVAC system to improve your home's air quality. Cleaning the air eliminates common household odors, removes allergens, pollutants, and can even improve sleep and reduce the spread of some viruses. So go to callAAAtoday.com for more info. Again, call 3Atoday.com for more info. Tell them Jack from 107.5 The Game sent you on over.
All right, welcome back in. It is the Extra Point Tyler Head and Jack Felcher along with you. Day number 4 of SEC Media Days. Lane Kiffin currently speaking in the big room right now, and we'll keep you updated on what he says. If there's any kind of zingers or anything. A lot of people have been talking about Lane Kiffin this week, including Pete Golding yesterday. Of course, being asked questions about him, players, and all that kind of stuff too. I think it was Kawan Lacey that just basically said he was my coach last year, and now he's not. So they're trying to keep it as tight-lipped as possible with all the drama around Lane Kiffin, though drama follows him no matter where he ends up going. But, Jack, we have a lot of reason to be excited about this Gamecocks team this year, mainly because of the changes on offense. Kendall Browse coming in as the offensive coordinator. And when we heard from the players the other day here at Media Days, they expressed their excitement for what this offense is supposed to be this year. Let's start off with cut number 39, Dave. This is Lenore Sellers talking about the offense from his perspective.
Preparing, what questions you get asked, stuff like that. Seeing the same people, I love it. Just super fast paced, just getting guys in space, getting the ball in the hand quicker. So you guys think that more football.
And this is cut number 50. This is Nick Harbor talking about what he likes in this offense so far.
Yeah, Coach Browns. I mean, he's just been a blessing to us. He's allowed us the opportunity to play free. And when I say play free, I mean he's giving us options in our own route. Like you can have 3 options in one route depending on what you see, and that's just the beauty of that offense. It's high, it's fast, it's high octane. It's like a Ferrari. You get in, you just go, and that's what we learned. That's what we took in. But I mean, like the spring was so fun, just to learn that, and just to be able to play like that. Like that's some of the best ball I've ever played. It's some of the best ball anybody has seen me play in Columbia, and I just can't wait for the fans to see it. I can't wait for the fans just to see all of us working and just the hard work that we have put into this offense. Just from the whole receiver room, just competing with each other. And I just speak on my receiver room too. Is man, all right, we got a great group of guys, and it's just like everybody just goes in there. They just work, and they just work. They make me better every single day.
Jack, what do you make of those comments that we heard from both those players?
Yeah, no, I think with Briles taking over this offense, we're not going to really know what it looks like for sure until you get to the season. But, yeah, hearing little snippets of what they think about this offense, yeah, it definitely sounds like it's going to be, hearing the offense described as fun by those guys there's a night and day difference from last year with, I think people cringe when you say this, but the pro-style offense that Mike Shula ran last season at South Carolina. And honestly, pro-style had been the case for this offense for the last few years. So, yeah, running something different that is a little bit more creative, taking a few more risks, I think it's a worthy, attempt here with Kendall, taking over. You could argue, like, if his offense clicks this year, South Carolina could have a really, really special year. So we'll see what happens, but it's good to hear so far that the guys are liking what he's got with this offense.
I kind of like to apply the ex-girlfriend theory when I hear comments like that, because when you break up with one girl, start dating a new girl, people ask you, hey, what do you like about the new girl? And you list off, she's funny, she's nice, she's kind, all this kind of stuff. It's typically things that the other girl wasn't doing that come to the front of your mind when you talk about what you're enjoying about the new relationship. And I think that's something pretty similar when you hear the players talking about this new offense and Sellers saying, hey, we're getting guys out in space, which is something you weren't doing as much with that Shula offense a year ago. And look, the Briles offense is designed for that space with the wide splits where guys are kind of lined up outside the hash marks. And we believe that's going to be beneficial for those short, quick throws for Sellers to be able to get it out quick, get the guys in space, let them use their athleticism like Nitro Tuck and like Nick Harbor to gain those extra yards. And then with Nick there, talking about being able to play free, having multiple route concepts and all that kind of stuff, which was something that was a criticism of the Shula offense a year ago, was the limited of options that receivers seemed to have when it came to running routes and on the plays themselves, where you'd have a bunch of guys, going deep and 10 plus yards down the field. You sometimes didn't have those shorter options for Sellers to be able to check down to, which is one of many reasons why the offense struggled as much as it did. So, and again, we have to take this all with a grain of salt, because last year at Media Days and last year in the offseason, all these guys were talking about how excited they were about Shula's offense and how great it was and all that too, because that's what you're supposed to say in these type of settings. Nobody's coming here and say, well, the offense sucks, I don't like our coordinator, we need to hire somebody else. So we have to be weary of that a little bit. But what we know about this offense, what we think it's going to look like, we think we have good reason to be excited for it.
Yeah, totally. I think that we're going to see this offense do pretty well in the first 2 games of the year. Everyone will get excited. Then it's like, okay, what are you going to do against SEC competition? Because it's great to put up 50 points a game against the first 2 teams you're playing. You're supposed to do that. But yeah, the real tell of like what this offense is going to be will be that first, like, get me through the first month of the season and see this offense putting up like 30 points a game at least. I'm feeling pretty good about what they can do the rest of the year.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, I think we're all going to be excited to hopefully see them put up a ton of points and a ton of yards in the first 2 games. What you do against Mississippi State in week number 3 is going to set the tone. And look, I don't know where Mississippi State's going to fall in terms of defenses in the SEC, but if you struggle against them, then that's probably a bad sign for things going forward. If you can light them up too, then okay, we're going to have more optimism. And look, Beamer teams typically get off to slow starts. If this offense can be firing on all cylinders by week 3 or week 4, then hopefully as you play typically your best football in the month of November, it will continue to get better and better and better. We'll be talking about a team that can, as we kind of talked about yesterday, be in that 30-plus point range on average every single game.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you give yourself a great chance to be successful if you are going out there. And, for instance, 2 years ago, Dow Loggins. I know there was a lot of criticism about him, but I think South Carolina actually showed some good stuff down the stretch to where they did finish the year averaging 30 points per game. If that's what you're getting this season, and maybe a little bit then some and more, yeah, I think you could definitely have a chance to have the record that you did 2 years ago. Because, yeah, you went 9-4 when you were averaging 30 points a game with the great defensive season that you had. I think we all expect the defense to be pretty good this year. Took a little bit of a step back at times last year, but overall still gave you a chance to win a lot of football games. You get that, maybe a little bit improved defensively, like a step back forward, and then you get the offense to give you 30 points a game. Yeah, you're going to win more football games than you did a year ago.
Is there any part of you that's concerned this offense won't work?
A little, because I think year one of the Bryles offense is typically pretty good, historically speaking. Year 2 is a little bit of a step back. I think he's going to do well here at South Carolina. He had success at Arkansas. Arkansas was a lot better under him offensively than they are now. I would say my concern, if it's on a scale 1 to 10, maybe like a 3. But I think that's more so just because you have SEC quality defenses going up against you for 9 games this season, and I don't expect South Carolina to win all of them. I think there are going to be games on the schedule, like when you go to Norman in October. I think Oklahoma is going to give you fits, and it's going to be tough to score a ton of points. So there will be games like that, but for the most part, like outside of that and like the Georgia game maybe, I think you have a chance to win any of these other games on your schedule.
Yeah, look, any change in staff always comes with the risk of it not going the way you want it to go. But as we talk about, that bar is so low to clear what this offense was a year ago. And look, we hope it clears it significantly. But as we've said many times, anything better than what you had is probably going to be pretty good, or at least give you the opportunity to win more games. Because, again, the defense did their job plenty of times a year ago, keeping you in games that you probably didn't have any business being in. It's that the offense couldn't manage to score in the fourth quarter. 8 out of 12 games a year ago, that ended up being your downfall. So if you can be a few steps better, which we're hoping even more than that, but you can just be a few steps better than what the offense was under Shula last year, I think this team's going to be just fine.
No, I think so. I think getting to that 30-point range, and you feel pretty good about where this offense is. I think a lot of fans would take that this year.
Well, when the offense is not able to get into the end zone, if they're in a certain range, they'll obviously be trying to kick some field goals. But who's going to be doing that kicking for South Carolina? We got an update on the kicking competition the other day from Shane Beamer. We'll discuss that coming up next. But real quick, want to shout out more of our sponsors allowing us to be out here for the SEC Media Days, including AAA Heating and Air, Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, and Westco Brew and Bowl. Thank you again so much for being a part of our SEC Media Days experience. Kicking competition conversation coming up next on the Extra Point here in the game. All right, welcome back in. SEC Media Day number 4. Rolling along here. Lane Kiffin just wrapped up. I'll share some of the instant comments coming up at the end of the hour because Elijah's informed me of at least one doozy that he said that we'll talk about coming up here in a minute. But right now we're breaking down South Carolina and getting to some of the things that Shane Beamer said the other day that we didn't get a chance to talk about yesterday. One of them being the kicking competition, as once again we're going into a season not exactly knowing who the primary kicker is going to be. And on Wednesday, Coach Beamer gave an update on how that competition's going.
Yeah, I made the mistake. We have to check the pronunciation. I think it's Malik. I called him. No. I called him Malik the first time I met him, and I got corrected. I think that's one of those things. Whatever it was, 2 years ago, we had a competition, and or really 3 years ago, I think, with Jeter and Herrera. I think in 2024 went almost to like the week of the first game, and made the decision. And then before that, there was a competition. Maybe it was 22, whatever year it was. We had a competition that went late. To answer your question, I don't think it's super critical to name a starting kicker before 2 weeks out or whatever. I think it's a little bit different than quarterback position or something like that. But he's thrown himself into the mix in the competition with Max and Upton, and those guys are, like a lot of our positions competing this summer, but like where all three of those guys are, we'll get them a ton of kicks in preseason. Coach Smiley and I have talked a lot already about how to manufacture more live kicks in practices without staying out on the field longer than we need to get the kickers kicks. But certainly that's a critical position, as we know, and like the three that we have, and we'll give them an opportunity to kind of compete and see where they go, see where things are, and then make a decision as we get into game one.
So as you mentioned there, Malik Orson, who transfers in from Southeastern Missouri State, Upton Bellafant coming in from Texas Tech, and Max Kelly, who's returning for a second year at South Carolina, the three guys competing for that job right now. Look, this very likely is not going to be settled until right up to the start of the season. He's kind of alluded to there. Heck, as he's done in years past, we might have multiple guys kick through those first 2 games when given the opportunity because, like everything else, you got 8 quarters of, not the best competition to kind of feel things out before, obviously, week number 3 against Mississippi State, where you do need to figure out who your primary kicker is going to be by then.
Yeah, no, totally. And when you look at the kicking situation, can you really blame Beamer for not wanting to name a kicker like right away? Like wait until the last minute to figure things out? I mean, look, unless there's a clear-cut guy in that group, middle of the preseason, and we talk to him and he feels comfortable enough to name a guy, then sure. But I think this is going to probably be another competition where it's like, look, a lot of unknown. Who is going to separate themselves? Because, look, at the end of the day, you need a guy that can go out there and not just make field goals, but you need a guy that can hit field goals from a specific range. Like when you get inside the 30-yard line and it's 4th and 6, like you don't want to have to go for it every time. You want to feel comfortable enough to kick a 45-yard field goal and feel confident enough that it's going to go in. You don't want to get into a situation where you feel like you need to go for it every time because you don't trust your kickers out there. That's why you brought in new guys for a reason. You revamped that room. And look, these guys, we see them kicking from 50, 60 yards in the summer and warm-ups and whatnot. And I know there's no defenses in front of them, but they have range, right? Like these guys have shown it. They have the range. Can they go out there and make a big kick when it matters? And that's the other thing. Like, can they kick it when it's a hostile environment on the road and you have a sellout crowd? It's one thing to do it in warm-ups. It's another thing to do it when there's pressure. And we saw 2 years ago firsthand, South Carolina had at least 3 instances that I can think of off the top of my head where there was a big kick. South Carolina missed it. Of course, Alex Herrera made the kick against Clemson that helped the Gamecocks win that game on the road. So got to give him credit for that. But he missed kicks against Bama, LSU, even the Citrus Bowl against Illinois. Having a good kicker really matters. It may not seem like it, but believe me, in these tight-knit games, you're not going to score a touchdown every single drive. Sometimes you're going to have to settle for 3, and Carolina needs to be able to have a guy that can be dependable.
Well, you need somebody dependable in those longer range situations, which you haven't had the past couple years, when you combine Alex Herrera and Williams Joyce's stats the past 2 years, from 40 plus, I believe they are combined 12 of 20, including most of those misses coming between 40 and 49. Herrera is the only one that attempted one of 50 plus yards. Joyce didn't attempt any last year. But as you get into those longer range field goals, you have not been consistent enough in that area the past couple of years. And obviously points are at a premium in the SEC. So having a kicker that you can rely on once you get into that fringe of field goal territory around the 30 to 35 yard line is going to be really, really key. And here's the thing about kicking competitions that I like is the fact that they are as straightforward as any competition on the team in terms of the depth chart, right? Because quarterback, there's a million different things you can look at in terms of like footwork, release, reading defenses, all that kind of stuff, running backs and other sub-odds, the same thing. When it comes to kicking, it is truly, is it going through the uprights or not? And I don't know how many kicks these guys are getting off in practice. Let's just say they're each attempting 20 kicks a day. And if Upton Belafant makes 19 out of 20, Max Kelly is making 17 out of 20, and Malik Orson making 15 out of 20, well, guess what? Upton Belafant's leading the charge then. You know what I mean? So you have more of a straightforward way to decide this, and I'm perfectly fine if this lasts into the season to make sure you get this right for when the real games start in week number 3 against Mississippi State.
And maybe it does last into the season because here's the thing with the kicking situation. Like I mentioned, with going on the road, you're going to be in tough crowds and whatnot. It's tough to simulate. Like you can go through as many kicks as you want from any range, any hash mark, whatever. It's tough to simulate what it's going to be like going through an actual big kick until you get to the regular season. So I think even if they feel good about the guy they have as the starting kicker, I don't feel like it's truly, truly decided until you get to the season. And granted, first 3 games are at home, and the first 2 are against teams that you're going to score a lot of points against. So there will be a lot of opportunities to kick. You really don't know what you have until you see the guys go out there in a game situation where you're with the crowd and whatnot, and it'll be at home, so that'll help. But yeah, the pressure of an in-game kick, that's really where you're going to learn a lot about those guys and who sticks out the most. But again, it's tough to simulate that during practice. So yeah, it may just come down to, like you said, Tyler, like who is consistently making the most kicks during the practice situations and in scrimmages.
Yeah. So week number 4, your first road trip, as we we're alluding to there, on the road at Alabama, and let's just say Upton Belafant, and you tell me that Upton Belafant goes 3 for 3 with field goals of 42, 48, and 55. I'm going to feel really good about where the kicking spot's at coming away from that game if that ends up being the case.
No, totally. Yeah, you'd like to. It would just be nice, I think, for South Carolina when, like, it's really going to be nice if they have a guy that can make a big kick down the stretch, right? That's kind of what you want is that. I mean, look, they were, 2 points away from having a different outcome in 24 to make the playoff potentially. If they made a field goal, you're looking at going to the college football playoff. So, yeah, if you feel like you have the team this year to get there, you better have a good kicker to get you some big kicks down the stretch.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, that competition will be raging on through preseason practice coming up here in a couple weeks leading up to game number 1 in 44 days. Well, day 4 of Media Days is underway, and Lane Kiffin is already sparking conversation with some of his comments. We'll tell you what he said in the main room coming up next. It is the Extra Point, Tyler Head and Jack Veltri on your Thursday on the Game. Back in, it is the Extra Point. Tyler Head and Jack Veltri on your Thursday on the game. Working to get my live stream camera back up here, so bear with us for a moment. The internet being shared by everybody in this gigantic hotel is a little in and out. So we'll try and get that camera back up coming up here in just a second. But Jack, we've heard from our first speaker of the day, that being Lane Kiffin, who led things off at 9:05 this morning. A few interesting comments that I do want to share, and we'll obviously have the audio and all that kind of stuff for the show to dive into more tomorrow. Lane Kiffin did talk about giving up social media, which if you haven't kind of kept up on Twitter, he hasn't been on it for, I think, the past couple of months, really, which is un-Lane Kiffin-like. Said he learned about subtracting things from his life, mentioning, his prior past with alcohol and toxic relationships. And this was the one that got people really talking. He said, he started reflecting on this Pete Thamel, reflecting on focusing what matters as he gets older and came to the realization about mortality. He said, I really started thinking when I grew up, there were two people I thought wouldn't die, my dad and Hulk Hogan. Obviously, both those guys passing away pretty recently, but it seems that Lane Kiffin is maybe changed a little bit, maybe maturing in some ways. Though I think we're always weary about saying that about him, but that is what Lane Kiffin had to say this morning.
Lane Kiffin growing up. What world are we living in here? Where
it only took 50 years. But
yeah, yeah. No, it's funny to hear that, but no, good for him. Seriously, good for him to give that stuff up. And I saw it's also mentioned he was giving up alcohol and toxic relationships. So yeah, good for him to be the better man. What feels like for at least once here. But yeah, I mean, it's always interesting with Lane Kiffin up at the podium. Apparently, he also said, "quote We're all gonna die." I think it's a little out of context, but yeah.
I think that went along with what he said about Hulk Hogan, his dad.
Yeah,
and just kind of being aware of mortality a little bit more. And look, Lane Kiffin grew up in the 1980s, and Hulk Hogan was a superhero to kids back then. So I as odd of a comment as it is, I get what he's trying to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, totally. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at seeing like what else. Again, I haven't gotten a chance to really listen to him yet. I'm just seeing what people are tweeting out there about what he said and whatnot. It seems like a lot of it is about the reflecting on his life and whatnot and all of that. He said some stuff about the 9-game schedule and NIL budgets. He also said, he was asked about playing Mississippi State again this year. He said, quote, I can't get away from Mississippi State, which is true. And guess what? You also can't get away from having to play Ole Miss. How do you feel about that game being as early as it is in the year? I kind of love that it is
I love it.
Yeah, I love that it's that first SEC game for those two teams to open September there. I think it's fitting. And I like that it's in Oxford. You can't have it any other way.
Oh, yeah, and not to mention, he also has to make a trip to Knoxville later on in the year. We heard Heupel the other day talking about, hey, go get your mustard, go get your golf balls and all that kind of stuff. But I do wonder, and real quick, Elijah informed me that his opening statement was like 19 minutes long, which, again, all these coaches are kind of kept in a box of about 30 minutes when they speak in the main room. So he did prevent a lot of questions being asked. So I think they only got 4 questions, but
yeah,
that's smart on his part, because here's the thing, like the local media in LSU is not going to ask him when he's doing hit with radio stations around here from his local market. They're not going to ask him a bunch of Ole Miss stuff. The only opportunity for that really would have been in that main room. And Lane Kiffin made sure that was going to be as limited as possible. So he's not a dummy. I'll give him that.
Well, to be fair, he was also, so if I'm not mistaken, in the electronic room there, I believe they just go right into questions there. So that's about 10 or so minutes. So if anything, I think the way it works is that you go to the electronic room first, then the main media room. I'm not sure what he did today, but whenever he's over at the electronic room, I'm sure there will be questions about that sort of stuff, as long as they're jumping right into questions. But yeah, very smart on him, because it was 4 questions from the main media room, which, hey, that's Lane Kiffin for you.
And I don't know, maybe this stuff that he's talking about with, coming to realizations about his own life and losing people that were important to him, and maybe, and also dealing with the blowback of the way that he left Ole Miss, maybe we are going to see a new Lane Kiffin. I'm always weary about that. We watched that SEC Network special or whatever last year about how much he had changed, and then a month later he's packing up and leaving Ole Miss and leaving his clothes on the tarmac. So I can never fully believe things change until I see it for a long enough period of time. I haven't just seen that yet, but we'll see. Maybe this is a new one. Who knows?
Yeah, I do want to hear though some thoughts more on leaving Ole Miss, that first game. I want to hear some of his response to what some of these coaches have had to say, like Heupel and Golding, and I'm sure there are others that I'm not remembering here. Like, I think a lot of coaches have had little quips with Lane this week.
Yeah, for sure. And again, he's still got to make later, so that stuff comes up. We'll see him talking about it tomorrow. But we had 4 coaches that did talk yesterday. We'll dive into all coming up next. Real quick, want to thank more of our sponsors allowing us to be out here for SEC Media Days. Again, could not do it without all of these great people, which include Atkins Law, SC Lumber, and Louisiana Kitchens. Thanks so much for being part of our SEC Media Days experience. Hour number 2 on the way on your Thursday on the Game. Test. Okay. I've literally not touched anything. It is weird. Trust Hour presented by Krantz Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. Tyler Head, Jack Feltry, and do we have Wes Mitchell joining us as well? I can't see the other camera.
I'm here.
All right, Wes Mitchell's here as well. Just making sure. How we doing, Wes?
I'm good. How are you, Tyler?
Doing good. Ready to peel out of here in about an hour, but doing good.
Are you gonna obey all speed limits, or you're going NASCAR all the way back to Columbia?
I average around 5 to 10 miles an hour over, which is reasonable, and I feel like most people do. If I told Jack, I think I mentioned earlier, if I can get home by like 8 tonight, I'll consider that a win.
Okay, yeah.
So,
always good to have goals.
Always good to have goals. If you go slightly over the speed limit for a prolonged period of time, you'll save time. Go.
I just really hope that you get through your home state cleanly. I feel like every time I'm making the trip from South Carolina to Florida or Florida to South Carolina, you get bogged down at some point. So I'll be wishing you well, Tyler.
Thank you. Yeah, not good. The trip down here, down the coast on 95 was pretty good, and here's hoping that it can be the same coming up later on today going back. Obviously, we just heard from Lane Kiffin a little while ago there in the main media room as we're wrapping things up this week, and we'll get to one of these cuts from John Summerall in a minute. I think Summerall made one media day so far in terms of most quotable or most notable things that he said. Again, we'll get one of these quotes coming up here in a second, but he definitely brought the energy, which is something that Florida's not had the past couple of years with Billy Napier.
Yeah, and I think my biggest takeaway from this whole thing is we got a bunch of coaches that I feel like we do not have a just super strong feel for who they are yet, right? And you've got a lot of new personalities that are in the conference, and I feel like for a lot of these guys, Tyler, maybe they've already obviously done a bunch of press conferences, and their fans or their local media have started to get a feel for who they are and what they're all about. But for a lot of us, I feel like this is a first impression. So first impression for Summerall, first impression for Stein at Kentucky, first impressions at Auburn and Arkansas. Like this is it feels like this is a relatively fresh group that are like these things kind of go in cycles where maybe you have a stretch where you have a lot of at least somewhat long tenured coaches. I know it's hard to be a long tenured coach, but then you have this cycle where it feels like you have a lot of new guys, and certainly feels like we're getting to know a lot of new guys this time around.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say off of that. I mean, outside, I wasn't a big fan of Summerall's comment about the phone going off or whatever, and kind of acting all tough guy and whatnot. You'd be kicked out of this meeting or whatever if you were a player. Like, okay, that's great. There's no need to try to embarrass anyone in that media room. I'm sure nobody meant for their phone to go off during that main media session. That said,
Jack, I think he was joking.
Yes, I think he was joking. I know he was joking, but it's like,
you can't take a joke, Jack.
Well, I mean, he didn't really sound sarcastic.
So his joke didn't land. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't really think it landed.
Tom Crean thought he was serious.
Yeah, no, Tom. I did see that comment. Tom Crean thought he was dead serious. So, yeah. No, I get it though. I mean, if that's his sense of humor, sure, but I don't know. It would have played a lot better if he was a bit more sarcastic about it, I think.
Tyler, were you in the room for him, or you were on the air?
No, I was on the air. I only heard about it after the fact, but I could imagine the awkwardness of being in there, not knowing if he's serious or not in the moment, which, again, he clarified that he was obviously joking. Dave, real quick, I want you to play cut number 3 here from today's list. This is Summerall talking about injecting energy back into the Florida program.
I'm just trying to inject an attitude where we're going to attack every day with enthusiasm. I may have some bad moments. I don't have bad days. I got life pretty good. And so I want everybody in our building to have appreciation for the privileges that we're afforded each and every day. When I interviewed for this job, one of the questions the committee had for me is, Coach, what do you view as our negatives at the University of Florida? I said, well, the biggest one I see is we haven't been winning enough. But like the places I've coached, look, I've got a full-time nutritionist now. I didn't have that at Troy. I got a staff of nutritionists. Like there's so many great resources we have. And so for me, I think, you know, you have to have a great attitude in what you do. And I define attitude as demeanor, drive, and desire. Demeanor is your body language. Your drive and desire is the mindset of you've never arrived. You can always get better. I'm a firm believer that only disability in life is a bad attitude. I ain't going to have a bad attitude no matter when things go bad. I'm still going to have a positive attitude. That's not purple skies and butterflies. We're going to have some moments that don't go our way. There's going to be adversity hit. But when adversity hits, I don't change. We don't, you know, things are going to go bad. When they go bad, how you respond, you better respond with the right attitude. So I want everybody in our building to be filled with urgency and excitement and passion about what they do.
So there are certain schools where a coach has to have a certain type of personality to fit. And Florida is one of those schools. When you look at Spurrier, when you look at Urban Meyer, when you look at even like Dan Mullen, you know, going back a couple years ago, there's a certain feel to a coach at Florida where you say, okay, that's going to work or that's not going to work. And it just kind of seemed like Billy Napier and his very kind of dull, bland personality were never going to be a fit. And obviously didn't end up having the results on the field. And the personality of the coach isn't the end-all be-all of why you're going to win games or lose games, but it's something that either fits in the program or doesn't. And I feel like, again, he's still got to go out there and coach the games and enough level to stick around. But I feel like John Summerall just seems like more of a better fit for what the Florida program is than what they had.
Well, and I'll be curious to see, can they quickly put together an impressive offense? Because I think if you go back over the last 2 decades, you go back to the Spurrier days, Florida fans, at least in the modern and slightly before that eras, they want to win, but they want to win with entertaining offense. And so to me, it's not just personality, Tyler. It's also how do you come in and, you know, take what is always going to be a very talented state in terms of your high school recruiting base. It's always going to have athletes. It's always going to have wide receivers, and then sort of mold that into a successful offense. I think Spurrier, your longtime Florida fans, he spoiled them with the fun and gun. You have a couple of years of Ron Zook that just felt a little bit like Billy Napier in terms of it just didn't feel right, wasn't a fit. They tried to win with defense, and then boom, Urban Meyer brings in what at the time was a pretty new-ish style of offense, goes up and down the field on people, puts a ton of talent on the field, and then wins another national title. So I think for Florida, like there's a personality aspect as well, but to me, it's an identity in terms of your on-the-field product too. So I will say this, even if Summerall won the week, there are countless examples of coaches who were all falling over for having awesome, fun press conferences, and then 2 years later, they're on the hot seat and they're close to getting fired. So I think we can come up with some really bad takes if we look back on who did we feel like was going to be a winner just based on given the proper answers to the media.
And I think this offense, kind of going off your point, Wes, I think they have a chance to be pretty good. Buster Faulkner coming in from Georgia Tech is probably one of the better hires of the offseason in terms of bringing in an OC. You have some pieces out there. I like Eric Singleton. You got Dallas Wilson. You got Vernell.
They have a quarterback, though.
That's where I was getting to here. Do you have a quarterback? You don't have a proven one yet. Aaron Philo is in from Georgia Tech. Guess what? He's thrown 102 passes in his career for 938 yards. Then you have Tramel Jones, who's returning from Florida, but he's had a limited sample size. So whoever goes out there at quarterback week one, and shoot, honestly, I wonder, I mean, are they going to do the split quarterback thing where they give both guys chances to play? You could definitely do that. I mean, they'll both probably see the field in those first 2 games of the year, Florida Atlantic and Campbell. But then you go to Auburn week 3. It's a night game. You're gonna want to have a guy figured out by then, solidified guy, and go from there. So yeah, this offense, it could be very good, but it depends for me on how that quarterback situation plays out and what you're getting out of that quarterback. Because if the quarterback's not any good, well, that's going to hurt the rest of the offense then.
And going back to what you said there about hiring Buster Faulkner, I'm always a believer that as a head coach, you're only as good as your coordinators are. And I think what Summerall did in bringing Buster Faulkner, who could have been a head coach somewhere if he really wanted to for the offenses he's had at Georgia Tech the past couple of years, decides to stay as an OC, comes down there to Florida. And then Brad White, who's spent the past couple of years at Kentucky and has had some good defenses when he's been there as well. I think John Summerall has put him in a position with his two coordinators to not guarantee success, but put him in a good spot where success is very possible very quickly.
Yeah, and I think those guys are well known at this point. They're, especially with Brad White, there's some SEC experience there. Faulkner is a guy I feel like is very respected in the state of Georgia, both, time in smaller roles at UGA and then what he did at Georgia Tech. That was a Georgia, and I don't have numbers in front of me, but I feel like the Georgia Tech offense had kind of just been stuck in the mud ever since they tried to transition out of the triple option days until, Faulkner really just did a good job of putting together a game plan and, just becoming difficult to defend. And so I'm sure he's going to try to do the same at Florida. Ultimately, it's going to be about the pieces. Do they have a quarterback? We have Ryan McGee on earlier in the week, Tyler. He was talking about how many teams have quarterbacks that they feel good about in the league. So I think, to me, the other side of that is if you do have a little bit of a question mark at that position, then how far behind does that potentially put you when most of the league, I liked how Ryan put it, most of the league has quarterbacks that they can say, hey, we believe in our guy. Like, they're not all going to be ranked number one, obviously, on these lists that get put out, the top 10 quarterbacks in the SEC. But for the most part, most of these teams internally, it seems like, do feel pretty good about their guy. I would be very curious to know, is it the transfer coming in from Georgia Tech that they internally feel like is going to be the guy there at Florida?
Yeah, you would think bringing in Philo from Tech with Faulkner gives him the leg up in this competition. But, yeah, I mean, look, I think it's ultimately going to come down to which guy just has the better camp, right? And then assuming both guys play a good bit and they split it up reps-wise in those first two games, yeah, whoever the better quarterback coming out of those two games and preseason camp will definitely be the starter moving forward. Is it like concrete though? Is it like they're riding him out the rest of the way? Who knows? But yeah, I mean, I feel like Philo would probably have the leg up right now just because he comes over with Faulkner from Tech.
Well, and they're going to have a few weeks to figure that out before South Carolina comes down there for their first trip to the Swamp since 2022, where it obviously did not go well for the Gamecocks that day, and hopefully will prove better this time around. Another team South Carolina is going to see is Alabama early in the season for that first road trip in week number 4. Kalen DeBoer also took to the stage yesterday, and yeah, he's still being asked questions about Nick Saban. We'll talk about that coming up next. It is the Garnet Trust Hour presented by Krantz Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing on your Thursday here in the game. All right, welcome back in. Garnet Trust Tower, presented by Krantz Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. Tyrant Jack Veltri and Wes, who's troubleshooting our cameras in studio back in Columbia, trying to get all three of us in the shot. How is that going, Jack?
It's going. Wes was making progress. He was able to get both of us on screen like at the same time. The problem was like I don't know what you call it, but like in the background there was still the wide shot of my camera angle. So we're trying. You got me on screen right now, I guess, but Wes is right here next to me. He didn't go anywhere.
I can see you guys from here, and he looks very intense on what he's trying to figure out there.
I like to just see if I can fit it. Like,
you can squeeze it next to me if you want.
I just kind of have this thing with like something's not working. I kind of like, well, can I figure out how to fix this? So,
that's understandable. Yeah, you could sit in Jack's lap. That would alleviate it.
Okay, why are you all?
We got room over here.
All right, who are we talking about here, Tyler?
We're talking about Kalen DeBoer. Yesterday, he spoke to the media, and there was, of course, a Saban question. Hit it, Dave.
I think you can talk about how great of a job Coach Saban did and building the program to what it is, and the expectations. I just know my past experiences being part of places that have the pride and tradition on the extreme high level, like Alabama would or Alabama has. It'd be something that I want to be a part of, and I love that challenge. I love the internal challenge of just in the moment of trying to bring a team together to be the best we can be, but I also love the challenge of taking a program and 1 year, winning a championship is hard. What's so impressive with what Coach Saban did for so many years is doing it again, because everyone's coming after you, and everyone's going to bring their best when they face you on the football field, and so that's what I understand. What I understand took place and happened here during the great times, and Coach Saban obviously leading the charge here. But I also love the challenge of trying to continue to build on that, continue to add to this program's great history.
So we're getting set to go into year number 3 here under Kalen DeBoer. And are you guys familiar with the band Three Doors Down and their song "Let Me Be Myself"?
I'm familiar with the band, not the song.
Okay. Anyway, it's a good song if you want to check it out. But in the chorus, Brad Arnold, R.I.P., the lead singer, is going, "Please, would you one time just let me be myself?" And I feel like that's kind of where we're at with Kalen DeBoer. Like, yeah, I get it. You followed the greatest head coach of all time. We know you're not going to be able to do the exact same things that you did. I feel like as we go into year number 3, like, we have to stop making these comparisons and have to stop saying, what's it like to follow Saban? Like, he is what he is, right? Like, let Kalen DeBoer be Kalen DeBoer and whatever that's going to mean for Alabama. We have to stop making these comparisons.
Who asked this question, Tyler? Do we know?
I have no idea. It was in the main room.
Man, I feel like this is up there with Shane getting asked every year about Frank Beamer and what he took from that program, or every single year you would get the, what did you learn from year 1? As a coach, what did you learn?
Do people still ask that?
Stretch.
I don't think I heard any Frank Beamer questions. I don't know.
There have been some this offseason. I'll say that.
Like, his dad gets referenced in a question, but it's not like asking, "What did you learn from your dad?" Like,
so how many years does everyone in that room and everyone listening at home have to endure another exhausting question about Nick Saban? Like, what else? I mean, I feel like DeBoer is going to just flip out on somebody one day, because what else? What do you say at this point? Like, what do you say that hasn't been said? How do you not at some point just be like, guys, go back and look at every single answer I've given about this every single other time you guys have asked me? So I know that's probably not going to happen, but yeah, let's move on. He's not Nick Saban. He's never going to be Nick Saban. Nobody is going to be Nick Saban, because he was one of a kind, not just from results, but the way he handled things as well. So, I mean, we're getting, like, how many schools with openings that year would have crawled over glass to hire a guy like Kalen DeBoer to be their head coach? based on what he was doing at Washington at the time. Pretty much everybody would have been like, man, I feel like this is a good hire for my school. But because he is in the Alabama pressure cooker, because he is following Nick Saban, they say you never want to follow the guy. And then because he is in this era where, guess what? Alabama is not, even if Nick Saban was still there, we were already seeing it. Alabama's not going to have layers and layers of 5 stars on their starters, 2 deep, 3 deep. They're not going to just be able to hoard talent anymore in the transfer portal / NIL era. So unfortunately for DeBoer, he still has Saban level expectations from the fan base, even though even Nick Saban probably would not be able to win at the same clip he did before in this current era.
Yeah, no, you're spot on there, Wes, about everything you just said about this whole thing. It is a shame that it continues to be asked about with Saban, because I think correct me if I'm wrong, Wes, but by like year 3, and I know with Beamer, like there were still leftovers from the Muschamp era, even going back to last year technically. Like for the most part, at this point, it should be DeBoer's team. It should not be all the guys. Like year 1, year 2, sure, there were a lot of remnants left from the Saban era, but I feel like at this point, DeBoer's kind of got like this is his chance to make it his team now, to where what he does moving forward now, it's on him. It's not any help from Nick Saban or anyone else. Like this is Kalen DeBoer's work, and coming into this year, I find it a little. I get what happened in the Indiana game last year with the Rose Bowl getting blown out. Like that left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths about the season that Alabama had, to the point where he's being talked about as a coach that is on the hot seat. Like I hear like ESPN talking about him being on the hot seat. I think it's just laughable. He finished first in the SEC last year, made it to the SEC championship game, won 10 plus games, got to the college football playoff. If it were like a season like year 1 where they go to the Reliant West Bowl again and they got beat and they win 8 games, sure, I could understand him being on the hot seat after 2 seasons with just 8 wins each year. But for a guy like that got to the playoff year 2, I don't think we're ever going to see, for not just for Alabama, for any team in college football in general, do what Alabama did in the 2010s, where they just go on that dominant run for a decade plus of winning national championships and being in the playoff every single year. I don't think that's ever going to happen again. So it's unfair to put those expectations on DeBoer, let alone any coach out there.
Well, real quick, by the way, yeah, go ahead.
Do you generally think DeBoer is on the hot seat, like, or is this kind of? I'm sure there's some fan,
or is it overblown?
Sure. Like, is he? If you asked the people in charge at Alabama, is he on the hot seat, or is this just like media manufactured talking points, hot seat stuff?
Yeah, look, if he goes out there and wins 3 games, nothing's impossible, as we saw with several coaches last year.
I think that's anywhere these days.
Yeah, if he had a down year and they went 7-5, I still think he comes back for another year. I think the front office there, or the people in charge there, also had to reset their expectations of, hey, we don't have the greatest coach of all time anymore, so there are going to be some ups and downs going forward at Alabama. We can talk about this a little bit more on the other side. I'll hit some other coaches I talked yesterday as well, but we got to hit a break. It is the Garnet Trust Hour, presented by Krantz Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing on your Thursday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. Garnet Trust Hour, presented by Krantz Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. Tyler Head, Jack Veltri, and Wes Mitch hanging out with you. I'm live at SEC Media Days for about another 45 minutes before I hit the road, heading back to Columbia. And again, we're bouncing around to all the different coaches that have spoke this week, and we were talking about Kalen in that last segment, again, being compared to Nick Saban, even as it goes in to year number 3. And Jack, I think it was you that mentioned, this kind of being his team now. And as I look at Alabama's roster, I can only find, just kind of skimming through it real quick, 3 players in Jamarian Latham, John St. Pierre, and Bray Hubbard. I think those might be the only ones on this roster that were still left over from when Saban last coached back in 2023. So you're right. In addition to tons of transfers and all that kind of stuff, this is truly like Kalen DeBoer's team now, which again is further reason to separate him from what the Saban era was before him.
No, totally. I mean, Saban questions are always going to still pop up. And there's always going to be, whether it's said or not, there's always going to be that comparison of you'll never be Nick Saban. But again, any coach that would have been taking that job, I'm sure a lot of coaches turn that job down just because they don't want to be the guy that follows Nick Saban, right? Like, whoever was going to take that job knew they were never going to live up to what Saban did. And nobody should. It'd be crazy if we're talking about somebody that does half of what Saban does. Maybe the closest guy right now to that is like a Kirby Smart at Georgia, but he hasn't won a national championship in a couple of years. Saban probably would have won another one by now if he were Kirby. But, yeah, so I think the pressure that's been put on DeBoer, I think, fair to some degree. But this is a big year for him. Like, it hasn't been perfect at all. Don't get me wrong. It has not been perfect. Year 1 was definitely not great. Year 2 was better, but the ending wasn't great to that season. And losing to Georgia in the SEC championship game as well wasn't great. So for DeBoer this year, there's pressure, but I don't think it's pressure of like, you also just signed him to a brand new contract in April. Like, they'd be crazy to go ahead and fire him after next season if they're winning, 8 games.
Well, and Wes, to your question that you asked there at the end of that last segment, and Jack's right, they did sign to that extension in the offseason. I think there's a difference between what the fans expect, who again are going to make those comparisons to the previous era, and what the administration expects, knowing like, hey, this guy's good, he's not Saban good. So like I said a moment ago, there are going to be expected ups and downs like every other program goes through that Alabama, thankfully for them, didn't have to deal with for the better part of a decade plus.
Yeah, and everything around DeBoer has changed as well. Like, they were just stockpiling, let's be honest, 5-star guys who were willing to wait until year 3 in some cases and then go, I'm just going to play 1 year and go to the NFL. So, I think if you're looking at the rosters from that standpoint, it is going to be different. And, guys, on the field for this team this year, if you're Alabama, for one, you have a quarterback competition that you need to settle. And DeBoer talked about that this week. And he basically said, look, like it is still a wide open competition between Keelan Russell and Austin Mack. Mack is sort of the older, bigger, less athletic. He transferred in from Washington. He's a little bit more. He would be the guy in a lot of cases, maybe coaches lean a little bit more towards because they like the experience. They like the fact he's an upperclassman. Keelan Russell is your guy that, let's be honest, fans are always going to be kind of attached to. 5-star, was a number 2 overall prospect when he came out. I think that's first things first. They've got to solve that. And second things second, another, we were talking about fit earlier when it came to Florida. How about the fact, though, Nick Saban at Alabama, man, a lot of those teams could run the football. And you look at Alabama last year, as good as Ty Simpson was, correlated into being a first-round pick, as good as he was at times, like Jack said, they struggled offensively to stretch, but for the entire year, they could not run the football. So this entire offseason, if you look, has really been dedicated for them to trying to just completely revamp the running game. And you look at the fact that you were, by the way, guys, as much as we talk about South Carolina not being able to run the football last year, Alabama was in the exact same boat. 15th in the SEC in rushing yards per game, 15th in the SEC in yards per carry on the ground. So I would dare say it never happened under Nick Saban. So you've got to fit that aspect, and you got to find a quarterback.
And when you think
Also,
of go ahead.
Sorry, no, go ahead, Jack.
No, I'm just gonna piggyback off that. When you think of Alabama, you think of obviously Nick Saban. You think of all the talented players they've had over the years, and especially at running back, like Eddie Lacy, Trent Richardson, Derrick Henry, obviously Josh Jacobs. Like the list goes on of really talented running backs. I'm probably forgetting some names out there at that position. Like they've had Damian Harris. They've had such good running backs at that position year over year. And yeah, for Alabama to not be efficient running the football last year, like Jam Miller was their lead back at 504 yards. Daniel Hill was next to 284. That's not going to cut it. You've got to have a team that can really run the football. I'm not saying you need to have a 1,000-yard rusher. You'd like that, obviously. But if you can have someone that is better than what you got last season, that's going to help a lot, especially depending on which way they go with the quarterback situation here. Like Wes mentioned, Keelan Russell's the guy that's the more athletic kind of quarterback. But DeBoer did mention, like, if Austin Mack needs to run, he's more than capable of doing it. So to have a good running back would make all the difference, I think, for Alabama this season.
Well, and let's not forget either, they were lined up to get Hollywood Smothers out of NC State, who nearly ran for 1,000 yards a year ago, and they kind of got the rug pulled out from underneath them by Texas. So, again, the Daniel Hill is returning, as you mentioned, their lead rusher or their second leading rusher from a year ago, but they don't have a loaded running back room that gives a ton of confidence. That's going to be different. Obviously, you have more of an athletic skill set at quarterback if Keelan Russell does end up being the guy. I believe Kalen DeBoer also said that, Austin Mack's running abilities maybe a little bit underrated, kind of similar to how Ty Simpson's was a year ago. So we'll see what direction they end up going there. But you're right. We know in this league in general, if you can't run the football primarily at running back, then you're going to struggle a lot. And Alabama didn't maybe have the offseason they wanted to in terms of acquiring the talent that thinks going to be able to take that step forward. In addition to obviously having a strong offensive line play up front as well. So we'll see. That could be a team that's still trying to figure itself out in week 4 when South Carolina goes there.
Well, they did go old school, though, and they added a 5-star high school running back. So,
yep.
So they also completely revamped their offensive line. Now, this is not the Alabama of old where you just go, I think the Hollywood Smothers, that's the example. The old Alabama, if we were just talking about transfer portal and not transfer portal plus NIL, that kid is probably at Bama right now. But
sure.
It's an example of the new, Texas wanted. Texas, I'm sure, I don't know the behind the scenes, but I'm sure they said, hey, what's it going to take to get this done? We've got deeper pockets, and they just got it done. But they did rebuild the O-line. They did fire their O-line coach. They did add a 5-star back from the high school ranks. So their entire offseason was dedicated to trying to fix the run game. Plus, you do probably have, regardless of which quarterback it is, especially if it's Keelan Russell, you will have a more mobile quarterback, a bigger run threat from the quarterback position, which, as we know, will open things up too. So I would not think they will struggle to run the ball as much this year as they did last year. But that doesn't mean they're going to go from literally 15th to top 3 either. It's how I think the better question, how much improvement can they make in the ground game? And the other side is you may improve in the run game, but you still have to replace Ty Simpson, who is a first-round pick at quarterback. So how do those two things balance it out? If you can run the ball better, but you drop way off in the passing game, then you have another set of issues.
We'll see. Again, South Carolina goes there in week number 4. We'll come back, wrap up the hour. B. Golding, as expected, was asked about tampering. What did he have to say about it? We'll discuss that on the other side. It is the game, Garnet Trust Hour presented by Krantz Cooling, Heating and Plumbing on your Thursday on the game.
Yeah, I don't get into feelings, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, we got a compliance department. They get paid to do their job. They do a really good job. So it's our responsibility to recruit really good players, right? Coach them extremely hard, get them ready to win football games. So we're going to continue to recruit really good players both in the high school market and in the portal market, and we'll continue to do it how we've done it.
Welcome back in. It is the Garnet Trust Hour by Krantz Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. Tyler Head, Jack Helfrey. West Mitchell wrapping up the hour here at SEC Media Days on your Thursday. That was Pete Golding in the main room yesterday, taking a question, as expected, about tampering with all that happened in the offseason with Luke Pirelli. By the way, if you look right now, you can see John Daly walking behind me in the area here at SEC Media Days. So that's pretty cool. But Pete Golding, of course, was going to be asked about tampering. Now, he kind of deflected that first question. But later on, they asked him about, how he would fix tampering or how that should be held accountable for. And he did go on a little bit of a rant there where he was talking about not getting in his feelings, did kind of get in his feelings. Regardless, we know what happened with Pirelli and Ole Miss punished for it. And basically, Pete Golding's kind of laughing in the face of it now, saying, hey, we're just going out there trying to get the best players. And, hey, let's not all pretend that recruiting was this clean game for 100 years. We're just doing what we have to do to win.
I mean, I don't know how to feel about this, boys. Like, he kind of stuff has been going on for 100 years in recruiting. Like, it's always been a game of how can I find an edge? How can I find an advantage without getting caught? And but the without getting caught is just as important as the finding an advantage part. So I don't know, man. Just to kind of spit in the face of the whole thing is a very interesting strategy, Jack.
Yeah, no, totally. It is interesting. I'm glad one of the reporters asked that follow up because I heard the first answer and it was very brief. And then I felt like I really enjoyed listening to Golding yesterday. He was just dropping BS bombs, curse words, whatever. I mean he does not. He has no filter. I kind of like that. He's. I don't know if this is a good comparison. I think he's a little more unhinged, which I think is fine. I mean, look, need some flavor, need some flair, and Pete Golding, not caring what anyone thinks or what he has to say. Yeah, that's fine with me. But the whole tampering thing, isn't it a little ironic though? Because isn't that what the whole Luke Pirelli being, going from Clemson to Ole Miss, isn't that what tampering is right there?
Yeah, but I mean, they weren't punished for it, and so
not yet because isn't the investigation ongoing?
But do you really expect the NCAA to do anything though? Like
no,
that was the most obvious case of tampering we've ever seen, and it's been 9 months we've heard nothing. And I don't expect anything to happen, quite frankly. So yeah, if I'm Pete Golding, I'd be laughing about it too.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm with Jack. Like he's I think unhinged is a great word for it, but which is great if you keep winning, right? Like if you keep winning, it's awesome. If you don't, then you really open yourself up to being humbled very quickly and to other teams using what you're saying against you in post-game social media posts after they just beat up on Ole Miss.
It is also funny listening to him talk yesterday. And obviously, the accent's a little bit different, but like his cadence and the way he speaks with his hands, he's almost like Saban to a T. And I get it; he worked under him as an assistant for a couple years, prior to going to Ole Miss. But like, he is very much like a Saban clone when it comes to the way that he speaks to the media.
In cadence only, I feel like.
In cadence only, yeah. But like, I was listening to it, like, oh my God, this is Nick Saban.
Hey, look, he's off to a good start with the year he had last year after Kiffin left for LSU.
He got handed a Ferrari though.
Yeah, but he didn't crash it. We've seen coaches get handed.
He didn't crash it.
We've seen coaches crash a Ferrari after being handed the golden ticket. Look right here in Columbia.
From a program standpoint, yes. Yeah. But all he had to do was keep it in between the lines to finish the season last year with a stud quarterback.
He had a
did do a
perfect
great
parking
job.
job too, for the most part.
Well, we're going to learn this year just how good Pete Golding is as a head coach. That'll do it for the Garnet Trust Hour presented by Krantz Schooling, Heating, and Plumbing. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs on the way next here on the game.
All right, 11 o'clock on your Thursday morning. Welcome back in Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler West, we're going to get on here in just a second as we roll along. Day 4 at SEC Media Days. I'm here for this segment, and then I'll be bouncing to head back to Columbia. I believe we just had a Ryan Silverfield wrap up there as people are leaving the main room behind me. Probably hard to believe, but not as many people is seemingly in there for Ryan Silverfield as there were for Lane Kiffin when he kicked things off this morning at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, very, very shocking information there, Tyler. But I tell you what, I need to go back and listen to what he had to say because they're on the schedule, and you know I've been doing these game by game. So I don't know if we're in way too early territory, but certainly too early territory for each upcoming game for South Carolina. And I told y'all yesterday, I realized that and I don't really know anything about him or Arkansas in general. So definitely a guy I think we all probably need to catch up on and just see what he's all about because that to me felt like probably the most low-key hire of the SEC offseason.
Yeah, and he had to, yesterday, guys, we were talking about, people poking fun.
Yeah, I believe Chris is trying to talk. Dave, make sure you turn up the internet PC.
We'll just continue right here, you and me, Tyler, until they get that fixed. Yeah, I feel like we don't have a great feel for what he's all about as a coach yet.
Yeah, and I've been kind of going through a little bit here with all these teams, knowing that we were going to be talking about all of them at SEC Media Days. We can dive more into it tomorrow, but you do have a guy in KJ Jackson at quarterback that is very mobile, just a little bit more limited when it comes to his playing time, that can potentially be pretty good. They got a few other pieces they have in the transfer portal that they can be excited about, but he's facing an uphill battle there. And we had one of the guys on from the Arkansas stations yesterday, and it still doesn't seem like they have quite the level of NIL investment that they want to have for the football programs. Being able to go out there and compete with the Georgias and Alabamas and Texases in the portal is not quite where they're at yet. So I think Silverfield is going to have an uphill battle for a little bit here as he takes over at Arkansas. Chris, let's try you again.
Am I here?
Nope, we cannot. All right, we'll keep troubleshooting on that. But anyways, Silverfield, Kiffin's already spoke. We're going to get to Jeff Lebby coming up here in a little bit. And then the rounding out the day is Steve Sarkisian going at 2:55 to close things out. So they at least made it where there were two headline names in Kiffin and Sark going the last day to try and keep some interest up, I guess, at the end of this thing.
Yeah, got to try to keep you guys there for the full 4 days, right? What are the vibes today, Tyler? Like, has the energy level, are you starting to feel it dip just because it's probably less people there? You maybe have run out of the energy a bit, or is it still about the same as it was day one?
It's definitely dragging a little bit. It's a lot slower. It's
a long 4 days, man. Honestly,
it is, and you can kind of see it on people not as dressed up today. I'm sure a lot of people like me getting on the road as soon as this thing's over with, or as soon as they can. So yeah,
they hit the Tampa nightlife a little too hard throughout the time too.
There was a closeout party last night at Raymond James Stadium. We didn't end up going to it, but maybe that was a little too much for people. I don't know.
Yeah, that'll have you moving pretty slow. Man, Tyler, I hope we get Chris on soon because we've got to do our.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason why I hung around for this segment so I could ask you guys the trivia question before I dipped out of here for continuity's sake.
44, right?
44 days. 44 days. Yeah, we're getting closer. We're almost down into the 30 range. We'll be a month out. So let's try Chris one more time.
Let's try him. Is he here?
Nope. Dang it. Okay.
Let me,
right.
Tyler. While they're working on that, let me go ahead and throw you a couple of guys naming dudes naming guys.
Sure.
Our boy Nate Atkins, number 44. It's a good one. Our guy Sherrod Green, who dealt with some injuries throughout his career, but I thought had a good finish to his time at South Carolina, and what was actually a super talented linebacker. Like I said, the injuries just held him up, and someone I was not familiar with, Paul Vogel, who our guy Kevin Miller wrote about in his 44-day.
Turn me down, Dave.
In his 44-day deal yesterday, or today, I should say. He wore 44 from 1980 to 1984. East Side High School product out of Greenville, South Carolina, and was obviously, well, maybe not obviously, wasn't obvious to me, but go check out Kev's article. He was a big time player in the early 80s and linebacker who just was highly productive and actually teamed up with James Seawright, and they had over 300 tackles in a season at one time, with Vogel leading the team with 164 tackles, including 7 tackles for loss and 4 turnovers created. So the two guys combined for a 45 tackle performance against NC State. He and Seawright did. A number that remains a record for 2 Gamecock players in the same game. Tyler, do I have you back with me?
Yeah, I have. We're troubleshooting here with Chris. 1 second. I believe I have a plan to get the thing back on where we're going to be able to hear him in a second. As again, we're new to doing this in 2 different locations, but yes, a lot of good 44s. That again, hopefully in a second here. Chris, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to back out of this stream. I sent you another link, and I think that one will work if you'll go and join that one. And Dave does the same thing. So again, working on it here. Working on it.
All right, yeah. So very curious to see what the 44-day countdown will be. What 44s am I missing? You guys hit us up on the text line 803-404-6100. We always, I feel like, miss some obvious ones. And 44, a little bit of an old school linebacker number. And also you do see tight ends, as I said, Nate Atkins start to sort of leak into that number. And a guy on the current team who I think is going to have a pretty big year, Maurice Mo Brown II, rocking 44, has been a big special teams guy, been a big just a physical presence for South Carolina as a blocker, and also rocks the 44 well.
Yes, he does, and that's actually what today's question pertains to. Whenever we can get this new stream up and rolling here, once we get Chris in. So yeah, he's somebody, and he, funny enough, caught the first pass of the season last year, which is something Jack and I talked about. That I think surprised a lot of people, because I don't think people expected him to be the one to haul in the first reception in that Virginia Tech game.
Yeah, and I think as a guy, man, you can use situationally, and I think that play right there, probably a pretty big example of what a lot of people's frustrations were with the offense last year. And that would be that we saw – think about that first drive, Tyler, and I know you're on script at that point. That's a whole nother discussion. But that first drive, they're getting the football to Mo Brown in the flats. They were getting the football to Brady Hunt in the flats. And really, I think we're kind of showing like, hey, this does not have to be difficult. We have a threat of Lenoris to run the football. We have a threat of Nick Harbor down, deep down the field to stretch the field. If you can get these guys with some momentum in the flats, then you're really difficult on defenses to cover all those things we're talking about. It kind of felt like a situation where, oh, well, hey, maybe you should come back to that. And we just didn't see it as much moving forward. And, I think that's a kid. I don't know, to be completely fair and accurate, I don't know if Mo Brown is going to, beat out a Brady Hunt for, the true tight end job. I don't know if he's going to, I think Mike Tyler, we've talked about, brings a ton to that position. But if Mo Brown, if you use him in certain ways, getting the ball out quick in the flats, as a blocker from that kind of tight end H-back role, he would be in a position to really help you if you are very specific about how you use him, I think.
and he's somebody last year that didn't haul in a ton of receptions, but he certainly made the most when he did get those opportunities. Is again, I'm still trying to effort getting Chris on this thing. 1 second here.
Am I here?
Yeah, I also a big special teams performer. Also someone who can, has blocked a punt against LSU. Is on several of the special teams units. Willing to be physical. Is I think one of the guys that runs down on kickoff coverage at times during his career too, and just is I'm going to do everything. Like I feel like he is one of those guys. If you give me a bunch of Maurice Browns, then I'm going to win a lot of games. Like he's got the mindset that you're looking for from that position.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, we'll see, especially with the new offensive coordinator, Kendall Briles, how much he can be implemented into this offense. And again, we're excited about that tight end room and, all the options they're going to have in there. Brady Hunt coming back for another year. Max Drag, somebody that we've talked about a little bit in this offseason as well. And again, as we always are curious how much tight ends can be utilized, which is something that Kendall Briles has actually done quite a bit in his time. The places like TCU and Arkansas is getting those guys involved in this offense, and we'll see how some of those other guys here at Carolina can be involved with it. As let me try one more thing here, see if we can get Chris in real quick before we have to hit our break.
Yeah, and I'll say this, guys. Broader conversation here about tight end. I've started going back a little bit of my own homework going into the season. Found as much TCU tape as I could from last year, and a lot of times we think of Briles, we think of the Kendall Briles, the Art Briles system, and we think of wide splits, we think of tempo, we think of lots of wide receivers on the field. You're still going to see tight ends on the field. You're still going to see 2 tight ends on the field, in terms of that personnel. And I would say a lot more pre-snap motion than I would have thought I would see just based on what we traditionally think of the Kendall Briles offense.
You're gonna have double audio. If
Tyler, we can still hear you on there. Tyler's still on here.
Sorry.
So I think when you are able to be diverse with what you do with those things, like they are not a tempo only offense, which I think a lot of us when we hear about Briles coming in, when we hear about this offense, you think it's going to be tempo. I think we're going to see pre-snap motion shifts. We're going to see 2 tight ends. I think we're going to see a pretty versatile, pretty multiple offense. But guys, why don't we go to break here and figure this out?
Yeah, let's do that. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, presented by Firehouse Subs here on the game. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler, West, and I believe we have Chris now. Chris, can we hear you?
Hello, guys.
Oh, thank God. Yes. Hallelujah.
It's very good to be here. Good to
Yeah,
be
so
here.
we troubleshot that while going through that first segment. So that worked out. I gotta
Triple
only
shot,
hang
triple
for another.
shooted.
Yeah, triple shoot here. I can only hang for another minute, but I'm gonna ask you guys the trivia question before I bounce for continuity's sake. So are you guys ready for 44 days trivia?
I have never been more ready for anything in my life.
All right. I did mention that the question pertained to Mo Brown. He has made 3 career catches in his time at South Carolina. Can you name all 3 of the opponents that he's caught a pass against?
When's Virginia Tech?
That was easy.
Golly.
This is a good one, Tyler, but a frustrating one.
Yeah. I know you got to dig a little bit here.
Do you have any other ideas, Chris?
I have no idea. Right? Part of me wants to say Clemson.
I actually do think that popped in. I don't want to say I think you're right. I'm not sure, but that did pop in my head as well. Yeah, he obviously the LSU game he had the blocked punt.
Yeah.
So LSU came to mind, but it may just be because I have him linked to that blocked punt in my mind.
I'm going. Let me just throw out a guess. Virginia Tech, which I'm confident in. Clemson, and I don't think this is right, but let's just say Vanderbilt.
All right, I'm going to say Virginia Tech, Clemson, and Alabama.
Well, you guys both got Virginia Tech right. That was easy. Had 1 catch against Kentucky last year, and then 1 catch against Wofford in 24. Also had a carry against Ole Miss in 24 that went for no gain. I think that was the fake punt, right?
That was the fake punt.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, only 3 career
Ugh,
receptions.
not
But
a good
hey,
performance.
he got the first touch of the season last year as far as the reception goes, and he did get 14 yards out of it. So there's that.
And then never got to catch another one. I think there was well, except for Kentucky, but I think there was maybe a drop in there too. So they did target him to be fair, but did not get the ball to him in the flats like we saw, on that very first drive.
So you, Wes, will still hold let me get my points up here, the 16.5 to 14 lead. So you're still leading by 2.5 points.
All right. I'll take it. That's I'm not happy with today's performance, but I am happy with the season performance so far.
Going pretty well. Are you guys good to handle it from here so I can bounce?
I can only hope so.
Okay. Well, let me know if you have any more technical problems. But again, appreciate everybody for allowing us to be out here at Media Days. Wes and Chris will drive it from here, and I'll see you guys in the studio tomorrow.
All right, Tyler, drive safe, man. Be good. We will see you tomorrow. And I want to continue actually our talk from earlier about I was diving into Alabama, and I do feel like it's an interesting discussion tied in to South Carolina, like not just from an Alabama standpoint, but looking ahead. We talked a little bit about Mississippi State. I wrote a little bit about Mississippi State earlier this week. Started to dive into Alabama yesterday, and what will be if we're kind of walking our way through this season. By the way, Chris, do I still have you?
I think so.
Okay. All right. You're there. I can hear you. So if we're walking our way through this season, right, we're kind of starting to get some distinct labels, I feel like, for each game so far. So let's be honest. You got the 2 cupcakes to start out. You got 2-0. You better be 2-0 if you're going to reach your goals this season, right? So boom, we've done that. Then week 3, you have this just odd, weird game of, hey, you're going to be favored. You're going to be at home. People are going to expect you to win, but you're facing a potentially dynamic quarterback, and you're facing a Mississippi State team that didn't win a bunch of games last year, but gave everybody fits last year. And that is a game Mississippi State is that if you win like everybody expects, nobody's even talking about that game by the end of the year. But if you lose that game, all of a sudden it was the most important game of the year. So you hope that you are just checking boxes at this point. And so as we move forward, week 4, Alabama at Alabama. Now you're at the point of the season where you have your first road SEC game, your first road game overall of the season. And now we're getting into the part where people are going to start saying, okay, you've won. You know, if you're 3-0, they're going to say 3-0, cool. You did what you were supposed to do. Nobody's going to be throwing any parties for you for being 3-0 based on the opponents, even if Mississippi State is dangerous. Week 4 would be what most people would start to call your first major test of the year, and would be the game where you are hopeful that you have used all 3 of those weeks so far to A, work out the kinks, and B, been able to keep everybody healthy.
Yeah, I love it. I love the labels. And when you look back west at the 2024 season in South Carolina, obviously that ended up being a very successful season. It was also a season in which, frankly, Carolina fell a little bit short of what they wanted to accomplish, which is to make the college football playoff. And yes, they turned it around. They were sitting there at 3-3. Had just lost another heartbreaker to Alabama, who we were just talking about. And then they go on a run where they literally don't lose the NSA bowl game. But it was that 3-3 start that ended up keeping them out of the college playoff. I think you look at like Mississippi State, you're right, nobody's throwing you a party for winning that game. I think if you beat Alabama, people start going, okay, if the team's undefeated at that point, South Carolina's undefeated, maybe they start going, okay, now people start to pay attention to you, right? If you drop a game early in the season, you can still go on a run. You know, the league's so tough that losing a game or even 2 early, you still have some leeway to make the college football playoff, but not as much, right? And so you would love to not be overly reliant on making that run. In the early part of the season, I think you want to be able to make as much hay as you possibly can so that you keep that buffer for yourself because, you know, this schedule, in my opinion, gets progressively tougher to get into October and November.
Yeah, and so I think when you start to dive into Alabama, as we were talking about last hour, like you're sitting there, for one, you got Kalen DeBoer who is still getting questions about Nick Saban, still getting questions about following Nick Saban. That is apparently just not going to end. But if you dive into this team itself, the 2 things that stood out to me about them, and I think these have relevance in week 4 because it is still early enough in the season that your preseason questions and concerns are maybe still a factor. Who's going to be the quarterback, for one? And is it Keelan Russell, who is the 5-star dynamic, just playmaker, athletic, you know, former number 2 prospect in the country behind only, I think Bryce Underwood, who went to Michigan and was all everything? Or is it Austin Mack, who was the senior, a little bit bigger, less athletic, older, has been in this scheme for his entire career now, even if he hasn't actually played a ton because he transferred in with DeBoer from Washington. So who's your quarterback? And then can you fix a running game, which I know we talked about it last year, how much they struggled on the ground, but I don't know until you like look back at their rushing attack if we even properly appreciated just how bad the Alabama run game was compared to what we traditionally look at from Alabama. So we'll continue that thought, and then I want to move it forward, get on some remaining things from South Carolina players at SEC Media Days. So we'll be right back. Listen to the game. All right, welcome back in. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, the game. I'm Wes. He's Chris. Presented by our friends at Firehouse Subs. Go check them out for lunch right now. I know you're getting hungry. Get your meatball sub from our friends at Firehouse Subs. Been talking week 4, South Carolina versus Alabama, after Kalen DeBoer spoke to the media yesterday there at SEC Media Days and was asked, of course, about Nick Saban again, yawn, exhausting, don't care anymore. But also was asked, do care about this, about their quarterback battle. Chris, I think a lot of people, maybe certainly Tide fans, are probably thinking that Keelan Russell wins that job. But, we'll see. Sometimes coaches go with the veterans. Sometimes they go with the experience. But I want to talk about the run game, man. The single biggest key to this Bama team improving, and I think we will start to find out as we localize this, we'll start to find out a good bit about this aspect week 4, a very, very well-respected South Carolina front 6 that you and I have talked about all offseason against an Alabama run game that is going to be completely new look this year. Revamped the O-line, fired their O-line coach, maybe a quarterback with a little more mobility depending on who wins that job. And, but man, I said it earlier, Chris, when have you ever heard of Alabama being second to last in the SEC, 15th of 16 schools in rushing yards per game and average yards per carry? I mean, that just does not happen, but that was the fact from last year.
Yeah, that is an absolutely wild stat. And, we saw that throughout the year. We even saw, Bama coming to Williams-Brice last season. What did they end up doing in that game? I mean, I think they didn't have a lot of rushing yards in that game. Jam Miller, our guy, D1 Danny, Daniel Hill. You're just used to Alabama being a little bit more dynamic on offense, right? And that was not the case last season. Nick Saban actually had some comments, by the way, on their defense, saying that he felt like they needed to play more man-to-man coverage. And he's weighed in a little bit on the quarterback battle, mentioning that Austin Mack, who actually was with DeBoer and Ryan Grubb at Washington, senior, has a lot of ability. And so does he get the nod because he kind of knows the system a little bit more? He hasn't played a ton despite his level of college experience overall. It's kind of a question mark. Like, either way you slice it, whoever Alabama brings into this offense to be the trigger man, that person is not going to have nearly as much game experience. It's a guy that's kind of, waited his turn in Austin Mack. Big kid, 6'6", 230 pounds. But I think you're right, Wes. One of the ways that you can help first-year quarterback, even if it's a guy that's experienced like Austin Mack because of being around a program, is you're going to have to run the football better. And so that was an area that Kalen DeBoer clearly identified as kind of like Shane Beamer did, right? Shane Beamer identified with his football program last year, hey, we did not run the football enough. We didn't block well enough. The running back rotation, the running back recruiting, and that's why he made changes. If you look at what Kalen DeBoer did in Tuscaloosa, said, hey, we absolutely have to get better. And that is a jarring stat, though. I mean, even what I saw last year, I wouldn't have said, yeah, Alabama's probably 15th in the league in rushing. That's kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, just because we traditionally are not, even though we know that they struggled to run the ball, you just traditionally are not used to seeing that from Alabama. It was always, even when they had dynamic offenses kind of later in the Saban tenure, you would still say, all right, so yeah, they've opened it up a little bit more. They can do some things where they're a little bit more difficult to defend in the passing game. But, okay, they still play defense. They still run the football. And last year, the run game, and that was with a guy in Ty Simpson who, was pretty dang good at directing traffic and getting you in the right plays and, really was having to throw the football with teams. Like, I think I respect Ty Simpson's game and what he did last year maybe a little bit more than he's even given credit for by a lot of people, because he's out there throwing in, passing windows when opponents know you can't run the football, which is a completely different story than hitting guys when they're just wide open because you've established the run and you've hit the play action game and all these different things. So now I do think with Bama, and again, this will be interesting in week 4 because we know we think this is going to be a pretty dang good South Carolina defense. They may be continuing to break in a new quarterback. Alabama may be. And sometimes, Chris, when you have such a just loud issue, you go so far into trying to fix it. Maybe the run game is improved, but does the passing game drop off with a new quarterback? Like, how much do you kind of, if you're them, lean into fixing the run game, and then you realize, hey, Ty Simpson is not walking through the door with the Rams now. They have to be able to fix the run game while also keeping that passing game a huge part of what they do. Otherwise, you just have a different set of problems, but problems nonetheless.
Well, and everybody will be happy, Wes, to know that in terms of the passing game, finally, Jeremy Bernard is no longer on the roster. He's moved on to the NFL. He tormented a lot of teams, and that was kind of the weird thing about Alabama's offense last year is you looked around and you're like, all right, there's some highly rated guys here. You have Kalen DeBoer, Ryan Grubb, they're offensive guys. You've got a receiving core last season that on paper was really, really good. You got Ty Simpson, who was a really, really good quarterback. It just didn't click on all cylinders from them, and particularly in the run game. And I think really that's the genesis of why they weren't as dynamic offensively. And so that's why you're seeing, the rebuild with this team. I did go back and look, by the way, last year, and this is not going to make it the pill easier to swallow. And going back and looking at South Carolina and how they lost that game, Jam Miller was the leading running back for Alabama in the game last year. He had 26 yards.
Good Lord.
As a team, they had 72 rushing yards and still ended up winning that football game. So, that's the pressure is on Kalen DeBoer, obviously, and he was asked about that a lot at media days. Hey, if you don't win a national championship, is that going to be part of your legacy? Paraphrasing. But yeah, I mean, probably so. It's Alabama. If they're going to have the type of season that everybody around there wants, they're going to have to get a lot better at winning the football.
Yeah, and by the way, Dave, I want to hit here in a second. It's going to be cut 50. I do want to talk South Carolina a little bit from SEC Media Days, but wouldn't a huge chunk of that 72 yards also have been that was a run play at the end where Alabama got the first down and then South Carolina let them score because they faked the little end around or jet sweep or something, and so you had 72 yards on the ground, but you're talking about a big chunk being kind of just a weird end of game play. But I wanna hit this clip from Nick Barber here, and I when we come back, I also want to talk about Nick a little bit more. I thought he was fantastic at media days, but cut 50. This is Nick talking about Kendall Briles' offense, what it means for a receiver in it.
Yeah, Coach Browns. I mean, he's just been a blessing to us. He's allowed us the opportunity to play free. And when I say play free, I mean he's giving us options in our own routes. Like you can have 3 options in one route depending on what you see, and that's just the beauty of that offense. Is it's high, it's fast, it's high octane. It's like a Ferrari. You get in, you just go, and that's what we learned. That's what we took it in. But I mean, like the spring was so fun. Just to learn that, just to be able to play like that, that's some of the best ball I've ever played. Some of the best ball anybody has seen me play in Columbia, and I just can't wait for the fans to see it. I just can't wait for the fans just to see all of us working and just the hard work that we have did and put into this offense. Just from the whole receiver room, just competing with each other. And I just speak on my receiver room too. All right, we got a great group of guys, and it's just like everybody just goes in there, they just work, and they just work. They make me better every single day.
A potentially fun offense in Columbia could be music to Gamecock fans' ears. We'll talk about that and more when we close it out on the other side. This is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by our friends at Firehouse Subs. All right, closing it out. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by our friends at Firehouse Subs. Go grab you some lunch from Firehouse. Appreciate them being our awesome sponsor of this show. Chris, you were hearing there from Nick Harbor, and man, I know we're firmly in talking season. I learned a long time ago you don't completely buy into a scheme change, a coordinator change, all the talk until you are able to actually see it on the field. You're able to see a result on the field. However, Nick Harbor using the word fun for the South Carolina offense and just his excitement level about what that may look like has to have been music to the ears of Gamecock fans, assuming that they can translate that over from the practice field onto the game field.
Well, and I think a few things there. Number one, you're going to have naturally, if you can improve any on offense, there weren't really any things that you consistently did well last year, other than explosive plays. South Carolina was pretty good there, but they were too overly relying on it, as we discussed. You didn't run the ball well, couldn't move the chain stuff. You obviously, bottom line is 3 points, and you couldn't do that well enough. So whoever Shane had hired, there would be an expectation, and frankly not a surprise that things would improve some. That we've heard, hey, they're moving the ball a little bit more. But I will say with just not even taking what's been said publicly, but what's been told to us behind the scenes, some of the anecdotes that we've heard, I think there's a very real excitement within the building, not just about what they could be, but what they've seen. How the offense has moved the ball against the defense that is expected to be pretty good for South Carolina, right? The way that South Carolina ran the football in spring and practice settings. Hearing some individual jump players have made. We've heard, hey, this scheme has been really good for Matthew Fuller, who's talented, right? But he needs something to help him take that next step. We've heard Lenore Sellers playing with a lot of confidence. It looks more similar to what he looked like in 2024. I think you can give a lot of credit to Kendall Browse and the offense and just the way he structures things to that. Now, to your point, it absolutely has to translate to the field. And I think even if South Carolina comes out and has really strong offensive showings in week 1 and 2, we're still going to be, okay, go do it against Mississippi State. Go do it against Kentucky. Go do it against Bama. We all know it's prove-it mode. That's what you have to do. You have to go earn it every single week. But we've just heard enough to where I think we're not just getting coach speak, player speak about how the team has taken to this offense and how this offense can help this team improve. Kendall Browse has a track record of doing that in year 1 when he gets to places.
Yeah, he does. And I think, man, when you look at this offensive scheme and kind of how very similar schemes have done in the SEC, I do think there's a little bit of a track record here. Like you go back, like you look at the Heupel offenses, which is very similar. What Jeff Lebby is running. There's some carryover here. Typically, these schemes, I think, are more. I think you see these schemes like blow out teams when you overmatch them, if that makes sense. Like I think if you have like think about all those Missouri offenses that just kind of had huge blowout wins and then kind of came back to earth a little bit against SEC teams. But the one thing there that I will say for Gamecock fans that they would love to see, I think, is the fact that could you actually get a couple of easy blowout wins to start the year, get some of your depth on the field, get some of your key players off the field, and actually go out and feel like you feel like you should, if that makes sense, in those first 2 games. Because I think part of the reason why that is it's traditionally a pretty difficult scheme to defend because you're spreading things out so much, but you're making things easy on the offense in terms of your decision making. And I think when you run these offenses that are a little bit more difficult, even when you play quote unquote lesser teams, it's a little bit higher learning curve. Like you're still having to execute. You would have to execute even if you were playing against air. But against these lesser opponents, if you have a little bit more simple scheme, it kind of lets you just potentially go play and blow out these opponents. So that would be something I'll be keeping an eye on in terms of their execution early on this season against those first two opponents. We got to go. We're out of time. Thank you for everybody who's listened. We're going to turn it over now to WG. This has been the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by our great friends over at Firehouse Subs. Listen to the game. All right, folks, before I hand the mic over, let me tell you about our awesome friends at Integrated Media. I tell you every single day, integratedmediainc.com for more information about all their great services. They've been to my home. They've been to Chris's home. Let them come to your home, too. There's a lot of great things they can do for you. For me, working from home, streaming video, getting on Zoom meetings, doing GC Live, it was about making sure that I had a great connection in my office. They ran Ethernet from the router on one side of the house all the way through into my office, made it look just professional, made it look just like if I was at a business, and have not had an issue with my internet since. For you, it might be some of the more fun stuff like hanging a TV, hiding the wires, introducing surround sound into your football viewing experience, or if you've got that extra room in your home that's just been sitting there, go ahead, make the plunge, let Integrated Media turn it into a home theater system. Hit them up today.
Off and running on a Thursday, kiddos. Bill Gunner and Bill Gunner, Captain David Dare. Tyler Head is hit the old dusty trail and is on his way back from Tampa so that he can be here. In time for tomorrow and be safe and rested as SEC Media Days 2026 comes to a close. Comes to a close. We are wrapping it up down there in Tampa. It's been a more interesting week. Didn't take much. It didn't take much at all for it to become a more interesting week. I didn't expect much this week, but thank you to John Summerall and Pete Golding, who decided to make the week very interesting. Eli Drinkowitz is normally very fun to listen to. He's grown on my list of just people to listen to. But now we got John Summerall in there, who isn't real worried about FCC regulations. Just a couple cuss words here, a couple cuss words there. Fired up, just happy.
I'm giving you a sentence. I'm giving you a sentence. I don't know, man. Hold on. How about now, Dave? Am I just right? All right, hold on. How about now, Dave? How about now? How about now? Okay, cool. Yeah, let him know I'm here. You know, Bill, you're so right. I was the same way about Kiffin because I've lost track how many of these I've been to now, and every time he's never ever interesting at that podium. And today was an all-time low of boredom of the 10 minutes I watched for I had to go do a radio hit. I was like, man, this is like I want to tape this if I can't sleep. I put this on, man. He was Is Lame Lane a nice nickname for today? Mm-hmm. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you going grassy knoll, Gunner? Are you going grassy knoll? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're not wrong, and that's the thing that got me to your point. You're right. It's a goofy thought, but yeah, the questions. Look, here's the thing. Look, forget being a journalist. We're just like forget being a sports talk show host. Just you're a curious person. You're going to sit down and talk to Lane Kiffin about the last year or 6 months. What's the first thing you're going to say? You're going to bring all this stuff up, right? You're bringing all of it up, and so to your point, maybe they did do that. We're going to plan 4 questions. And here's what you're going to do. We're going to get this thing wrapped up. And Lane, can you talk for 20 minutes? And it was sort of like to take it local. No one in the big room asked Shane about being on the hot seat. No one. And that was a little curious to me. But the Lane Kiffin was a ton more curious. So maybe you got something right there, Bill. Maybe you should work for CSI. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think. Mhm. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to cue the message. That's why I texted.
Mm-hmm. You know what? To your point, the worst Homer moment for me in this, and I didn't get to go in every one of these, obviously, is when Pete Golding came up and the folks from Hotty Toddy clapped for him in the media room. I mean, come on now, we don't do that. We don't clap for coaches when they walk up to the podium in the media room. Stop. Come on now. I turned around like, what the hell are you doing? Is this your first time in the big room? I was like, come on, we can't be clapping. And they clapped when he walked off the stage too. I was like, stop it. Stop. Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. That's next, Bill. That's going to happen next. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to write a story about you. Can we get a picture together? You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hmm. Yeah, and it is funny because to Silverfield today, since it's Arkansas Day. I was talking. I went on one of the Fayetteville, Arkansas shows, and they're talking about South Carolina. I said, you know what? I said, look, man, I know I'm here to talk about South Carolina, but you got to tell me what was the vibe when Ryan Silverfield getting hired by Arkansas with the fan base and the folks in Fayetteville, and he went, yeah, kind of a yawn. It's like, okay. So we're sitting around going, Ryan Silverfield, okay, we'll see. That's the same thing they're saying in Fayetteville. Bill, a good part of the fan base was like, Silver what? Silver what was Silverfeld? Ricky? Ryan? What the hell is this guy's name? Yeah, not a lot of big pomp and circumstance for our boy, Silverfield. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, we got somebody for talking Ole Miss, and we got somebody talk LSU for you. We're working on some others. We're probably somebody from Auburn. Try to get somebody from Arkansas, and we're trying to set you up there, Gunner. I'm fine, man. I got my caffeine IV, my coffee. The coffee's like 2 steps away from me, bro. I'm good. I'm good. Absolutely, man. Bill, and I'll say this, it was different animal because, dude, you were getting up and doing the morning show from SEC Media Days. But for me, man, it's like I go get these guys. Go, man, I can't wait this is over. I'm so tired. I'm like, tired of what? Talking to each other, walking from one table to another. I mean, we ain't tarring a roof, dude. We're just sitting around here eating free food and drinking free coffee and soda and staying in hotel rooms. This ain't tough. you know? That's right. I can't talk Real Housewives of Camden with you, Jay. I gotta get up at 4:30. It's been 5 years, sir. 5 years. At the end of his first year, right before the Mayo Bowl. Our first big thing was the Mayo Bowl.
Or you're right. I mean, we were, I think, 3-3 at one point, and we didn't play great in two close losses, but then we had a lopsided loss to Ole Miss as one of those three. So we've got to play better in September and October, particularly September and early October, getting started. We look at that every season. How do we start better? That's always the case. And then we've always been a team. Last year we weren't, but we've typically always been a team that has gotten better as the year went on, that we're a better team week 12 than what we were week 1. But you're always looking after a good season, after a bad season, after every season. I, as the head coach and the people in our building, we're always looking at how do we be better next year? What do we need to tweak and change and adjust to better fit, kind of where we are right now. And this year is no different with some of the tweaks and changes that we've made going all the way back to January.
Well, I'll take it a point further. You've got 2 big SEC games early on, and there are games you should win. You should, at home, beat Mississippi State and beat Kentucky. South Carolina, in the first 2 months of the season, I looked this up the other day, and I hope I'm right. Regarding SEC opponents, Bill, the only 2 they have beaten early in the year are Kentucky and Mississippi State, and that's it. So the slow starts also kick into the SEC, except when you're playing Kentucky and Mississippi State. So, yeah, they start slow. And a lot of it to me, Bill, and we'll get your theory in a sec, is offensively those games have been clunky, right, for the most part. like you said, even the Eastern Illinois curb stomping, it didn't look like a curb or feel like a curb stomp. In the Georgia State game, remember that was special teams, remember? In the Georgia State game. And then Old Dominion, they got that turnover, the strip sack fumble that set them up for a touchdown. The offense seems like it's always starting off really clunky, man. Mm-hmm.
So you were just saying, defense against Missouri's run game late in the year. Dude, last year when Missouri came to Norman, they had only 70 rushing with already fully helped. And by then, it was fully recovered from the incident he dealt with over the summer. They get better very progressive. I disagree. I disagree. You've got the wrong number.
Yeah, the physicality is the thing with the offensive line. Remember last year, there's only one moment last year that I remember the offensive line, because a lot of times you see this. The offensive linemen in the game, they're running the ball, they're getting physical. These guys are all juiced up and jazzed up, and you can see it when they come off the ball. You can see it when they're going for the next play. Against Vanderbilt, before Linares got hurt, a couple of offensive linemen were driving Vandy defenders down the field. They're high-fiving each other and all that. It's the only time I really saw that offensive line fired up all year. Usually they were screaming, Linares Sellers, look out, man, I just missed a block. They've got to get physical, to your point, and they've got to start setting a tone of physicality because, we talk about throwing the ball and all that stuff, but it's still last time I checked, Bill, still a physical football game where people knock the hell out of each other. And your guys have to knock the hell out of the other guy more than they knock the hell out of you. And we need to see more of that, to your point. The earlier, the better to set a tone for the upcoming season is run over Towson, run over Kent, go for 250, pull the defenders body parts out of your cleats, and let's set a tone of physicality.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking Q. What is it going to be like playing alongside? You were asking Q what he thinks. Okay, see, so yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ah, let me double check here, man. Let me double check to make sure we're getting this correct. That's right. Michael Borky. Borky. Yes, sir. Your names aren't your strength. That's all good, man. Ain't that the truth?
Just don't forget that when Jen prints a cut sheet, it's the next day because it's really the day before it's talking about.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You almost threw hands against almost a 70-year-old man. That's elder abuse, Hunter. You can't do that. You can't assault the elderly, Gunner. What are you doing? but we told Michael, hey, you're from Mississippi. Just have at it and break all the FCC violations like Golding today. What the heck?
We've done it before, so the FCC may not govern our state the way we go sometimes. He doesn't fit in terms of being a starter. Now, I will say this. The way he conducted himself was really impressive. He's a really class guy. We're a big Saints state. Your proximity to New Orleans has a lot of Saints fans in Mississippi, so we do talk about them and cover them a good bit. But he is in some kind of weird purgatory as a quarterback where he is too talented to be a journeyman backup. But when he is your starter, there's something that's stopping him from taking risks really early last season. There's so many times it was like, push the ball down the field. You've got Olave, you've got weapons, you've got a scheme. It never felt like he was willing to take risks and make mistakes. Part of that maybe he had Shuck behind him, kind of, breathing down his neck, and he didn't want to lose his job, but he never kept his job because he was busy protecting. I don't know, but he's grown up a lot. I know people in your state saw the narratives about him coming out of Oklahoma, the narratives about him coming out of high school with that documentary and arrogance and all that. That is gone. He's actually really wonderful to listen to talk. He's got great perspective, and the team seems to like him. But starter-wise, it's not going to happen for him unless there's an injury, I don't believe.
Hey, by the way, hey, Bill, before we forget this, you read Michael's bio? Did you see where he was from? Watch this, Michael. You see where he was from?
It may not be in it.
It might not be there?
It may not be in it.
Okay.
I was raised in Greenville, South Carolina. I went to, I'm willing to share this. I went to Malden High School and ended up in Mississippi. I went to Ole Miss and now got my job doing statewide radio in Mississippi. But I mean, South Carolina's home. I still call it my home state, even though I've lived in Mississippi for 16 years now. South Carolina is just awesome, and Greenville is awesome. I know you guys are in Columbia. Both of my older sisters went to USC, and the real USC. And it's good to be on in the great state of South Carolina. I miss it. But when I hear USC, I don't think West Coast.
There you go.
Nobody on this side of the country thinks West Coast when they hear USC. There's no way. Uh, 2010. Hey, the message boards love us. You know? So he kind of blew it away yesterday. People were really impressed with his candor and everything, and that's always been him. Unfortunately, you don't get to hear from coordinators much, especially under Lane Kiffin. They talk once a year. That's it. That's the only time in a press conference setting. Otherwise, they are off limits. And so those of us that cover the team know what he's about and all that. But most national people or people around the country and in the Southeast got to really see him for the first time yesterday. And he's sharp. I mean, he's funny. He's a little bit rough around the edges in some cases. He's a true ball coach. And what I told our audience yesterday and what they should be encouraged about is in our state, we've seen a defensive coordinator get promoted to head coach under weird circumstances. Mm-hmm. Now, it's different. Mike Leach passed away, but Zach Arnett gets promoted as head coach, and he completely changed his demeanor, his persona. It was like in press settings and all that. It was like, who the hell is this guy? This isn't you. And he stopped being himself. He started acting like what he thought head coach Zach Arnett should be instead of just be yourself. And Pete Golding, to this point, he's got a better haircut.
Absolutely.
But that was him. That was very authentically him, and he seems comfortable. Does that mean anything? I don't know. But we have seen a local example of a coach changing the way he acted when he got the head job, and that was certainly not what Pete Golding did yesterday.
Quick question for you. It's been a heck of a year for you folks in the state of Mississippi. You go through the Lane Kiffin stuff, Golding, college football playoff run, tampering, all of these things have been going on. Carry me through the vibe. Let's start with the Kiffin, the anger and the venom of the Kiffin and all that stuff, and then the run, the 180 that happened there between Kiffin, playoff, almost making the championship game.
It was wild, and it's unfortunate as well because that was a really great team. A one-of-one team in the history of Ole Miss football. Now, they have claimed national championships from the 60s, but that was a 13-win team last year, and they had an incredible story at quarterback, an elite running back. They had all these traits, and, I mean, Trinidad wasn't the only D2 to SEC guy on that team. Wyatt Williams, a safety, was at Delta State 2 years before he is starting in the college football playoff semifinal. And so you had all these cool stories, and that they were all completely overshadowed. But the anger and the vitriol came from not that you left for LSU. Most Ole Miss fans would agree that LSU objectively is a better job. It's not that you left. It's how. It's very publicly flying your family to Gainesville into Baton Rouge a day after one of the biggest wins in the history of your program when you've got your rivalry game coming up in the next game. But, family's flying all over town. And there was a rumor at the time that ended up being validated that he was talking to his coaching staff during the season in meetings. Hey, I'm leaving. Who's coming with me? It's like you've got this great team, and that's going on before the Florida game. Florida's obviously in pursuit of him. He is on the field in pregame warmups tweeting at Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, ahead of the Florida game. And then he leaves, and all the stuff with the assistants happen. And, I mean, he does the thing with Vanity Fair that he had to address earlier today. Said that on his way to the airport when they were leaving, he got ran off the road by crazy fans, but they had a full police escort when that happened. So obviously that did not happen. And Mississippi Highway Patrol even came out and said that didn't happen. We were with him. We didn't get run off the road, or else there would have been an arrest that followed. Right. And so it was all of that is what created most of the vitriol. Now, people wouldn't like him for leaving anyway, but there's a way. We saw a parallel. John Sumrall, apples to oranges because it's Tulane to Florida, but we saw the way he conducted himself during that process, and we saw the way Lane Kiffin conducted himself during that process, and one was just dramatically different than the other. Bring it on, yeah, sure.
Not credible.
Yeah. Yeah. So two different answers because fan base is already on to September 19th. It's just 2-0 already there. I do think Louisville being on the schedule is going to help a lot, not create this massive, like, everything is about LSU, because if you can't get your team's attention when you put the Louisville tape on, then there's something wrong with you. And, Pete Golding has talked about that a lot. Back in the spring, I can't repeat exactly what he said because he's a little unfiltered, but he said, our job this offseason is to make sure this team focused on the right stuff. And, I mean, because you've got a video game cover, Heisman campaigns, all that. But if what the players said yesterday is any indication, especially Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback, because I asked him, what do you think about the season opener? And he said, if we don't focus on that game, we're going to get beat. And so they seem to have all the right messaging around there. But you're right. They're hearing nothing about other than LSU. That's all they hear. But if you don't bring your A game to Nashville in week 1, you will get beat. Ole Miss has a better roster, top to bottom, than Louisville, I think. But, yeah, if you are focused on anything other than them, they're going to beat you. But they're on at the same time. Isn't that goofy? You've got two games that day, and they kick off at the exact same time.
Makes no sense. Mm-hmm. That's why it makes no sense. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was great.
People would watch. They are. What I'm more concerned about is the environment outside of the stadium than inside. Because inside, 99% of people that go to a football game, I mean, they got their kids with them. It'll be loud and nuts and all that, but I don't expect that. What I'm more concerned about is people that have nothing better to do that know it's going to be pretty emotional that are going to come in town and try to start stuff.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
what I'm worried about.
Mike-
Inside the game, it'll be fine.
Michael Borky, appreciate you, man.
Of course.
Thanks from
Anytime.
Super Talk in Mississippi. Bill, take us out.
I've known Pete a long time. Pete and I kind of have similar coaching track records to some degree. You know, we zigged and zagged across each other a lot. He was at Southeastern Louisiana. I was at Tulane. I went to Troy. He went to Southern Miss and UTSA. He went to Alabama. I went to Ole Miss and Kentucky. We kind of know each other well for a while. You know, I have a lot of respect for Pete. Really, really good football coach. Pete's going to be himself. He's not going to change, which I have an appreciation for. You have to be authentic. I think he's going to do a phenomenal job. I really do. Happy for his opportunity there. But watching him, those teams, to me, look, you know, all right, so it didn't matter who the head coach was. They were still pretty good. So I think sometimes people forget it's a player-driven game. Pete's going to do a great job with his team, and a lot of respect for Pete.
Beat the bleep out of us, then beat the bleep out of us again. Unless you got 50 grand in your bank account to pay for that FCC violation, for those two. I think. Remember, I think Dave cut. Dave, did you cut that?
Yes, I did.
Now you got to remember something. Dave is scared to get fired the minute he wakes up. You know that about Dave. Dave is not going to take a chance of leaving something in and we're saying, oh, we'll just bleep it or talk over it. Dave is cutting the whole thing out. Dave's not playing around. Not at all.
Dave's out of stuff.
Dave will cut out crap and gee golly darn. Dave is so paranoid. So, sorry, Bill. Yep, Sark's got to hit the stage too, I believe. And yeah, someone before Sark, help me. Help me. Yep. Yeah, I got the Conrex set up back in the studio so we can just record it. It just better sound. You got me set up my guides. I appreciate you doing that. Of course. I was going to hit you today. I got busy too.
Glad I got the LSU guys done too.
All right, Dave, we're ready to record with Matt Mastona. Let Bill know that we'll be recording something, so I won't be available. Okay? Let me know when we're ready to run. I'll stay on the phone with you again. What's that? Yeah, just tell me. When you hit record, let me know. Okay, you're fine. Ready? All right, we're ready. Here we go. Ready? Appreciate it. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 2026 SEC Media Days. Terry Ford, Matt Mascona with us, ESPN Baton Rouge. Appreciate you jumping in, first of all, my friend. Hey, Dave. I gotta get that out of your head. I can't do that with that in my head. It's gonna drive me crazy.
Nothing. My mic's not.
Yeah, no, it's going. I'll turn you up a little bit so you can hear. Yeah, that was better. Yeah. Hey, Dave, can you cut Bill out of our ears so we can not hear him while we're trying to do the interview? Just take out, I guess, program 3 and 4. That makes sense? I think it does. Yeah, just leave 2. Just leave 2 plugged in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just leave 2 plugged in. All right, thanks. Ready? All right, here we go. Now we're clear. 3, 2, 1. 2026 SEC Media Days live from Tampa. Terry Ford sitting here on It's Radio Row to me, Matt. I'm sorry. Matt Mascona with us, ESPN Baton Rouge. First of all, I appreciate you today. I know it's LSU day and you're running around like a wild man.
Great day.
I'm just trying to inject an attitude we're going to attack every day with enthusiasm. You know, I may have some bad moments. I don't have bad days. I got life pretty good. And so I want everybody in our building to have an appreciation for the privileges that we're afforded each and every day. You know, when I interviewed for this job, one of the questions the committee had for me is, Coach, what do you view as our negatives at the University of Florida? I said, well, the biggest one I see is we haven't been winning enough. But like the places I've coached, look, I've got a full-time nutritionist now. I didn't have that at Troy. I got a staff nutritionist. Like there's so many great resources we have. And so for me, I think, you know, you have to have a great attitude in what you do. And I define attitude as demeanor, drive, and desire. Demeanor is your body language. Your drive and desire is the mindset of you've never arrived, you can always get better. I'm a firm believer that only disability in life is a bad attitude. I ain't going to have a bad attitude no matter when things go bad. I'm still going to have a positive attitude. That's not purple skies and butterflies. We're going to have some moments that don't go our way. There's going to be adversity hit. But when adversity hits, I don't change. We don't, you know, things are going to go bad. When they go bad, how you respond, you better respond with the right attitude.
Here we go. All right. Let's try to get 3, 2, 1. Live 2026 SEC Media Days, Digital Drive, which just sounds weird. In Tampa, Terry Ford, Matt Mascona, ESPN, Baton Rouge 104.5. LSU Day. You're not busy at all, are you, pal?
Oh, man. Especially with Lane. The circus came to town, but he's behaved himself today.
Almost to the point of boredom, Matt. Everybody was expecting some big thing from Lane, and Lane gave a tour, like a 20-minute filibuster, took a couple of questions, and then pieced out to the tanning bed, man.
Yeah, he. I think from the local market perspective, what I think we were wanting to hear, because we haven't heard from, seen, talked to Lane since spring ended.
Mm-hmm.
And he has done no local market interviews.
Okay.
At all since he's been hired. He's done a few press conferences. That's it. Sam Levitt. Wanted to hear about that. Not only the injury, but why he's not here. Then Lane's also been absent from social media for 2 months, which is very un-Lane. So, but he cold turkey has not posted on social media in 2 months. And so I think there was this curiosity, like, what's up with that? And then if we get a response to any of the stuff Pete Golding said of the ordinance. So, but he's satisfied. He satisfied those. But I think for him it was get in, don't rock the boat, get home, and be ready.
Hey, basically, enough of all this nonsense. We're now to the season. Everything in the past is over, whatever. Now I'm moving forward. We got to move forward with the football program. Is that kind of the way it felt?
Yeah. He could throw a few fun one-liners. Like we had the media scrum with some of the local reporters before he went into the big room, and some of what we talked to him about, he was set to talk about in the big room. And so he made a joke a few times because, like, was this going to air before I go in there? So it's like, we'll hold it till after. And I said, okay. So then he paused. He goes, like I just said up there, the big room is. So he's got a few of those, but little zingers. But He's not boring. I'll tell you that, man.
Matt Moscona with us at ESPN Baton Rouge 104.5, SEC Media Days, LSU Day. Matt, let's talk about this journey that led you to Lane Kiffin. So, I mean, obviously, the Brian Kelly era was done, finished, over history. You get to it's time to hire a coach. From your perspective, what you guys were doing in Baton Rouge, and you guys were across the state too, was it we're going to get Lane Kiffin, or it feels like we got a really good position to get Lane Kiffin? What's the plan B if we don't get Lane Kiffin? Or was there like, oh, no, there's no plan B. We've got a kidnapping. We're going to get Lane Kiffin. What was the thought process as this all started?
Plan B was Eli Brink. That would have gone over like a fart in church. if you spend $54 million to buy up Brian Kelly and then you land on Eli Brink. So LSU, Verge Osbury, the athletic director, they played their hand correctly, and they were patient. Got a lot of help from confidants of Lane's, who Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, Sexton, who sort of steered him to Baton Rouge, and LSU landed the plane. So they got the guy that was the apple of everyone's eye in the coaching search, a guy that has won at a place where the last 6 decades, not many people have won. No one's won ever at the clip Lane won in Oxford, first ever 11 regular season. And a guy who everywhere he's gone has brought top 10 offenses. So I think there's that was always the plan, and LSU did what they had to do to get it done.
Matt Moscona with us from ESPN Baton Rouge 104.5 on SEC Media Day here on the post-game show. Terry Ford, Jay Phillips. So is there any concern, you personally, I mean, what we do for a living, we flip this stuff inside out. We look at every road possible, every good, every bad, every scenario. It's so positive coming out of Baton Rouge about Lane Kiffin. Everything, you get everything. Is there any concern for Matt Moscona about Lane Kiffin where it's like, yeah, this is all good, but is there anything?
You just mean about Lane, like his personality, or just
It's anything in general, but coaching record, coaching background, personality, anything.
Whenever you've been around for his look, Lane's coach, he's been the head coach of Tennessee, he's been the head coach of Southern Cal, he's been the head coach at Ole Miss, and obviously at FAU as well. He's been with the Oakland Raiders in the NFL. Lane's 51 years old, but he was sort of this wunderkind as a 31-year-old becoming a head coach of the Raiders. So over the last 20 years, he's been in the public eye as a very prominent figure, coaching Nick Saban. So the football part of it, there's no question. I mean, in the last 5 years, Alabama, Georgia, and Ole Miss, only 3 schools in the SEC to win 50 games. I mean, he's done it, and he's done it in this league, and he's done it in this league with fewer resources than he's going to have at LSU. So the football part of it should take care of itself. The thing that most people question and wonder is, okay, well, is it going to end badly like it seemingly does everywhere, wherever Lane is? And the answer is probably. I mean, it's track record exists for a reason. But I think from an LSU perspective, they didn't start this relationship considering the end. They started the relationship thinking that's a guy that's going to win football games, compete for championships. And if in 4 or 5 years he wants to scratch the itch and go back to the NFL but delivers a championship in the interim, I think everyone in Baton Rouge would be fired up.
It's almost like I always go quick to that. It's going to be that great weekend in the resort town with the hot girl. You ain't thinking about next week, right? You're thinking about the weekend.
Yeah, I think look, when Nick Saban went to Alabama, he had not been anywhere in his career longer than 4. It might have been 5, but I think it was longer than 4 years.
Yep, you're right.
And we were very aware of that in Baton Rouge because he won a national championship at LSU. He's gone a year later. So it was, let's see. So he was in Baton Rouge 5 years. That was the longest tenure he'd been anywhere. It was 5 years in Baton Rouge. And so when he went to the Dolphins, was there for 2 seasons, and then and so the thought was, well, he's not going to be a Bama long. And he ends up being there for nearly 2 decades.
Right.
So I think eventually we all hit a maturity level in life where I don't want to say we become satisfied, but you've done enough and made enough mistakes to realize when you have something good. And maybe that happens with Lane in Baton Rouge. Maybe he does what Nick did and spends the next 15 years in Baton Rouge and wins multiple titles. And history suggests that's probably not going to happen. That he'll probably find another scratch. He said in the big room today, in his life, he's someone who tries to get himself out of comfort. He doesn't want to be comfortable or complacent. So it's like in the movie Ricky Bobby, where Ricky Bobby's dad, like, the man is getting way too comfortable here, man. He's like, let's go get thrown out of the chili or an Applebee's or whatever. Like, Lane's kind of like that.
Yep.
And he wants to seek a new challenge, and I'm sure that day will come. But like I said, I don't think anyone in Baton Rouge is considering, the end of the Kiffin tenure. It's like, how do you get to the top of the mountain with Kiffin, and you worry about the end whenever?
Two more things for you. Now I'll let you go do the other 100 things you got to do today, Matt. Let's go to 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge. All right, with Lane, the other part is, and you know this, LSU. I mean, geez, you've been dealing with it a long time. There's a lot of off-the-field things. There's a lot of people, power brokers, alums, just meddlers who like to meddle, all those things. It feels like Lane's got the personality that's equipped to deal with that stuff. Am I wrong? What do you think?
Yeah, I think you are.
Uh-huh.
It's been one of the most enlightening things learning Lane in the last 7 months is he doesn't like to do any of that stuff. For all the personality he is on social media, the jabs, the troll, the one-liners, all the stuff, that is not him in person. He's introverted. He loves to coach ball and be at the facility and just dive into football all the time. But I would say if, the old school was a relational way of building a roster and recruiting. Now it's more transactional. I think Lane is a more transactional person, not a relational person.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's an interesting story. There was a big fundraiser. Our Lady of the Lake is a hospital system in Baton Rouge, a big benefactor of LSU, and that big fundraiser in the LSU football indoor facility. And this is for decades. The LSU head football coach has always been sort of the guest of honor of this event. And Lane was in the room for 8 minutes, and it wasn't like I had better things to do. It was like he had to be like let in, make sure, let out. So it's interesting because he stands on the field in front of 100,000 people, millions watching, does press conferences, all this. But I think in an interpersonal communication thing, shaking hands with boosters, working the room, I don't want to do that. There was times when he first showed up where there was boosters who wanted to meet him and have dinner, and he only agreed to several, like if the dinner was catered in his office because he didn't want to go.
Okay.
So I think that's been the interesting part in learning more about Lane's personality.
That was interesting.
It's not in person what it appears to be on social media.
Last thing for you, because we haven't talked to you in a minute. What the heck happened to Brian Kelly? Hired a guy, been successful everywhere, and now he's going to get all these resources at LSU. He's in the SEC. All these things. This is I'd say nothing's can't miss, but most folks are like, this is good. Brian Kelly can win at Notre Dame with some of the roadblocks. All the roadblocks are gone. He should win big at LSU. Obviously, Brian Kelly's no longer there. What happened, Matt Moscona? You were there every day.
He made a few poor coordinator hires. I'll remind you, in his second year in 2023, he had a Heisman Trophy.
Right.
With Jaden Daniels, they were the #1 total and scoring offense in America. It had a Heisman winner with a 3-loss team. It's incredible. But he missed with Matt House as his defensive coordinator. Makes a better DC hire, and if they're just 20% better defensively, they make the playoff and probably win the national championship.
Yeah.
And it's a very different narrative. But he made a bad hire. But I would say primarily the problem with Kelly is LSU. It's like they bought a fleet of horses the day the Model T was in. Kelly's a guy who was open about wanting to build and develop the high school ranks and supplement in the portal. And Brian Kelly got hired just a few months after NIL went live.
Yeah.
And he's a guy that was open about not wanting to do that and talk about contracts. He wanted to coach and develop young people, which he had done his whole career. And he would have been able to, at LSU, like Les Miles and Nick Saban, would have been able to build a roster with a lot of Louisiana talent capable, except that NIL in the portal came into effect, and he did not manage that well early. To his great credit, a year ago, they tried. He put up $1 million of his own money. They had this $1 million match. and they had the number one transfer portal class a year ago, but they misevaluated on some of those guys, and Garrett Nussmeier got injured. And so what would happen? What would happen to the Gamecocks this year if Lenora Sellers gets hurt?
I think we know the answer. Right.
I mean, take any team that fancies itself a contender and limit or remove your starting quarterback, and it completely changes the conversation.
Yeah.
So, I think, and then Kelly just hadn't ingratiated himself enough to enough prominent people that when the calls
Yeah, he
start
did
to be
2 big
made,
things. So,
does anybody should we
the
make a change?
shorter
sort of
one, the
thing?
one where he went
He
to
just didn't have
19.
enough defenders.
He only had 4
to his
questions.
defense.
But he had a great fake Southern accent. He tried.
You know, I don't. This is going to surprise you. I do not believe he was faking a Southern accent.
Mhm.
Listening to every word that man spoke into a microphone for 4 years, I mean, every word.
Uh-huh.
He has a very strange syntax.
Okay.
Because I believe he, and I remember listening to that live. I wasn't watching. I was listening to it on the radio, driving. And my first reaction was, oh, he stumbled over his word and elongated a syllable. But I've heard him throughout his 4 years in Baton Rouge say things was like, and he calls himself, he jokingly calls himself like a mutt because he's from Boston but spent his career in the Midwest and now he's in the South. It was like this
See your
weird
main media room
amalgamation of all these
electronically.
different accents. So I know he's a punchline for that, but I'm telling you, I genuinely do not think he was faking a Southern.
I'll take your word. You've heard him more than me. I'll take your word for it, Matt Mascona. ESPN Baton Rouge 104.5. Like, seriously, man, I know how busy you are today. I always appreciate your time, brother. It's always great seeing you. Live for 2026 SEC Media Days in Tampa. It's the post-game show here on The Game Network, at The Game TV Radio, on YouTube.
Pleasure. Happy to do it. Call me anytime, man. Give my best to Jay, too. Sorry I missed him here. Good. Love it. We get him away from a Grateful Dead concert.
Hey, good luck with that, right? Hey, great seeing you, man. Appreciate you, man. Yes. Come on over here. Pop one down. We're recording the interview while we're sitting here. Now we got to get back on rolling. Okay, Dave, I'm done. You can stop the recording and get us back in the program.
cruising up some highway, 301 North, somewhere in the area of Ocala. I've knocked out about 120 miles so far, so good.
Oh, you know more than that.
I'm,
You know
I'm
way
in,
more than that.
that is true. I like to sandbag a little bit. I'm in contention here. I'm in contention, I believe. Tyler, I don't know. I know you've been busy this week. I don't know.
Bill, you got to check. You got to check the standings. We are all tied right now.
Oh,
It means Tyler's made a massive comeback.
hell yeah. Just like Joey Logano.
That's true. Yeah, he did have good point. Yeah, a good call last week. Guys, Doug, I'll start with you. Night race. I personally love it when they do the night races like they did last week. A lot of fun. And yeah, Joey Logano, Tyler called it. Doug, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on that race?
Well, yeah, and I was torn between picking him and Chase Elliott for North Wilkesboro. It's not just some night race. North Wilkesboro, one of NASCAR's oldest tracks that they brought back from the dead here. First points series race for the NASCAR Cup Series there in 30 years. And it was Joey Logano that took him to the woodshed and led over 75% of that race, or about 75% of that race, en route to his first victory in 45 races. And I covered his end of pit road for the Performance Racing Network. And honestly, even though there was a long green flag run, and there were only 6 cars, I think, on the lead lap at the end, and it was a very vintage race, a fired up, sold out crowd. And it was so great. I got to go to that track for the first time, but great for NASCAR to throw back to its roots and have an old school race. And frankly, sometimes you need to watch a good butt whooping, like we saw Ryan Blaney do at Echo Park Speedway the week before that, Logano's teammate. And Logano has now driven up into the Chase standings, or I say up into the standings. He's driven up into the Chase cut line now. So he's, had been outside looking in for a long time and has resurrected his season. And now it's time to go to work and do some more. The race had very few crashes, but they were spread out all over that 5/8 mile track, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
Tyler, your thoughts on what you saw?
Yeah, I echo a lot of the same things. First of all, so cool that, NASCAR's had the ability to go back there the past couple of years with the All-Star race stuff they did was really cool, but having a points race is even cooler. We got treated as a pretty entertaining racing, as Doug mentioned, not a ton of crashes or incidents on track, but one of them that did have huge implications when Alex Bowman kind of cut across the track trying to go to pit road and ended up going across Tyler Reddick's nose. That affected Reddick, who had another bad finish as he continues to fall further and further away from the point lead in the regular season standings. That trapped a lot of really good cars, including Doug's pick and Chase Elliott a lap down kind of led to only 6 cars being left on the lead lap. But overall, thought it was great. We had multiple grooves of guys going from the top to bottom, and even on that long green flag run that Logano dominated at the end, Hamlin was still there and then mixed. They had a pretty cool handshake after the race, acknowledging that they both had fun, battling it out, and ultimately got treated to a pretty fun, mostly clean race in North Wilkesboro that, again, brought us a winner in Joey Logano that isn't really a surprise given how good he was in the All-Star race.
Right.
In North Wilkesboro. And as we talk about, inaugural events at any track are going to be kind of Logano's bread and butter.
Guys, let me ask you.
Yeah, and there's a few more of those coming up. I just want to say, and Iowa coming up, and there's one more I'm not thinking of too. And by the way, I heard Logano and Hamlin's interaction. I was standing right next to Logano about to interview him after the race when Denny Hamlin came up. And these guys are foes. I mean, their dislike for each other is very palpable. And Hamlin said that was impressive. That's what he said. I made sure, and I even photobombed it, I think, on TV by accident. But Hamlin said that was impressive. So sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to punctuate that.
No, guys, and I'll ask you, does Logano have 5 years left in him? There's a reason I asked that question.
Yes.
Does he have 5 years left in him?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anybody can quit anytime, but Logano, if he stays healthy, he's only 36 years old. Denny Hamlin's 45 and kind of exceeding the norm for drivers staying on and being competitive. But Joe Logano started so young that I feel like he does have 5 years left, but I also feel like he's very content in life, and he could quit anytime he wanted, it would be one of the best in history.
I say that, and I'll get y'all's thoughts on this because if I read this correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, he is now second in races won in consecutive years with 14, and the leader all time is 19 with the late Kyle Busch. And I don't know, I don't know where that record would stand, but yeah, Logano by winning now has won a race 14 straight years. Kyle Busch won a race 19 straight years. So I don't know where that record would stand. How you guys, NASCAR aficionados, would view that kind of record.
Impressive. Simple for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And look, Penske's not having the best year at some of the bigger tracks like you're going to see this weekend in Indianapolis. But as Doug alluded to, anytime you take him to some of these shorter, flatter types of ovals, Logano's always going to have an opportunity to win. And Doug mentioned him being 36. It wouldn't shock me if, like Hamlin, he's hanging around for another decade, winning at least a race per year at that clip when you're driving for such a great team like Penske. So, yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about guys kind of really hitting their stride and getting to their best years, and it's kind of been in that late 30s range these past couple of years, like when guys are truly at their best. So, Logano, funny enough, will have the best years yet to come ahead of him.
Let's look ahead to this week, and they go to the Brickyard, one of the famed racetracks, I think, in America. Tyler, you were there for the different race back in May. What do we expect? Tyler, I'll start with you. What do you look for this weekend before you make your pick?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, and I'll go loud because I won this past weekend, but I think it's going to be kind of status quo of what we've seen in a lot of the bigger tracks this year. I think Toyota, who's dominated most of this season, is going to be up front. So you're looking at the Hamlins, Bells, Briscoes, Gibbs, guys like that, Bubba and Reddick as well, because they just have the speed, they have the horsepower, they have the downforce, which is what you're going to need to win in a place like Indy. I think Larson, won there a couple of seasons ago, is going to be in the mix as well because he's just so good at the type of track. But it's going to be more status quo of what we've seen in some of the larger tracks this year, I think.
Doug?
I think it's going to be tough to pass there. That's what all the drivers say. But the spectacle of Brickyard is big. Look for when the Toyotas get track position, if they get to qualify and do what they're supposed to do, it's going to be tough to pass them. That's what I think. Fuel mileage is going to matter, and if there's an opportunity for teams to leapfrog the Toyotas with either taking less fuel, more fuel, a different pit strategy, maybe two tires, that will be the key to it.
All right, well, let's make some picks here. Tyler, how do we want to do this? Who needs to go first this week? You said you're going to go last. By the way, we're all tied with 50 points, so we're right. It's cutthroat time.
Yeah, so Doug is going to go first. You'll go second. I'll go third.
Okay. All right, Mr. Turnbull.
Oh, man. Okay. I looked at the picks before I left, and I realized I've got to start using some of the lower-tier drivers. And, I went high tier with Chase Elliott at North Wilkesboro, but I'm going to go with the driver. And this stat started floating around. He is in the final for the NASCAR in-season tournament. And if he finishes better than Ryan Blaney, he will win $1 million. And he is none other than Todd Gilliland, who finished sixth at both of the last iterations of the Brickyard when NASCAR returned to the 2.5-mile service instead of the road course. So give me the Todd father, the Gilligoat, as Noah Gregson called him, Todd Gilliland, number 34.
Okay. All right. I guess that's a good pick. I don't know. All right. I narrowed it down to two people, and then Tyler mentioned the guy that one of the guys in my two picks. Give me Chase Briscoe here. Right? If Tyler had not said him, I probably was going to go with Chris Buescher. But I'm going to take a chance here. 50-50-50. That is the points for all three of us. We're tied. Tyler, kudos on creating a great challenge. Who are you going with?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, real quick, I can't look at the picks right now. I have William Byron still open, correct?
You're making me do work here with like 20 seconds to go.
Number 24.
You do. Yes, William Byron.
Okay, I was very encouraged by the speed he had in Chicago. I think they might be rounding a corner a little bit at some of these big tracks. I'm going to go with Willie B.
We'll do it. We'll do it. Doug, we always appreciate your insight. Tyler, be safe driving. We look forward to catching up with you. Tyler, I'll see you tomorrow. Doug, I look forward to talking with you next week, buddy.
And we'll be going into a NASCAR off week, so the drivers need it off, and that'll be fun.
Sounds like a plan. A lot to break down then. Y'all have a great Tyler, safe. Doug, have a great weekend. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, we'll do.
Same to both of you. Take care.
Take care. We'll come back, wrap up hour number 2. It's the halftime show. All right, wrapping up hour number 2 here. Bill Gunner, Terry Ford back with me, fresh off of our NASCAR Survivor Challenge, where kudos to Tyler for coming up with one heck of a contest here, because as we start to head down the home stretch, all tied 50-50-50, and there is some strategy involved in making these picks, which is requiring a lot of work from me. More work.
You know what? Think how good you'd do if you knew what the hell you were talking about when it came to NASCAR.
I told him, I said, I'm not going to lie. I'm the proud owner of 2 Poly Pool Solutions championships. If I win this, I don't know how it works in WWE where I walk over to. I'll have to study some videos, but I'm there. I'm there in it.
It's fascinating how well you do in these things because you don't know like a NASCAR from a 10-speed, and you are killing these things, man.
I can play the role of idiot very well. I can play the role of, you need me to iron? Sure, burn something. He can't do that. Don't let him do it. Yeah.
You know, and that's a smart thing. Like, especially like we were like, and the smart guys, you learn there's something you truly don't want to do when you're in a relationship. Do it really bad, and they never ask you again. It's gold. It's gold, man.
Early on, put the diaper on the kid backwards.
Put it on their head. Put it on their head. No, it doesn't go on their head. Oh, sorry. I'll just do it myself. Bill, get out of the way.
Yeah. Also a reason I'm divorced. Yeah, it's listening, but then again, acting like I'm a little stupider than I really am is a key trait in life. So anyway, 803-404-6100. Let me go real quick to that rant that I was on. I think you heard it about Lane Kiffin. And I played the audio. I don't know where that was exactly from, which room it was from, where he's like, I don't know. I don't listen to this. I don't know anything about what my opinion is. The guy's hard to it's almost like you want to pull for him, but he's really hard to like. And the way he left Oxford, he reveled in that. He knew it. He knew what was going on. He loved the attention. He loved all of it. Terry, I've said, you and I haven't done the show, but I've said to Tyler, I do think he's starting to realize what he's gotten himself into in Baton Rouge, because that's a different fan base. That level of pressure is entirely different than Florida Atlantic and Mississippi and even Southern Cal. Even Southern Cal is not, the fan base is not like Baton Rouge and that crazy fan base.
See, I'm with you on this because I have a theory, and of course Lane might blow up my theory by winning a national championship at LSU. My theory with Kiffin is his biggest success flew under the radar. He wasn't expected to win anything, right? He was expected to win at Southern Cal. We saw how that went. He was expected to win at Tennessee. We saw how that went. At Ole Miss, they were like, come on in, dude. You won at Florida International Atlantic Southwestern Airport. We'll give you a chance to rehab yourself. Ole Miss, hell, we'll take a chance on you. And he did that, what he did at Ole Miss, because to your point, no pressure, no big expectations. Lane could be Lane. Everybody loved him. Oh, it's cute. Nice fake tan. Nice Bikram yoga. LSU, man, you better win a national championship or hell will rain upon you. That's Brian Kelly. I mean, you're right. It's a totally different animal. And look, he might be different, more mature, whatever. But Lane Kiffin in the past did not have a lot of success in these type of areas.
You're right. I just wonder, because you've already heard him start to downplay the situation. I can't remember which commentator it was on ESPN yesterday. They've got their roundtable on the SEC network, and one of them basically like, look, it's championship game or bust. You don't have to win the championship game this year, but you probably need to get there. And I feel like you've seen Lane trying to walk that back, stuff to be like, fans, we're not there yet, or whatever. It'll be interesting to see. Ike Jones with the War Report. We're going to talk some Auburn football. Alex Golesh steps in for Hugh Freeze, who I thought would be successful at Auburn. I thought the Hugh Freeze experiment would work. Let's find out why it didn't and what's going to make Alex Golesh different when we come back. You're listening to Terry Ford, Bill Gunner. It's the Halftime Show. Sorry, Terry and Ike. I don't know how invested I am in this segment. Little Pigs Barbecue they delivered a barbecue sandwich and some pork rinds. And I'll have this up on Twitter later. I did another food review. And I really would prefer to stand out there and eat my sandwich than talk to you two. I got to be dead honest. That was sandwich was. I've never been a big pork rind fan. Their pork rinds are delicious. That was tasty. So I apologize if you guys start going into a great commentary about Alex Golesh and about the quarterback situation, and I just zone out, and all I could do is focus on my sandwich that's outside of our room. But Ike Jones joining us from the War Report. Fun. I don't know if there's a team in the SEC that's more fun to cover than Auburn, because you basically wake up on a day-to-day basis being like, what's going to happen today? What booster is going to step in and try and run things? But I admit, I want your opinion. I thought the Hugh Freeze experiment would work. When Auburn hired Hugh Freeze, I thought actually match made in heaven, this is going to work, and it didn't. What do you think is the reasoning, besides he just never got the quarterback situation right? What was the reason that he never just was he just outdated?
To be honest with you, I don't know how much he actually can about what was happening inside that building. Getting the talent there was amazing. She got to win all games. Just never seen.
When you see the Hugh Freeze, error is not even the right word, is it? The Hugh Freeze, I'll use Bill's word, experiment, whatever that was. And as you guys got into this, Nightmare on the Plains, a new movie. When it came time to look for a coach and the candidates that were out there, what were you guys talking about that you were zeroed in on in the beginning before it led to Alex Golesh?
Honestly, I wanted a defensive guy initially. I was like, I'm tired of these offensive coaches coming in here not actually changing anything with the offense. I wanted somebody who was going to have some hard-nosed defensive football. And I thought it was going to just be a DJ Durkin situation. I thought they were just going to continue to pass it on to him. Then it became a Summerall thing. They landed on Alex Golesh. But when I dug into Alex Golesh and what he was about, I liked his demeanor, and he seemed to be kind of the guy that I wanted. Not a defensive guy, but still hard-nosed and really about the grind and the effort that's necessary to make a football program in the right direction.
So is the question with all these first-year head coaches, when we talk about Summerall or Silverfield or Stein, what's a successful year for Auburn? Well, right now, you're trying to come back. Alabama is probably on the way down a little bit. You're trying to come back. What is a successful year on the Plains in Golesh's first year?
I think it's going to be probably – I want it to be 8 wins, but I think if it gets to 7 wins, that makes it a success, just because I think it puts you in a situation where you can actually, first and foremost, get to a bowl game. But secondarily, you're going to get to a place where you're seeing progress towards a goal of being competitive on a consistent basis.
Do you sit there, and Bill was joking about in the beginning about Auburn football and the cooks in the kitchen and the folks who are wanting to meddle for their own selfish reasons and things of that nature. Do you, as like an Auburn fan who just wants to see the team win, do you just go, will you guys just cut the bleep and just can we get to the business of being a good program without all this nonsense?
I'm not as bad. So they're trying to do what they feel like is best. I think my biggest issue with the booster situation has been the input that they have once you hand the reins over to a guy, right? Like, let him coach, let him coach, let him be, and let his success or failure be on him, right? Don't let it be a situation where you feel as if too many people are having too much input. So yeah, just let him go out there, and if he fails, okay, but let it be on his own merits, and don't have us questioning were you guys doing too much to set him up for it. And that's kind of the biggest thing that confuses fans alike. It's just like, golly, man, like, why do you feel the need to go get your hand in the cookie jar every time? And hopefully this time they're staying out of the way. They seem to stay out of the way with Hugh Freeze. And he failed on his own, so good job for him.
Way to go, Hugh.
Yeah, but hopefully this will be a continuation of them continuing to stay out of the way.
He is.
Ike, you got me. I got you. I can hear him here.
Yeah, I don't hear Ike.
There we go.
Okay.
Now we're all back.
Okay. I don't hear it.
Well, let's keep working on it. I'm going to switch with Ike.
Okay. All right.
All right, you got me?
Hey, all right. That sounds good. Yeah, Ike, you sound a lot better. All right. The excitement on the Plains is for Byron Brown. I was watching the SEC Network. This is maybe the most intriguing quarterback in the SEC because he comes into the league. And the things he did at South Florida were impressive. But not only did he do them against the American Conference, he did them on the road against Florida. He did it in other aspects when he went to Tuscaloosa a couple years ago. How big, how important is Byron Brown to getting to 8 wins? And what is your expectation for him in year one?
Yeah, I mean, he is the expectation of that offense. You got to have the trigger man. Him coming over and understanding the offense already allows them to go a lot more quickly. Should get them off to a quick start offensively. I don't know if he's going to be another year where he throws for 3,000, runs for 1,000. But I do expect him to be north of 2,500 at least, right? I think that's going to be a respectable number to be able to put up. And then probably around 800 or 900 yards rushing because I think that he's just that kind of runner. All the thought process is that maybe he can't do it in this league. That guy's built like a linebacker and he moves like a running back. So he's going to have no problem running the football in the SEC. And they're going to set him up for success with the way in which that offense spread things out with the wide choice. I have no doubt about the fact that he's going to be able to do that. So my expectations for him, I think he's going to end the season as kind of like a top 5 guy in the SEC by the time it's all said and done.
I've said this, Kurt Signetti ruined it for everybody. He goes to the all-time losingest football program in America. They win a championship in 2 years. You said, a successful season is about 8 wins this year. What is the, let's just say, 3-year expectation at Auburn? Because you guys are not patient. I'm impatient. You guys make me look like, I can go through years of pain. What long-term with Goalish? And by the way, we also say that, look at what he did at South Florida. He turned it around quickly. So, what is the long-term expectation here with Goalish? And when I say long-term, 3 years, because, again, Signetti ruined it.
Yeah, I think I don't think that it's unreasonable to think. The biggest issue for Auburn is your 2 biggest rivals have dominated the sport for the last 20 years. So it makes your level of patience that you have go significantly lower. So I think a portion of that is going to be figuring out how to get into a college football playoff by year 3. I think that is exactly what Auburn fans want. But if you can't achieve that goal, 8 to 9 wins while mixing in wins versus your rivals, you've got to figure out how to beat Georgia, got to figure out how to beat Alabama at some point in time because the losing streak to both of those programs has become intolerable.
You look at that scale, you said 8 wins. I don't see it. I'm not picking on you. I'm looking at this Saturday 3-week stretch, and I don't know how much you're talking about in Auburn. Coming off a bye week, they'll have a bye week on October the 10th, and then Saturday, October 17th at Georgia, October 24th, LSU, October 31st, Halloween afternoon against at Mississippi. Your thoughts on that stretch and what it means for the season?
Yeah, I mean, that's everything right there. When I say 8 wins, I'm talking about what I'm hopeful that they get to. I think 7 wins is probably a more realistic number for them to achieve, but 8 wins needs to be the mark that you're trying to achieve. I can't. Here's my big problem with Hugh Freeze, and I'll get back to your question about that stretch. Go back and you look at the Hugh Freeze tenure at 2.5 years. No significant wins happened in that entire time. You didn't get anybody who you weren't supposed to like. You lost everybody who you were supposed to lose to. Alex Golesh going into this season, when you look at that schedule, there are going to be multiple opportunities for you to get a win that nobody expected you to. If you're able to do that, then you can get to 8 wins. But that stretch that you're talking about, brutal. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. It's a brutal stretch that you have to go through there. It's particularly with some of the road games that you got at that stretch. And he's got to figure out how to go get a game that nobody thinks he's going to get when the season starts.
I agree with you on that. Pulling off an upset that is seems unexpected. On the defensive side of things, maybe the biggest thing he did was retain DJ Durkin. I know Durkin's got a past from Maryland, but I tell you what, I like DJ Durkin. I would have gladly taken him a couple times at South Carolina as the DC. Him coming back and being able to maintain continuity What does that mean for that defense, and who are you looking to step up defensively for the Tigers?
Yeah, DJ Durkin's retention is a huge part of why I am excited about this season, because I do believe that despite them losing guys like Keldrick Faulk, Keyron Crawford, K.N. Lee to the transfer portal, they are going to have a nucleus of guys that can come back understanding that system for another year. Some young players that didn't get a lot of opportunities last year, but were rotational for Auburn. The retention of those guys allows for this team to be able to go and do some things defensively this season that should put them in a position where if the offense just improves marginally, they can go out there and get some dubs. But in terms of guys who I'm looking to step up this year, I'm looking at a guy like Jarrett Smith there along the defensive line, and Malik Blockton there along the defensive line as well. Everybody knows, well, you should know. If you don't know about Xavier Atkins there at linebacker, one of the best linebackers, I believe, in the conference, he's going to take another step this season. And I really like Melendez, the other linebacker that's going to be there for Auburn. He's going to be a sophomore coming into this year, make some big plays as a true freshman. I think he takes another step for this Auburn defense this year.
Again, he is Ike Jones. You can check him out on Twitter. How do I say? You can say at Ike Jones Media. He is the podcaster for the War Report. Before I let you out of here, I want to change sports for just a second because I'm a basketball dude. I knew Bruce Pearl. I like Bruce. I was a huge Bruce Pearl fan, by the way.
Yeah.
Feelings down there with the move to Stephen Pearl and coming off of last year. Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it I didn't like the move. I like Stephen, but he's not ready, in my opinion. But you're down there. You're covering it. Your thoughts on Auburn basketball?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag in terms of what the fan sentiments are in terms of Stephen Pearl, and it didn't go in the direction they wanted to. I think the momentum, of course, started to shift when they went into the NIT tournament and actually ended up winning it. I think that gave people a lot of hope in the direction that they could get with that program, but this is going to be a pivotal year. I was actually just talking to somebody about this here while we were eating lunch, and I said, man, if they don't make it to the tournament this year, it's gonna that seat's gonna get so hot for Stephen Pearl, even though it's just year two, because a lot of people felt as if what you just espoused, he wasn't ready for this job and you gave it to him too soon. So if you don't find a way with the collection of talent that I think has improved on that Auburn roster this year to make it to the tournament and even make it to a couple of games, 1 or 2 wins within the tournament, it's going to get bad for Stephen Pearl really quickly. And I'm a big Stephen Pearl fan. I actually do believe that he can be a really good coach, but he's got to prove some things for sure this season.
Okay, well, 76 team tournament, they better make it. And also, I would hope my father would never do to me what Bruce did to Steven, schedule the hardest schedule in all of the country and be like, sorry, son, I'm out. It's your team.
He got set up for failure,
Oh,
man.
I
Like,
mean-
that schedule was brutal. You didn't have any of the senior leadership coming back. You just had to try to duct tape a team together and throw it out there and figure out how I don't know many coaches that would have won a lot of games in that scenario. So, I do think he did a good job of pulling it together, man. And hopefully this year, and you mentioned the expansion of the tournament. When I say make the tournament, I don't mean squeak in there in a play-in. I'm talking about you need to be firmly in the field this year, or again, I think that there's going to be some rumblings there for him.
Yeah. Like I said, I would hope my father never. I was like, oh goodness, Bruce, why are you doing it for Steven? What'd you do to him? Ike, we appreciate it. I followed you on Twitter. Follow me back so I can get your information. Love to have you on during the season to keep up with Auburn. Have a great day. Safe travels back to where you're at. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it.
Take care. Ike Jones of the War Report with Auburn. We're coming back. Terry, I think we got another guest lined up here on the show, and we'll talk, I believe, Arkansas football. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing. You know what I'm talking about, the leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry for over 30 years. The company that has kept our homes, our businesses dry and running, making sure that we can continue to operate in the way we need to. Because at Mid-State Roofing, they design and install bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep that house nice and safe from any leaks. So go ahead, make the phone call today, 803-356-1919. Again, that's 803-356-1919. Now, you might get the pickle. You might find a leak. It might be a big storm. You have a leak late at night, 11 p.m., 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and you go, oh, I'm in trouble. No, sir. No, ma'am. No, you're not. You call Mid-State Roofing. They're available for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 803-356-1919. If you've got a leak at Mid-State Roofing, take a peek. Oh, rolling along from Tampa, Florida, Terry Ford's last day, although he's been known to hang around, hit the beach, work on his suntan, flex those muscles that he builds every day at the YMCA. Keep an eye
I got
on
my man. I got my mankini ready, man. I'm hitting the bay.
Keep an eye on him, Raymond. Keep an eye
By the
on
way,
him.
Raymond just threw up in his mouth. Anyway,
Raymond Parch. Am I saying that correctly? Parch?
Yes, sir. Very well. Great job. Yeah, you have a future in radio.
Terry, yeah. Terry will tell
well, so, we're 50-50 on that, Raymond. But anyway,
I asked Kel, I said, Kel, how do you say his last name? Kel comes to y'all in the break, goes, how do you spell it? I was like, I can see him on Twitter. I know how to spell it. I don't need to know how to spell it. I need to say it. So great. Kel helped me. Thank you, Kel. Producing stuff for Dave.
You gotta know. I was trying to see how you spell it to make sure I didn't mishear it.
Yeah, do a napkin out there that you
Just trying to be thorough.
All right. Raymond works with ESPN Southwest Louisiana. Host the show, Proud Girl Dad. Congratulations. I got a 16-year-old daughter. I know the feelings there.
Oh man, mine's about to be 12. So
the fun's just starting, Raymond. The fun's just starting now.
Oh, it just is. The rest of the hair, the very little bit I have left on my head's going to fall out.
Yeah, look what happened to my head, full head of hair before my daughter hit 12. Look at me now.
Well, follow him on Twitter for all your Arkansas updates at RP the third.
Or the Louisiana updates too, Bill.
Yeah. Okay.
Arkansas, Louisiana.
right.
Raymond does it all.
It's okay. It's Thursday. It's the last day. Everyone's tired.
Well,
everyone's exhausted.
You know how I mean.
People are thinking about going on their boats.
That's right.
Yours is docked right here at the
Mine's
Marriott.
docked there.
Well, y'all know how, y'all know how it is. Doing this, it's just a wild sequence because, like Raymond, I know you've been doing interviews probably all day. You're from table to table to table. We've got guests stopping by. I'm like a rock star, really. I just don't know what city I am. Like I'm actually in Cleveland, but I'm like, thank you, Detroit. Everybody's like, what?
It's a Spinal Tap moment for you every day.
Yeah. Where am I at again? What am I doing? All right. Anyway, let's get into it. Lane Kiffin spoke today down there. I didn't expect anything from Lane. I didn't think that. I thought he would stay squad. Give him credit. I don't know if you guys saw this tweet. His opening statement was 2,500 words. 19 minutes. One of the longest filibusters in opening statement history, far compared to Mike Leach's, who were five words and took no time. What at all did you take away from Lane Kiffin today?
Well, first and foremost, it was strategically done, right? Like, so when your entire offseason is negative press, how you try to leave all this, how that got burnt down to the ground. Arriving at LSU, the Vanity Fair article, right? Like every time things started to die down, he would throw more gas onto the fire, right? So I expected there to be this strategy. I thought we would have more than 4 questions that would be asked, but it was very strategic to do a filibuster and go out there. But there were a couple things that stood out to me that kind of sheds a little light on him. And I wrote down notes because I'm an old newspaper guy, so I can't help myself. But he had this direct quote where he said, "Built my life pushing out of comfort." And I found that interesting. Like, it makes a lot of sense when you think of his career. He's always putting himself in uncomfortable situations. I mean, he becomes the youngest head coach in NFL history. It doesn't work out. He goes to Tennessee and he puts himself in another uncomfortable position in that weird press conference in the middle of the night. And he goes to the USC job. And he gets fired. And then he puts himself in an uncomfortable situation by going to play for, to coach under Nick, what I like to call the, what used to be called the Nick Saban coaching rehab facility at Tuscaloosa. If you were a disgraced coach, if you had been fired, you just go there and you'll get another job.
Right.
But every stop, and then that ended awkwardly, right? So it kind of gives you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain with him because he is cagey, right? He's a little. It looks like he's dealing with constant anxiety. He's a little twitchy, and but then he further would go on to say expectations make you uncomfortable, and that's something that he tries to live by, and that, in all seriousness, kind of makes a lot of sense about Lane. Like,
because for all of us, I was on my radio show and I says I see no reason why he's going to leave Ole Miss because he got sober in Oxford. He reconnected with his kids in Oxford. He repaired his relationship with his ex-wife in Oxford, and they became friends, and he was winning. And if you stay in a place like Oxford and you win 10 games a year, you're going to have a statue built for you, right? It was the epitome of comfort. And what does he do? What does he do? He goes to one of the more pressure-packed jobs in the country, and along the way makes every possible PR blunder. That's Lane. Like, Lane is immensely flawed, and I thought he handled himself well after the filibuster. He was asked about the Vanity Fair article. I thought he handled that well. He made a joke, kind of lightened the mood, and then he answered the question. He said, "Look, I was trying to," I'm paraphrasing, but I was trying to make everyone happy, and I thought I could make the Ole Miss people understand what I was wanting to do, or and make everyone happy. He goes, "Obviously, I failed. Obviously, that was a blunder." But he didn't shy away from it. And then he also revealed that he, stepped away from social media because he was challenged by his son. His son Knox is the one that told him, "Dad, you're addicted to social media." And he goes, "Oh, you think I am? You think I can't do this?" And then, that's kind of how he's built. So that's why he's been quiet since May 11th. Can he stay quiet the rest of the year? In particular, the third week of the season when they return to Oxford? I don't know. But it's what I was expected. The only thing that threw me off, I was not expecting Hulk Hogan to be inserted into SEC Media Days. I'm an old school wrestling guy, old Mid-South guy, so I love wrestling references. But I was disappointed that the Lane trade did not do his Hulk Hogan impression. Can you imagine if he would have got up there, brother? It was a missed opportunity, but maybe Pete Golding would have.
Raymond, one thing is, okay, so we've seen all this negative press nationally, obviously negative press out of Oxford. Is it just the obvious of everybody at Ole Miss saying, "You know what, you haters, screw you. We got a guy, we get a guy"? Is there any negativity coming out of Baton Rouge toward how Lane showed up at all?
No. Look, I wrote a column making fun of the whole process. Look, we live in an amazing state. I've lived in both Louisiana in my life and Illinois, and they have a long history of politicians and corruption and involving themselves in athletics and sports. And they always feel like they're trying to one-up each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then our Governor Landry said, "Oh, hold my beer. I'm going to be the modern-day Huey P. Long." And you're like, "Hey, calm down." But it's one that, look, the media down there was critical of Lane Kiffin. The narrative was, well, he doesn't know how to coach big games, and he hasn't won anything as a head coach. And we have the better coach. That discussion was had last year. That was held last year about Brian Kelly being a better coach than Lane Kiffin. Now that Lane's their guy, now he's a great coach and he's a great offensive mind, and we're going to be great. So it's one of those things like anything else. They rally all around him. Now he's their guy. They've embraced being the villain. Don't forget, LSU, who we proudly carry on our station, has Lane Kiffin, Kim Mulkey, and Will Wade. Yeah, all on campus at the same time.
Perfect.
Yeah. And we got a governor that's inserting himself, bringing fake tigers from Florida for games. They know that LSU is the villain of the SEC and of probably college athletics, and the folks in Louisiana fully bought in.
Hey, Raymond, we know you got lots. Can you just hang out for a few more questions after our break?
Sure.
All right, let's hit a break. Then we'll come back and talk more to Raymond.
You heard him hit a break. Bill Gunner for another one of our proud sponsors this week, AAA Heating and Air. Now, Not just are they sponsoring this week, they've been around for a while, taking care of me, taking care of you, if you've allowed them, and taking care of other families throughout the state. AAA Heating and Air is the absolute best in the business when it comes to replacing your HVAC unit. Whether you're needing nice air conditioning in the summer or great warming in the winter, I'm telling you what, they've taken care of the Gunner family, and I'm thrilled with the work they did, and you need to take advantage of what they've got going on right now. Guaranteed financing. So if you're worried about your credit, don't be. I'll make sure that you got guaranteed financing. How about this? 15-year parts and labor warranty. You know that they're going to be with you for a while there. And no payment or interest for 12 months. Find out today more. Visit them on the web. Call AAAtoday.com. Again, it's call AAAtoday.com. Or give them a phone call, 803-677-1500. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. barely making it back in studio. I'm enjoying that. Got to eat quickly, which is not what I want to do. Thank you again to Little Pigs on Alpine Road. You know this, Terry, with our breaks. We'd have longer breaks around here. We got to speak to the program director about that so we can snack during the breaks. But
You're over here making me hungry, Bill.
yeah, poor Kel didn't get a sandwich. I offered to cut it in
You're
half.
not offering Kale any? You're not offering Kale any? That's rude.
I accepted the offer.
I offered to cut it in half. He said no, and now I'm glad he said no because Little Pigs. The key guys, and I want to get into the villain talk with Raymond here in just a minute. The key is the sauce. The sauce. And Little Pigs might have the best mustard-based barbecue sauce I've ever had. And it's on the and I'm telling you what, you guys are lucky that I try to do my job at 50%, which means I come back here and talk during this break because I tell you, those pork rinds are surprisingly. I've never been a huge pork rind fan. Those are delicious. I could eat those all day.
If you keep talking like that, I may have to eat more going home.
Oh.
Have to come
Yeah, let me tell you, thank you to Little Pigs, another one of our great sponsors that has helped us be down in Tampa this week. Thank you for feeding me. Thank you for bringing a sandwich. Raymond Parcher's joining us with ESPN Southwest Louisiana. You made a comment I thought was really interesting because I said this yesterday and you wrote an article, by the way, if you go to his Twitter account, again, at RP, 3 straight eyes, RP, at RP _ sports. You wrote an article about Texas Tech being the villain of college football from back in June. It says it's about Texas Tech embracing the villain role in modern college football athletics. I said yesterday that I thought Ole Miss, because of the way they were tampering with players, or it seems to be tampering with players, and the way that they're just like, hey, we're going to do whatever it takes to win. We don't care, whatever it takes. I said they were the next biggest villain, but then you mentioned LSU, and I kind of thought about it. Is LSU a villain or is Lane Kiffin a villain?
Well, by proxy, they are because of him, right? So, like, they're the ones that are in bed with him. They're the ones that knew. Look, let's be honest. They were having conversations with him for a while before that got done. So they're the ones that went and poached the rivals coach and poached some of his assistants and then poached players, okay, including one was here for SEC Media Days representing LSU, the SEC's leading tackler from a year ago. So, but this is it's a combination of things, right? Like, so Lane is a big part of that. But like I mentioned before, they got a women's basketball coach that rubs people the wrong way, okay? And they got a men's basketball coach who they had fired and brought back, right? And will win. So I don't think they care. The governor does not care. The school president, who's a friend of the governor, who got because he's friends with the governor, does not care. Okay, so it goes across the board that they don't care. I think there's a couple of different villains. The Ole Miss thing is interesting because of you're talking about Clemson. The reaction when Pete Golding talked about that and said that we're all, everybody's doing this and people that are complaining about it are just complaining about it because they haven't been called or whatever. I'm paraphrasing. That drew a big laugh. Okay, because all of us know tampering is going on everywhere all the time. So Clemson folks may be upset by that, and they may think Ole Miss is a villain, but Lane spurred them. Lane left them at the altar. Lane left them at the altar to go marry the bride's best friend, right? So they're automatically going to get some level of sympathy, and because of that, and I think people outside of Louisiana want to see LSU fail in year number one and maybe see Ole Miss succeed because that would rub more dirt into the wound there. So I think because of that, you can't really make Ole Miss to be the villain here. Texas Tech is a villain because of the way they're trying to do everything they can to exploit the system, which good for them. They have a billionaire from the fracking industry that wants to dominate every sport. That happens, okay? But I think LSU and Texas Tech are right there.
Okay.
Are they to the levels of disdain that people had for a while for Notre Dame? Probably not. Or USC from 20 years ago, or Alabama during its run under Nick? Probably not. But it's going to be close. And I think they both have embraced. I think LSU embraces the villain role more, to answer your question, than say Texas Tech does. Texas Tech still tries to have video conferences that they post on Facebook.
I don't know.
The reason why they did this is because we are concerned about the young man.
Texas Tech,
blah, blah, blah.
Texas, I don't know. Texas Tech has gone all in. I mean, Cody Campbell's blatantly buying. I mean, I don't know, buddy. Texas Tech is doing something.
But the way they frame it, right? They try to win the PR battle, and they're terrible at it. So just embrace being the villain. Say, look, we do things differently here in Lubbock, right? West Texas is this whole other state outside of the rest of Texas. Trust me, I lived in Texas. Lubbock is way different.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, I think they're both villains.
Let me ask you this. By the way, just FYI, I'm actually good friends with Will Wade from his time when he was an assistant at Clemson and then went to VCU. So I guess I don't view. I know Will. Let's just say that. So the previous allegation when he was there, I'm kind of like, yeah, what happened? But I don't view. I guess maybe that's why.
Look, I like Will too. And I got to know him when he was the head coach at McNeese.
Yeah.
Right there in Lake Charles, right? And he did wonders there, and he was very transparent. Will's very likable, which is interesting for a guy that is so polarizing for so many people. But like when you sit down and talk to him, he's immensely charming, and you're like, yeah, I can see why this guy sees it. Like you can see it.
Yeah, walk out of the room facing him. Don't turn your back. You end up like Joe Pesci. What I've asked this earlier. What is the expectation from the fan base in year one? Again, yesterday, I think it was with the SEC Network, one of the commentators made the comment, it's national championship game or bust. I feel like Lane Kiffin's trying to downplay those. What is your expectation? What is the expectation? What is the fair expectation and what is the expectation?
The fair expectation and the expectation by media in the state, those of us that cover the program, and what I think from the fan base is actually on the same page, and that's to make the playoff. Year one, make the playoff. You go and hit the portal hard. You go poach a left tackle from Colorado. You go poach a quarterback from Arizona State. You go poach multiple players from Ole Miss, and you hit the transfer portal hard. The reported cost of your roster is north of $40 million. Okay, so you go poach the coach who had a team that was literally one win away from playing for a national title. You go hit the transfer portal hard. You do all of that. The expectation is you have to make the playoff. Like, that's the expectation. Now, is Lane trying to soften that? Could I see this team because of their schedule? Once again, they open up against Clemson. But then week 3, they have to go to Ole Miss, which is going to be like the third circle of hell, like for them. Right. But right after that, the next week, they're at home versus A&M. There's no breather. They have a tricky game at Auburn at 11 o'clock inside Jordan-Hare, and that's a weird rivalry to begin with. 11 o'clock kick for the road team, not great. And then they have to close with Alabama, Texas, at Tennessee, and then at Arkansas. So the schedule's tough. It's a difficult one. But with the resources that you have, right, you're paying all the money for the coach. You're paying all that money for that roster. You're paying all that money for the assistant coaches. The expectation from the fan base and from most media is that this team should be a playoff team, one of the 4 probably out of the SEC that'll make it. Not a national championship thing. I think that's just a national lazy narrative here at Media Days to talk about, where it's like, well, Lane Kiffin's the villain. They're the villain. They should be, it's going to be national championship or bust. I saw that. That's nonsense. That's just trying to make headlines at Media Days nonsense from our friends at National. That's what that is. The real expectation from the fans and from media is that this team should be a playoff team. Now, maybe they go 9-3 and barely miss it, like South Carolina did 2 years ago, right? And I think maybe fans would be okay with that begrudgingly. But it's not like 7 or 8 wins. Like, this is a team that should be competing for a playoff spot.
Raymond, we appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for hanging around longer. Definitely look forward to catching up. Followed you on Twitter. Follow me back so I can get your information. I really do appreciate you joining us. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Be safe traveling home.
Will do, brother. I saved for the second segment because Terry was like, "Hey, look, I got the yacht,
Yeah,
out
we're
there,
pulled up, man.
docked and ready to go.
We got
Party cruise. I'm not for sure if you're aware.
We
that
got
he
the
has a party
beverages
cruise.
on ice.
I can
We're ready
see
to
I can
go.
see you two on the live stream. Y'all look like two dudes ready to hit Clearwater and take on
Ready
all
to roll,
the chair.
baby.
Good luck. Take
Thank
care.
y'all, bud.
Yep,
Thanks,
take
man.
care.
Appreciate it.
We'll come back, wrap up the Thursday episode of the Staff Top Show. Fun way to wrap up our coverage of SEC Media Days. Thank you to all the guests today. Thank you to Terry. Terry was able to line them up. He's down there and line them up. We had a lot of great guests today to move the show along and discuss what is happening down there. So, Terry, thank you to you for
No problem, man.
For getting that done. Thank you again to Cale and Captain Dave. Again, I want to give a shout out to our producers. Terry and the team are working hard down there, but I tell you what, getting all the audio cut, I've got a sheet in front of me right here from yesterday, and it's got 68 cuts on it. The effort that our producers have to put in through the week so that we can give you this audio, we can bring you this coverage, absolute second to none. I honestly can't imagine another station that has producers that can put in this kind of effort and allow us to do what we do. So thank you to all of them. And I see Captain Dave daily, so I thank him because I've seen what he's had to do. Terry, you missed it yesterday or Tuesday. I needed something, and Dave was working. I said, Dave, I know you're not doing anything. Can you do this for me real quick? And you know how Dave is. And Dave turned the I've never seen that face from Dave, but I was pretty sure I was about to be knocked through a wall.
Which is the face that Dave never makes.
I think, Kel, you were in there.
I was there, yeah.
I think Kel backed up from him.
He was working on the computer, and you're like, "Yeah, Dave, I know you're not doing anything," and he just looked at you like he was going to hurl something at you.
Dave's a new man. He's dropped about 100 lbs. He's got the new wardrobe. He's feisty now. He goes to the gym 3 times a day.
I think he just left to go to the gym.
I got to give Dave his props, man. That's a hard thing to do.
Yeah. But again, thank you, Kale. Thank you, Jalen out there. Thank you. They've been big for us this week. Dave's done a great job again. Tyler, who's on the road, is
Speak of the devil. He just walked in.
Tyler just walked in. That's our quick drive.
That really
Tyler got there fast. Tyler got there fast.
I looked up like I was a ghost in the room. No. Thank you to everybody. We've done. It's been a great week. I know y'all have enjoyed it. New city down there. I know Terry. This is what your 4th or 5th now SEC.
Yeah. Yeah.
Best one yet?
Now.
Best one yet?
Dallas was really good. I thought Dallas was really good. Last year was going to be in the Hall of Fame. Not to say, I like the vibe of it. Looks truly like a media row. And so that's good here. Look, I like Tampa. I think Tampa's a cool town. I am a Tampa guy.
Yeah. I hated I couldn't get down there. I don't know what it's going to cost me next year, but I will be in Nashville. I can guarantee that. Nashville was a lot of fun a couple years ago. But again, a lot of great guests this week. I know you and Jay. What do y'all have lined up coming up next for us?
We got Matt Mascono from ESPN Baton Rouge 104.5 is going to hop in, talk more about the Lane Kiffin experience today and everything that's going on with Lane Kiffin landing in LSU. We got that coming up. And David Cloninger, I believe, from the Posting Courier, his thoughts on South Carolina's day on Tuesday. I believe David will pop up at 4:30.
Okay. All right. So stay tuned for all of that as we wrap up our coverage of SEC Media Days live from Tampa. Again, thank you to our great sponsors. We got a lot of great sponsors. I know I've spoke very highly all week of the incredible shrimp po' boy that Louisiana Purchase brought me.
You've been eating good, Governor.
Dude, I love this.
Little Pigs, po' boys.
Little Pig, that's that barbecue sandwich. Best mustard-based sauce I've ever had. Little Pig, best mustard-based sauce I don't know what they did to that thing. I could just drink that. That was good. That was good. Larry, thank you for hanging out with me, setting everything up. Man. Tyler's back tomorrow in studio. We get the family back together, and we'll roll from there. Y'all have a great rest of the afternoon.
3 o'clock on this Thursday. It's the final day of SEC Media Days. Just like that, it's over. And Terry Ford didn't get arrested, not even questioned by Hillsborough County authorities. I'm both proud and disappointed all at once. I wanted you to follow in the footsteps of our Kentucky Lottery friend from last year, and you didn't find a way to kick a cop in the head. I don't know what's gone wrong. Maybe you've softened in your old age. I don't know, sir. But other than that, nice work at Media Days.
I would say my family is quite disappointed in me.
Sure.
That I did not get arrested.
You're living up to that Hall of Fame billing from back in Baltimore.
I'm not. I'm out of my prime. I've lost my fastball. It's just, I'm quite sad and disappointed in how this whole thing turned out. I'm not going to lie.
Not going to lie. 82-mile-an-hour sliders, man, and they just they don't break like they want to.
Yeah, I feel like. Remember we were young when you saw that video of Willie Mays playing for the Mets?
Yes. Well, is it that or Joe Namath with the Rams? Which one's worse? I think I picture Joe Namath.
Schedule's real. Okay, it's a real football schedule. And I think the key to that is focusing on us, being enamored with what we do. That takes great leadership. That takes great commitment. Okay, and that takes great mental and physical toughness to make that happen. We've got 3 players here that I think exude all of those 3 things. Obviously, we've got Arch Manning here. We've got Colin Simmons. We've got Trevor Gooseby. The first thing I'd like to say about those 3 guys is all 3 of them signed with the University of Texas out of high school. So in this era of transfer portal, in this era of players coming from different places and building rosters and so on and so forth, these were 3 guys that chose to be part of our program when maybe our program wasn't where it is today. Arch and Trevor came 4 years ago. We were an 8-5 team coming off of an Alamo Bowl loss against Washington. They chose the University of Texas. Colin came the next year. But I think all 3 of these guys exude the leadership that is needed, the commitment to the program, the commitment to their teammates, and the mental and physical toughness to be a champion. And so proud to have all 3 of those guys with us today. I will say this. I know you all say it, but I'm going to say it. We do have a talented roster. We do have a good football team. We're balanced. I think we're good on offense. We're good on defense. We're good on special teams. I'm not going to shy away from that to give you the coach speak. We do have a talented team, but we've got to make that come to life on every single Saturday against a challenging schedule. And that's the challenge as their coach, is to get them in the right mental space, the right physical space to go out and be at their best when their best is needed. And in our conference and in our non-conference schedule, that's every single Saturday. How did we build this talented roster? We built it through retention. We kept really good players on our team. We built it through high school recruiting. All right, we signed a heck of a high school class, which I think we're very proud of that class, and we built it through the portal. And that's a credit to our recruiting department, all right, of making those things come to life. But, we lost 40 scholarship players off of last year's team, 24 portal transfers, which was more than we ever had. 3 early NFL draft picks and 13 seniors. With that, we brought in 47 new scholarship players, 22 through the portal, 25 freshmen. Okay, and so a lot of new faces. Culture is a big deal for us, but our culture gets developed, historically in the summertime to get ready for a season. And I failed our team a year ago by doing it that way. And I felt like we didn't have the culture needed early in the season to make that happen, to be the team that we were capable of being. I learned my lesson. We started doing our culture work in February this year, and I think it's paid dividends. I was just on the plane with these guys coming over, and to a man, they all said, man, I love how summer's going. I love how close we are as a team. I mean, these guys were doing a scavenger hunt yesterday, and Colin and Arch are competing until the end. Their two teams were the one at the end racing to win it. And then everybody's sweating bullets. It's 100 degrees in Austin right now, and they're having a blast together as a team. And those are the moments that are going to get us through the tough fourth quarters. Those are the moments that are going to get us through some tough road games of where we're headed this fall. So proud of those guys for buying into what was going to be so important to this team. We are not a finished product. We've got plenty to improve upon from last year. All right, it goes without saying. We've got to become a better run football team. We did not run the ball to the standard and the capabilities of what it is at the University of Texas. Now, we can make that better a variety of ways. All right? You got to get better up front as an offensive line group. You got to have capable runners that can do that. You got to provide weapons on the perimeter that people have to deploy to guard against. And you've got to put schemes together that they can operate and do at a high level. I think we've addressed all those areas in the run game. We've got to create more explosive plays. When we're at our best, we're a very explosive offensive football team. We were not that a year ago compared to where we were 2 years ago. The run game is a huge component to that, but we've got to become a more explosive football team, and we've got to minimize the penalties. We've got to fight the urge of playing behind the chains. And I say fight the urge because I think there's an urge to some of the penalties that we get. And so we've got to minimize those penalties. All of that, we're talking about consistency on the offensive side of the ball. And so, to me, you put all those things together, we have a chance to be a very good offensive football team, but we've got some areas for improvement come the fall that need to show themselves. Defensively, obviously we've hired Will Muschamp to be our defensive coordinator, has been a great addition. It was everything I thought this hire could be. Will and I philosophically are very similar. We believe in a style of defense that is in your face, that is tough, that is hard-nosed, and we believe in coaching hard. But yet we believe in having a relationship and rapport with the players on the team, and Will does that, and it's been great having him. Now, where do we need to improve defensively? We've got to create more havoc. We need to create more negative plays, right? And we should have the capability to get that done. We've got to minimize the explosives. All right. And so, making sure, especially in the pass defense, that we minimize those explosive plays. And then we've got to be even better on third down. And most notably, we got to be better in the red area, especially on third down. And so some areas of improvement for us there. But I think this, I know there's been a lot of talk, guys. Like, I've been sitting at home watching the 3.5 days of this stuff too. Okay. So I'm hearing everybody talk about the same thing. I can't wait to hear the same questions get asked that you were asking Kirby 3 days ago. Okay. I think this about the SEC. We've got a 9-game conference schedule. The challenge is week in and week out, making sure that our football team is mentally and physically tough enough and prepared to play, because that's what's required in this conference week in and week out. Because if you're not, you will get beat. It's not about beating us one time. It's about beating us the 9 times. That's the challenge of this conference, and that's what we will prepare our team to do. Looking forward to the opportunity. It's a heck of a schedule, and couldn't be more excited just about this team and about where I think this team can go. Just a couple things of note, housekeeping things. Cole Hudson, which you all saw, the temporary restraining order on the 5 for 5, that's still up in the air. I don't have much more to say about it. We'll see how that goes. And then one addition for us, John Meredith will be an early enrollee for us. He's reclassified. He'll be with the team this fall. It's a great player for us, a DB that we couldn't be more excited to have on board with us. So with that, we'll open up to questions.
Thank you, Coach Sarkisian. If you have a question, Lauren, Peyton, and Lane have microphones. We'll go ahead and come up here and start right here on our center aisle right there.
Okay.
Hey, Coach, John Abraham, 97.7 ESPN The Zone in Huntsville, Alabama. I just wanted you to talk a little bit about the wide receiver room, Ryan Wingo, as well as Cam Coleman, as he was added during the offseason.
Yeah, we're very, we love our wide receiver room. I think all those guys are 6'2 plus. All those guys are over 200 pounds. They're physical. They're fast. They've all played a lot of football. You know, when you think about their careers, obviously Ryan will be in his third year with us in the program, knows the system, knows the scheme, really came on last year. I think people forget he was a second-team All-SEC receiver a year ago, very explosive player. Emmett Mosley came to us last year after his freshman year at Stanford where he caught 50 balls. Was injured the first part of the season, really came on the second half of the season. He is playing at a high level for us right now. And then the addition of Cam Coleman's been a great addition. And, you know, the thing about Cam, everybody sees the highlight plays, the playmaking ability, the physical ability that he has. What I love is the person. You know, this guy's a great human being. He's a guy that is a great teammate. He's one of our hardest workers. I just think he's been a great addition to that room, to that offense. I know he's got good rapport with Arch, so excited to have him.
Okay, we'll go down in front of me, second row, Cedric.
Hey, Steve. Cedric Golden, Austin American Statesman. Arch Manning, the name on the back of his jersey brings as much notoriety as the one on the front. How did the growing pains of last season, how would that benefit him this year?
Yeah, I'd like to touch on that. You know, Arch Manning a year ago wasn't on social media or on television saying, I'm going to be the first pick of the draft. He wasn't on television saying, I'm going to win the Heisman Trophy. All he did was work really hard. All he did was try to be the best teammate he can be. And then we had some failures as a team. He didn't play to the way of what he was capable of playing. And then those same people that were saying that about him wanted to criticize and demean him almost for letting them down because he didn't live up to what they thought he was going to be. Very interesting concept right there. And I think the way of what he got put through probably would have melted or destroyed 99% of people in his shoes. All he did was stay consistent to true to who he was, which was continue to work hard, continue to be a great teammate, try to get better, and he did. And he came out and played the second half of the season at a really high level. We go 7-1. He's got 20 touchdowns, only 2 turnovers. He's a fantastic player at the end of the year. But he didn't go back on social media and say, I told you so. And all he's done this year is continue to work hard again. And so there's always going to be outside opinions of that guy. And that comes with the territory. He understands that. But I think he learned a lot about himself last year, about dealing with adversity and overcoming. And I think he learned a lot about his teammates and the support that they gave him, and then recognizing the mental and physical toughness that he has to play the position, to be their leader. And I think that he's grown into a great leader for us. And so I'm very proud of Arch for the way he's carried himself, the way he represents the University of Texas. I think right now he's a very dangerous player because he learned a lot from last season, and he's surrounded by some good players. And I think that he's a guy that's poised for a heck of a season.
Coach, we'll go over to our right-hand side on the aisle.
Good afternoon, Coach. Jacob Worthing, KRUI Sports. What does playing on time actually look like for your quarterbacks?
Well, everything that we do is a progression-based offense. And so you have a first read, a second read, a third read, a fourth read, so on and so forth. And those reads are basically tied to his feet, right? Whether it's a quick game, an RPO, a drop-back pass, a play-action pass. And so being on time is when that read is available to throw the ball to, that the timing of his drop marries with where he should be. If it's a drop back pass on its fifth step, is his first read open, the ball comes out. If it's not, he hitches to his second read and then hitches to his third read, so on and so forth. And so that's what it looks like. I think the one thing that we saw real development in Arch a year ago, if you watch his pocket presence and the way he moves in the pocket, he moves like a pro. And he didn't have very many clean pockets last year. It was tough, and we weren't great around him. But, man, the guy worked at his craft in the pocket, and then the value of that was when he got some better pockets later in the year, he was able to take advantage of it.
Coach, we'll go back in front of me. Second row, Kirk.
Kurt Bowles from the Houston Chronicle. Steve, you've told us that you didn't feel like your team was rewarded for playing in that big intersectional game at Ohio State. And I was curious, where do you feel like that is as far as other schools scheduling attractive, non-conference games? And are you still planning on playing Notre Dame in 28 and 29?
Yeah, no, I think that's always a it's always a tough topic because I try to move on, right? We're in 2026, but I think back to 2025. Like, we have to learn from history, and but I have to go back to 2023. Really, we beat Alabama at Alabama. And that might have been the game that probably got us into the playoff that year in a 4-team playoff. We played at Ohio State last year. We played at Michigan the next year. I'm not saying that was the game that got us in, but it surely played a part, right, of getting us into the 12-team playoff, and it got us a better seed winning that game. Last year, we didn't win the game at Ohio State, okay? And so I'm torn because I have two thoughts on this. One is, if we beat Ohio State last year, surely we're in a much better position when it comes to the playoffs. But on the other side of it is, if I don't play Ohio State and I play Jones Junior High, and we're 10-2, and our 2 losses are to Georgia and Florida, we're a playoff team. But like anything in this world, if you want to be really good at something, you've got to take risk. There's calculated risks involved in life that you have to take. It's no different than playing quarterback. You got to take some risks at times. There's no different than being a play caller. You got to take that risk. There's no different than investing in a company or not. You're taking a risk. And so, yes, there's risk involved in playing a high-level non-conference schedule, but there's a lot of value in that win. There's a lot of value in that win if you can get the win. And so, is the juice worth the squeeze or not? That's what we're all tasked with. And so I don't know yet about Notre Dame. We'll see, because I think the committee's got to show us what happens now and what's the value that they're placing on strength of schedule. And are we going to let a 9-3 team in as an at-large? We'll find out. And I think that this year is going to be a great test to that of what that looks like.
Okay, we'll go over here on our left-hand side.
Coach CJ Vogel with On Texas Football over here. I wanted to ask you, just in the sense of chasing. I know you say you don't listen to the media pundits, and
I love you guys. Listen to
what we say and the polls, but essentially, given that Georgia's won the conference the last 2 years, is that the team that the conference and yourself are still chasing after as the top team currently?
There's a lot of sayings and quotes in the sports world in particular, but this one probably is the most fitting. If you want to be the champion, you got to beat the champion, and it's no more fitting for us. We played Georgia 3 times. They've beaten us. All the credit in the world to Kirby, their team. They're tough. They're good. So if we want to be a champion, I'm guessing we'll probably have to beat the champion to make that happen.
Coach, we'll go straight down in front of us again, third row.
Danny Davis, the Austin American Statesman. Going back to the news you just, broke, what does John Meredith bring to this team? And I'm not sure when he turns 18, but can someone that young contribute at the cornerback position right away?
Yeah, he's already turned 18 a couple weeks ago. He provides great length, great speed, tremendous man-to-man ability, very confident, very aggressive, all the attributes you want in a defensive back. It's not a secret, why he was a top 2 or 3 player in the country in the 2027 class. So for us to get him now, we'll see how far we can take him. Like I told his mom, Coach Muschamp, Coach Orfe, we don't have an expectation on him of a timetable. We're going to coach him. We're going to develop him. When he's ready, I think he's good enough to play. How long that takes to get him ready, that's going to be the race. That's the challenge. Week 1, week 4, week 8, I don't know. I do know he's got the right competitive spirit. I do know he's got the skill set and the ability to be a good player for us. How long it takes, we'll find out.
Okay, we'll go down that center aisle again on the left.
Coach Steve Curtis, 107.7 The Franchise. You said that you began emphasizing culture work back in February because you thought there needed to be some changes from last year. But as you're entering your 6th season leading the program, a lot of people would think that culture is already well established. So what led you to think that additional culture work needed to be done, and what specifically did you want to see change from last season?
Well, I think we have 47 new faces in our locker room. So they don't have anything established in our culture. We have to get them ingrained into our culture. And so that's why we back that up to start that process to get more guys ingrained sooner. We do a lot of work. We do things called Culture Wednesday around our building, where we tap into the person, the whole person, and we get authentic, we get transparent. We laugh, we cry, we hug, we write note cards to one another. Because we have to become a connected football team like that. That's what gets us to where we want to go and through those hard times. All the way to fast forward to yesterday, we did a scavenger hunt, and we broke everybody up into teams, and they did a scavenger hunt on the 40 acres. And it comes down to Arch and Colin's team sweating, competing in the 50-yard line in DKR, and they loved it. That's the stuff that we're doing now sooner than maybe we'd be not doing that even until the end of training camp. And so I think it's going to benefit us. I think the connectivity these guys have right now is huge. But why? Because we got 47 new faces when historically you'd have about 20 or 22.
Okay, we'll go back down the center aisle to our right-hand side.
Hey, Coach. Rob Gregson, A to Z Sports. You talked about a lot of the culture and the shift. Amongst the group that's returning, is there a new mentality after missing the CFP last year?
I don't know if it's a new one. I just think there's a more committed one. I think that this group holistically is committed to the mission of being a champion. And they're not just saying it, right? It's not about what we say, it's about what we do. And their actions are showing it. These guys are committed. They're helping one another. They're working with one another. They're holding each other accountable. And I'm very proud of them for that, because that's not an easy thing to do in college when people are making NIL and they're 18 to 22-year-old men. But these guys have committed to that as part of their journey. And that starts with Colin and Arch and Trevor, but that goes to Jelani McDonald, Ty Anthony Smith, Rasheem Biles, Ryan Wingo, all the people we've been touching on. So that's not easy. They're doing it. I'm proud of them, and I think they'll reap the benefits of it come the fall.
We have time for a couple more. We'll start in the section in front of me, about midway back, right in the middle.
Hi there, Coach. Evan Veith, Inside Texas. You've talked a lot about culture and also how many new players you've had to add, whether it be the portal or recruiting. You've already seemed to get some good returns from Rasheem and Dalen when it comes to leadership. How difficult is it in the portal process to kind of scout personality and culture fit when you only have so much time with them compared to recruiting? And how have you maybe improved at that aspect over your time at Texas?
It's very difficult. It's like speed dating, where you think about in high school, you're recruiting a kid for 2 or 3 years. In the portal, you might be recruiting for 2 or 3 weeks if you're lucky. I feel like every year's different on when you bring in the portal guys of did we get it all right or not? And I know it's easy to say, hey, this year we got it right compared to other years. And honestly, I would say we did our due diligence, but we got lucky. This group is incredible that we brought in. They're bought in. They want to be a champion. They want to be part of this culture. Rasheem Biles, Cam Coleman, Raleek Brown, Hollywood Smothers, Melvin Sinai, Lawrence Seymour. I'm leaving a bunch of guys out, but they're committed to the cause. And that's hard to do, to bring in all these transfers and be like that. And so I think we got it right. I think we got a little bit lucky too that we got it right, because how do you really know? Well, I'm starting to really know now as these guys are in some of the adversity that they're running in DKR at 4 PM. They're in the sand pit at 4 PM in Austin, Texas in July. That's not fun. But them hanging in there with their teammates and getting through some of that adversity is exciting for us.
We'll take one final question in the center aisle to the right.
Coach Ryan Sprout, Columbia Missourian. Last season, y'all lost a couple of early season matchups on the road against Ohio State and Florida, but it was clear that you weren't in rhythm and that the team in the second half was a much different team playing. How do you find a rhythm earlier this year so that way every game after week 5 isn't a must-win game to get into the playoffs this year?
Well, I think we've got to keep practice as competitive as possible. Iron sharpens iron, and, Colin going against Trevor every day, that's a good thing, right? Arch working against Muschamp's defense, that's a good thing. Jelani McDonald guarding Emmett Mosley, that's a good thing. So the good on good stuff, we got to continue to elevate that. I think secondly is trusting the process and trusting who we are as a team when we get to those games. And so, we're fortunate. Hey, our first game's not at Ohio State. Our first game's back at DKR, so with a young team, that was a tough task. I think anybody who's been to the Swamp at Florida would tell you that's a tough place to play. We needed to be better in those moments than we were, But there's a lot of teams that went to those two stadiums over the last few years and probably didn't come out on top. And so, but we've got to relish in our ability to play on the road. Because we are playing at Kyle Field, we are playing at Death Valley, we are going to Tennessee, we are going to Missouri. Like, those are tough places to play, and in our conference there are no easy places on the road. And so we've got to be better in those hostile environments of execution, of minimizing the self-inflicted wounds, and then having the ability to finish in the fourth quarter.
Coach Sarkisian, thank you for your time this afternoon.
All right, y'all, hook 'em. Thank you.
Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian, the final of all 16 SEC head coaches to take the podium on the stage behind us. So we're going to take a break because when we come back, we'll catch up with another head coach who's in the building, Mississippi State lead man Jeff Levy. He's going to join us right here on the set. Coming up next, live from Tampa.
I call my style skate to the party.
Can't go wrong with Nike slides. Got to show off the muscles. Got to show a little bit of the thigh.
Shop back to school online for 30% off clothes and shoes and 20% off sports and outdoors.
Start a brand new day with Poppy's Cherry Limeade, Wild Berry, and friendly new neighborhood flavor lemonade. Sip like a hero with Poppy. Spider-Man, brand new day at theaters July 31st.
I'm in Poncho all day and every day. And hey, for my family, if you haven't been listening to this, you can get me some more poncho. Big Town! If ponchos can survive summers in the South, it can survive anything.
Don't know where to start? Thumbtack knows. Get recommendations for all your home projects. Hire the right pro today.
I'm a tattoo artist and I work right in the middle of my art gallery. A lot of times the client doesn't realize how long this session is going to be. All of a sudden they're getting hungry. You can go on the Instacart app and you can get whatever you need from the grocery store, and it just helps me stay on task and not have to break a creative flow.
Making every dollar count is important to you, so it's important to Allstate. That's why we help you find more ways to save on car insurance. Good students in your house? Savings. Drive safe? Congrats, you save. Drive less? More savings. Multiple vehicles? Savings. Bundle home and auto? You guessed it. Savings. You can live a lot of life with all those savings. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
I was the first Korean Asian American to win Super Bowl MVP. But I never forgot where I came from. I was a biracial kid, just trying to fit in. Safe haven was sports.
He got a chip on his shoulder, not to prove something.
He's the best at being everything. It wasn't about me being black or Korean. It was like, he's hot.
Let me tell you a story about finding peace by facing your past. An SEC story film, Becoming Heinz Ward, now streaming on SEC Network Plus and ESPN app.
The thing that creates the most confidence for me is our roster. Our roster is in a much better place than it's been the last two seasons, so that immediately gives you a chance to upgrade and change the outcome. I think the next thing that I'm, again, most excited about that I've already talked about a little bit is just the retention. So guys being back that had to live some of the things that we lived last year and go through some of the things that we went through. And I hate using the word, but being close and having the ability to go change the outcome and take that next step as a program, but be able to change the outcome on those Saturday afternoons. So great confidence starts with the roster and the attention of the guys that we need to come back. The thing that makes Starkville so special is the people. There's great connection, there's great community, there's great support, and there's a lot of love in a small college town and people are pulling the rope the same direction, and I love that.
Great stuff from earlier today from Mississippi State head coach Jeff Levy, who's kind enough to stop by and join us here on the set to talk some ball going into 2026. Jeff, I'm curious, as you go into year 3, What feels like the biggest difference to you from what you remember approaching this thing in year one?
Yeah, the biggest difference to me is our roster and our football team right now. And again, I've talked about it a ton today, but that's what I'm most excited about, having the ability to change the outcome on Saturday afternoons because of the guys that are going to play every single Saturday. So excited about that piece of it. Ton of work to do, but that's definitely the biggest difference today than 2 years ago.
I want to stay with your roster. And if you have begun to think about ways to protect it a little bit, going to a 9-game schedule, 1, 2, your offense is going to have their foot on the gas. Now your defense under Zach Arnett is going to have its foot on the gas, both often and be at furious paces. Do you sit back and think a little bit before the season, okay, we're going to have to at least take a series here and just throttle down, both offense and defense, just to protect that roster for November?
Yeah, I think how we do what we do in fall camp, the physicality has to be there, but us doing a great job of being smart and understanding that we've got to take advantage of some opportunities to catch our breath on those off days. What are we doing to be able to sustain all the way through November? That's going to be huge for us. I've talked a ton about that this summer with our football team and our staff. You know, how we go do what we do on Saturdays, man, we're going to dictate how the game's played. And we're not going to change from what makes us us as we're in the middle of it.
I'm going to take this question from Nick Saban, who loves to ask all the coaches this. What are you excited about leading into the season, about your team, and then something that's maybe got you a little bit more questionable that you're waiting to see? And don't tell me the roster that you're bringing back.
Yeah, so I am excited about how we're going to go play defense. I love the edge and the attitude that we have inside that staff room, but inside that defensive unit right now. I think there's a bunch of guys that are ready to go prove it and a bunch of guys that are ready to go put it on the line. And so I'm excited about that piece of it. There's some youth in our offensive line. I'm really excited about the unit, which a year ago today, if you asked me, and probably did, I didn't feel that way. We've got the right pieces. The growth and becoming a unit is going to be critical for us to go be as good as we can be, which I think's got a chance to be pretty dang good. So, man, I'm excited about watching our defense go play ball.
Coach, I'm excited about having Zach Arnett back there in Starkville. What a sign of humility from him to come back to Starkville in the role that he's in now, for you to bring a guy that had been a head coach in Starkville. What was that conversation like, and why was he the right guy?
He was the right guy because he's lived it. I wanted a guy that had experience, had called it inside this conference, and had the ability to, adjust and knew what he wanted to be and had great identity. He's got that. He loves Mississippi State. He loved his time at Starkville. He loves the fact of being able to be back and get us back to where we're trying to get. And it's been incredible so far. And again, I love the attitude, the edge, the toughness, the energy that we have on that side of the ball right now.
I understand I'm probably getting a little nosy with this question, but had you talked to him since you took over in Starkville? Was there a line of communication when you did call him for the first time to gauge the interest? What did it sound like?
Yeah, it was really natural. It was really easy. We had great familiarity. I'd coached against him, obviously, before as I was in Oxford, and he was in Starkville, so we knew each other. As I got the job, there was some communication. He was great. And, man, when it all started, he was excited. And that's what I could tell is he was really excited about the possibility of coming back. And so as soon as we had that first conversation, that's exactly what I wanted to do. And it made a ton of sense. It was outside the box for a lot of people, but man, it made sense inside our walls.
Because you got something I don't think I've ever seen in college football before, and that is 3 gentlemen that have been or are the head coach at that school, because Greg Knox is on your staff too.
Right.
You also have Matt Wells, Paul Rhodes, Philip Montgomery, all have head coaching experience. Can you be a little more specific with us on the intentions of bringing guys in that have that experience, maybe parts of games or a season that you want them to be able to help you with a little bit more?
Yeah, I think just extra sets of eyes and ears inside the building, on the practice field, and then obviously on game day. But, I mean, as you're talking through things, it's all about best idea wins. And these are guys that, again, they got no ego. They are ready to go win. They're fighting their butt off and pulling a rope together, and people win for you at the end of the day. And these guys have these incredible amounts of experience, but man, they're about the right stuff. And so when you can add those to the room, you do it. And very, very grateful, thankful that all those guys are in the building.
Coach, I hate to ask, but I'm going to ask you. So You learn so much more after losses than you do wins.
Yeah.
What about last year are you saying, hey, guys, this is what I ultimately – we take all of that. What was the one thing that we learned about ourselves that we have to change for this year?
Yeah, we have to finish.
Mm-hmm.
We got to finish. And that has been something we've stressed and will continue to stress when you're up 17 with 11 minutes left, when you have the ability to go up 14 and you turn it over as you're at home and that game goes to overtime. And then obviously the things that happened at the Swamp. Those are truly one-play games, all three of them. And you got to finish. And, man, it's hard to win. It's tough to win in this conference. You get the opportunity to do it, you got to take it, and you got to finish.
Coach, forgive me for going off topic here, but I'm going to take the opportunity to get your opinion on this. I love the Zach Arnett hire, but I also love the Kendall Briles hire in Columbia there, man. How excited are you to have him back in the SEC? And what about the hire in general?
Fired up for him and his family to be able to be back in the conference and obviously lead them on offense. We don't talk about it. We don't like talking about it. And obviously week 3, is something that is, it's a real thing and will be coming down the pipe. But so fired up for him and excited for him to be able to go lead that unit for those guys.
Coach, we had a great visit with your quarterback, Kamario Taylor.
Yeah.
We see the athletic traits and the skills. Some of the other details that need to improve with him, decision-making, intermediate accuracy. Take us through how you've worked through those and how much you expect him to improve on those this fall.
Yeah, I expect him to improve in every single area. Decision-making, Kamario is a guy that naturally spends a lot of time. He is very serious about being great. He has spent a ton of time in the building. I think the thing that I'm most proud of for him is he's really bought into his recovery, his body, taking care of himself, eating the right way to be 232 pounds every single day. And ready to go chase this thing every week. So he's done a lot of good. But, man, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to be aggressive with the install. I'm going to put a ton on him because he can handle it. And really excited about what he's going to be able to go get done.
You mentioned him physically.
Yeah.
You had Matt Corral at Ole Miss, who was a great runner for you, but obviously not as sturdy as Kamario will be. Blake Shapen had some injury issues. You had Dylan Gabriel, who had good wheels, but you had to be a little careful with him. Does that change your mindset as far as quarterback runs are concerned, just what he is physically?
Yeah, got to be really smart. I mean, again, for me and for Kamario, the very first goal, him starting a minimum of 13 games this year.
Yeah.
That's the first goal. And so how do we do that? Well, from a schematic standpoint, got to put him in good positions. And we also got to find ways to create the advantage in the run game, but be smart at the same time. And then him not taking the unnecessary shots and hits will be a huge part of our season.
Of course it was. I mean, in the Duke's Mayo, boy. It was what a gut-wrenching thing at the end. I'm glad everything turned out.
Yeah, it makes two of us.
It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's not what you wanted to see just at the end of that game. I want to know this because you have so many intricate details. Jordan Rogers would break this down to me all the time about all the adjustments your receivers make within your offense, depending on what's going on. How is that going, that process, bringing all your guys in with the new quarterback, him being on time and all these other things? And he also has the element, that the ability to scramble and create off of those things as well.
Right. For me in K1, it has been about him playing the position.
Okay.
I don't want people to call him a great athlete. That should be an afterthought. This guy plays the quarterback position in an elite way. His athleticism is going to be telling, and I think everybody understands that. But he has prepared to play from the pocket, and that'll be the first piece. Our timing and what's going on in the receiver room, I really, really like and really excited about. I think there's great depth in there. There's an incredible amount of speed in there, which is always going to be a huge part of our success. And those guys have worked a ton together, man, from January to today, and will continue to do so to get us ready to go play.
Our job's gotten more difficult lately without having the benefit of spring tours and spring practice. So the transient nature of the roster turnover is difficult. Give us a guy that's going to have a breakout season or somebody to kind of keep our eye on.
Yeah, I do. I think Zion Raggins for us is the guy that transferred into us that has got a chance to have a big year that people aren't talking about, don't know a ton about, played as a true freshman at Oklahoma. I recruited him there. Elite speed from South Georgia, and has worked himself into this rotation. And so excited about him. There's a bunch of guys that I'm again, I am really excited about Will Whitson is on the defensive side of the ball that I expect to have a huge year for us at defensive end and be able to affect the game and affect the QB the way we need him to.
Yeah, a couple of pieces that really did take strides for you last year who are back again this year for year 3 that we can't wait to see take that next step. Jeff Lebby, we really appreciate your time. Best of luck this season.
Appreciate it. Hail State.
State head coach,
Coach.
kind enough to stop by and spend some time with us. We still have some guys in the building making their rounds. Arch Manning is sitting right across the room, meeting with the media, answering questions about his second season as the starter. We'll talk Arch Manning back in Austin when we come back.
That's not Nature's Own. We always get this. Nature's Own now has simpler ingredients with the same great taste. And it's non-GMO verified. Even she can pronounce all the ingredients, and she's 6.
I'm 4.
Respect. Nature's Own. Educate yourself.
All right, Tim, I got all your policies here. Okay, nice. But what if... Covered. Nice. Well, what if... All set? Well, what if... Tim, I customized your insurance so you wouldn't have to ask what if. It's simple human sense. Oh, nice. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
What if? Here you go!
Not today's sweatpants. Somebody's wearing jeans that fit.
No photos, please. Just a regular dad.
Looking good. Just share your size, style, and budget, and your stylist sends personalized looks right to your door. Stitch Fix. Let's start it today.
Season 2 of Athletes Unlimited Softball League loaded, ignited by a record-setting inaugural season. A bold new era in softball is here. Now, 6 teams take the field in their home markets, each stacked with a lineup worthy of the spotlight. The AUSL Championship Play-In, tonight at 9 on ESPN and the ESPN app.
In a world where you're ready for a rewatch or a new discovery,
Let's saddle up.
Spectrum TV puts you in the driver's seat. Delivering explosive action. Mind blown. Unconventional heroes. Whoa. And those moments that make you say,
Okay, it's happening.
experience the thrill of the familiar with Spectrum TV and the hottest streaming apps included at no extra cost with Live TV.
Seeing your business on TV is exciting. It keeps your business noticed. So advertise your business today with Spectrum Reach and our creative agency, Colonel. From concept to production, lighting, makeup, special effects, commercials for every screen, Colonel has you covered. So take the plunge with Colonel today.
Parker Livingston going from Texas to Oklahoma. What's it going to be like to see him on the sidelines on the opposite side of the Red River game?
I hope we kick his ass. Like it's the Red River rivalry. You know what I mean? He chose to go there. He's on the other side. It's the way the game goes. If you've never been, it's a hell of a game. It's epic. You know, pulling into the Cotton Bowl, the state fair, the corn dogs, the turkey legs. Split down the middle at the 50-yard line, both teams in the same tunnel. Like at the end of the day, like it's competition. After the game, I'm sure I'll give him a big hug. Before that, I'm trying to beat his ass. That's the way it goes.
The swear jar runneth over here at 2026 SEC Media Days. Welcome back to SEC Now. 2026 SEC Kickoff presented by Regions Bank. That was Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian talking to the media. His QB1, Arch Manning, is doing the exact same thing. And you take a look at how Arch started the season versus how he ended the season. The first 3 games versus the final 8 games. QBR tells a lot of the story. It was a very different quarterback by the time we saw Arch hang up the 2025 season. He was also asked about his former tight end. Let's hear what he had to say to the media.
I didn't see that. I was probably too busy. I don't know, but I didn't see that. But it's a big time rivalry, and anytime you're in those games, you're all a lot of adrenaline, and you look forward to those games every year.
What kind of player is he? How is he going to be seen?
Yeah, he's a really good player, a good feel, a natural athlete. faster than you think. So wish him all the best this year. Great game. Look forward to that game every year, like the A&M game. Being in Dallas, too, programs with a lot of tradition. It's a fun game.
Follow up on your question about Marcel Reed. Elijah Reed this week about the quarterback class and how it might be one of the class. How does it feel when you're going up against guys like Reed and some of those other top tier quarterbacks week in and week out?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge, and playing against other quarterbacks is fun, and getting to be around them this summer was cool. Getting to pick their brain and just spend time and have a good time together was very fun. And Marcel's a really good guy and a really good player.
What did you take from the Florida game last year?
Yeah.
And how'd you grow from that and kind of use it as a catalyst for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think you got to learn from the bad experiences and in the rough games, and I definitely learned a lot from the Florida game, and use it as motivation going forward and just things to learn and get better at.
What was your reaction?
Yeah, I got a few games like that from last year.
What particularly about that?
It was just a kind of a rough game all around for me. I got to play better, make better decisions, and do whatever it takes to help the team win.
Check your door with the locker room, that infiltrate, try to get between teammates and whatnot.
Yeah, we do a good job of not talking about NIL, which I don't know how it is in other programs, but that's big for us, and just building a connection player to player and not worrying about who makes what.
All right, so if you couldn't play football or any sport, what would your profession be?
I couldn't play any sport. I don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to think about that. Eventually, I'm going to need something to fall back on, but hopefully it's not anytime soon. Yeah. I'm not doing anything in the media, though. Really good year. We have a high standard inside our building, and we're just going to take it day by day, though, not look too far into the future, and win the day each day. I feel like I've matured as a person, and then just continuing to get better, get more accurate, make better decisions, and put my team in the best position possible to win games. Yeah, I'd say it takes a good amount of maturing, and I still need to mature more and get better every day and help my team, get in good position to win games. But it takes a good amount of maturity.
99% probably went up criticism early on in the season, coupled with the expectations. What's that mean to you, and how did you kind of process all that stuff?
Yeah, it was a blessing to have Coach Sark and the rest of the coaching staff and my teammates behind me in those rough games, and having them still believe in me and Sark be patient with me. It meant a lot to me, and I think that helped us get through those rough times.
How important was it to you after those?
Arch Manning meeting with the media ahead of kicking it off September 5th against Texas State. CD, you were nodding along to some of Arch's answers. What impressed you from what you just heard?
I think it had to do with what he learned in that Florida game, one of the devastating losses that they suffered that ultimately kept them out of the playoff. But I thought a very different performance. You go back and look at the first three ball games there, did not play well, was very aware of the rush. Was inaccurate because he was trying to get the ball out too quickly and wasn't utilizing his fundamentals. But look at the fourth game was against Sam Houston. Then they play Florida the next game. And I thought in that Florida game, Cole, he stood in there. He took shot after shot. He delivered throws. And from that point on, it seemed like it's like one of those things where you take a big hit in the game. You're nervous, and after that, you're cool. Once he took some of those shots and saw that he could stand in there behind a line that really was inconsistent all year long, I thought he got better and better. And that confidence that he gained in that ball game there went a long way the rest of the season.
I reference it, and Roman and I talk about this on Read and React Monday nights on the SEC Network in the
Check
fall.
us out.
Often, quarterbacks finding their calm in the pocket. Yeah. Everything looked rushed early for him in the season. The throws looked like they had too much velocity. There was some panic in the pocket and maybe leaving the pocket a little bit too early. I agree with you, Chris. Sometimes you take a hit, give a hit, us that weren't as good as Roman, we probably got hit more than we delivered hits. And you just realize it's going to be okay. It's not going to be that bad, and it's not the end of the world. Now, I don't want to see him get hit that much this year because you're right. He took some big hits, specifically in that Florida game. He was second on the team in rushing yards. He led the team in rushing touchdowns. He had 10. No other player had more than 3. He also had 30% of the team's rushing yards after contact. It's cool that he can take a couple of hits. It doesn't need to be all that much this year for Arch Manning, while they upgraded some of the talent around him.
Yeah, I think about the Red River rivalry in between Mateer and Arch and just their ability and
Yep,
willingness
good
to
job.
lower the shoulder. It makes for fun football.
It's scary, though.
But
Nice
it makes the head
quickness.
coach want to throw their headset, right? A little nugget that we learned here from Steve Sarkisian as well at SEC Media Days. They've had another player join their roster as of today. Cornerback John Meredith, who would have been the number 2 player in next year's class, has reclassified and will be officially part of the roster this season. He is now tied with Arch Manning as the highest rated recruit since we started tracking recruits, with Arch Manning for the University of Texas. Roman, what's your reaction to this?
Number one, it was because of the transfers in high school, they were going to not allow him to play. So that is why he ultimately reclassed and just said, you know what, instead of missing a football season, I'm just going to go to school now. I actually worked out with him at the Under Armour Top 100 camp. So top 30, I've seen this kid for a year and a half now. I think he's tall, straight line speed, like a track guy. The guy can fly. But I also think scheme matters. I think he's tall because of his height. I think he was more of a cover 3 corner. So he likes to open up, run sideways with guys instead of actually backpedaling and being a lot more fluid with his hips. These are things that he's going to have to learn how to do when he gets to college and how to cover guys in space. And ultimately, when you're a young guy, you just get to come in and you just get to learn. And hopefully that's what he gets to do. Nobody's going to be asking him to play or contribute this year at Texas, because they weren't even counting on him anyways. So let him come in, learn, get in the weight room, go to lunch, make sure you're eating
17 years old, right?
Yeah. Go out there and just get better. And no pressure on this guy. I think he has all the talent in the world. He just has to learn.
Matter
how
of fact,
to play
I think in honor of you,
cover guys
Tyler
in
had
space
one.
in
Tyler,
college.
The real question
Elijah
here
had
is,
one.
Roman, are you
in
impressed?
honor of you, sir. So
no.
there you go.
Okay, wasn't expecting that. It is Steve Sarkisian's 5th 5-star this season, but we all know Roman is a little salty when it comes to certain amounts of stars. Is that fair?
True.
And also not impressed by anything.
Anything. Hey, Radio Row has been impressive. It always is, and they are continuing to roll on here in Tampa.
Extra. It changes the energy.
I'll be honest. I mean, my order of finish, I kind of got into this a little bit yesterday.
It changes the
I think Georgia and
expectation.
Texas are the best 2 teams in the conference. That's where
It
something you and I have
changes
agreed on
the
pretty
game.
much all
At
off season.
Regions, we celebrate the extra that makes
That's
the
what I
SEC
did, and I
definition
just
of
leaned
excellence.
into that. I know,
While our
look, I
team
mean, we
goes
know
the
Kirby.
extra mile
We
for
know
your
what
financial
Georgia
win
is.
deep
Until
22.
Sark gets over that
Extra
hump,
changes everything.
I've got to take Georgia, even though I think Texas
Extra
is better
is
on
our
paper.
ordinary at Region, official bank of the SEC.
But guess what? He's going to most likely win the SEC championship game
with
in Texas.
Poppy's
That's that
Cherry
far.
Limeade.
I got Bama 3rd. I thought Bama,
Wild
Oklahoma, A&M,
Berry,
and LSU
friendly
and Ole Miss.
neighborhood lemonade.
That was a
Sip
tough
like a
one to
hero
go through
with
because
Poppy.
each one of them you could poke
Spider-Man,
holes in
brand
the
new
resume,
day,
right?
here's July
So I took
31st.
Alabama. Look, we forget. Well, we don't forget, but a lot of people forget. Kalen DeBoer coached for a national championship in Washington. Made the college football playoff last year. Out of Alabama, Oklahoma, A&M, and LSU and Ole Miss, that's the guy with the best resume. And I'm just going to put Alabama 3rd. I got Oklahoma sitting at 4th, even though Brett Venables, he's got to gather weight and let his offense win. I love my uncle at A&M. They're placing a lot on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. Lane at LSU, not this year, but we'll see where it goes from there. Stiffing around the college football stuff, and we talked about Ole Miss earlier. You know. Then we had the South Carolina, Tennessee, Missouri, Florida, Auburn conversation. Remember that one? The other day? Out of those, I'm telling you, man, I said this to you yesterday. I have South Carolina 8th, and this is
Welcome
not
back
me.
to SEC Now. 2026 SEC kickoff presented by Regions Bank. In a couple minutes, when our show wraps, we're all going to get on one of those water taxis. I don't know where we're going to go. We're going to go somewhere fun. Paul Feinbaum.
They've got
You wanna go
3
to the
guys
Upper
get taken in the
Beach?
first round of the NFL
Let's
draft.
get some
Another 2
fit
guys
checks.
could go in
Anthony
the
Evans
first 2
III
days.
with the lining.
There's a lot
still
trending
TBD
towards South
on
Carolina
the Amazon
that fact,
purchases.
okay? I'm not just saying that to make everybody feel good.
Speaking of guys we haven't talked enough about this week, Weeks.
Thank you. That's really
his name.
that's the number one reason. I am totally in. I have Tennessee 9.
LSU guys came in with some great colors as well.
They got
Kelly
everything
Jones, my
else
dude.
on offense, Jay. That freshman quarterback or the kid
What is
McIntyre.
that called?
Just don't try to do too much around the offense. They will score because everybody else is bad.
What it's called when you have it, your initials stitched in? Yeah, but isn't there a name for like the stitching? There, if it's
that's a Roman answer. I'm not that fancy.
Mine says that boy. So.
And
see, that's what I'm talking about. What's the name for that? When you ask for that from your suit guy, what do you ask for?
It's like a monogram.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, defense were amazing all week long. You never get that 30 seconds back. We'll never get it back. It's the end of a very long week. We just hit the smelling salts again. Can you tell? This is y'all's last opportunity to make some hot July takes, some bold predictions.
You feeling Georgia?
Hearing from every single head coach, is there anyone you came into the week thinking, I don't really know how I feel, and now you're coming out going, I feel a lot better about that program?
I'm going to say not this week, but last week. When I was in Oxford, Mississippi, we did a sit-down with Trinidad Chambliss, and I thought it was going to be impossible for him to – what are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
Just don't,
Well,
you did say head coach.
For head coach?
Yep, I'm done.
It's fine. You say what you want to say, CD.
I'm just saying the whole thing. I didn't think PG, I didn't think Trinidad, I didn't think any of them were going to be able to live up to the expectation level from last year. But when you got a dude that's as cool as Trinidad is with the way he lets everything, he doesn't take himself too seriously. PG gets up there, great command. I went from being unsure if they'd be able to make the playoff again to going to the SEC championship game.
Nobody's a bigger Ole Miss fan than this guy, Roman.
I would go with Will Stein.
It's top level.
For me, it felt like uncomfortable confidence. Like he's like ignorance is bliss. I don't care about where I know I'm Kentucky. I'm Kentucky born. I understand the pressure that it is. I understand what everybody else talks about when we refer to Kentucky and where they are. But I know what I'm doing, and it's this sense of confidence, and also like that he brought snacks. I mean, Drake, like, I'm with that. Like that was incredible. It was very good.
Shout out Sissy Cakes.
I don't know. I think one of the coolest things that we learned from a head coach this week was Eli Drinkwitz telling us that Ahmad Hardy has been medically cleared to begin football-related activities. Still no real time on actually playing football, but it did make me believe we're going to see him in a Missouri uniform this year. And I don't know if I felt like I knew that coming into this. As far as bowl predictions go, I don't really know what's bold, but I'll give you Ole Miss and Georgia in the SEC championship game.
I like it. That was going to be my next question. Is it Texas and Georgia, which is what the numbers would tell you, the two top teams at the top of the SEC? You like Oklahoma, so he says Ole Miss and Georgia. Who do you like in Atlanta?
Oklahoma, Georgia.
Okay.
I love Oklahoma as well. I think they're back in the playoff. I think they're better than last year. But when you start the season, your first 5 ball games, you got to play at Michigan, you got to play at Georgia, you got to play Texas and Dallas. It's going to be tough. I think they still get in the playoff. But not
Dave,
good
I
enough
did
to
the
get into Atlanta. I'm going Ole Miss and Georgia as well.
Georgia champions of the SEC. They'll look to go 3 straight.
Right.
If they win it again, that's one conversation. Who's built to go the furthest in the playoff?
I think it's Georgia because of that physicality in the line of scrimmage.
They've been one and done the last 2 years, though, man. I worry about one, the physicality kind of being lost a little bit from what it used to be, and 2, the depth, like injuries. We don't have any idea what's going to happen. I mean, the injuries last year.
I think there's something to be said about getting the bye week in the CFP. I mean, the numbers don't skew well when you get the bye week.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
We got to expand, get to at least 16, let all the higher teams at home. You're not into it?
We're getting it's expansion in the final 60 seconds.
I don't think we have enough time to start our college football.
Roman, are you on Georgia with CFP longevity as far as who could make the longest run out of the conference?
Possibly so. Or, man, I should just say Alabama just to make myself.
I think Alabama thinks there's something.
I agree.
So under the radar right now.
Something about it.
How many teams get in? 5.
4.
5. Cole.
4.
I like 5.
The middle of the pack is going to be brutal in the SEC this year, and I think it's going to not allow for as many teams as we think right now to truly go past where we believe.
You got to get to 10 wins. I don't know.
Do we have a Heisman winner this year?
Out of the SEC.
We're going to double down on John Mateer this year if he stays healthy.
Is Arch in New York? Is Trinidad in New York?
Trinidad will be in New York.
We have some really good running backs in this room as well. Hey, we're continuing on, but here's the best of Thursday so far.
one final day of this always extraordinary week.
Y'all are ready to go home, so I'll make it brief.
Why do you care about what some fat guy running around his underwear, living in his mother's basement, puts on social media about what kind of player you are? Why does that matter?
I got a hot wife for a reason, right? I mean, I can get down. I can recite, Notorious B.I.G. lyrics.
If you get off social media, you'll be so much more focused. You'll be a better coach. You'll be present. He's probably sitting back and like,
It's cool. He's my girlfriend's dad. At the end of the day, it is what it is.
Yeah. What else you want to know?
What's the go-to Waffle House order? I get the sausage, egg, and cheese ham scramble, but add gravy on top.
I've never tried smelling salt.
Get in.
That wasn't even enough.
Gosh. Wow, that was crazy.
Do you think you get a bad rap?
Well, the good thing is, I don't know if I do. Because I don't read anything. People joke around. I came in and I said, we need to fix light bulbs.
When I went to Alabama, they kept telling me that's the way we've always done it. And I finally said, if you say that one more time, you're fired.
A special guest hanging out over here with us. How you doing, Mr. Daly? Good to see you. Didn't expect us.
Yeah.
John Daly rolling around.
Yeah. I had a feeling that was going somewhere. You were doing like really positive stuff the whole way through. I'm like, man, this guy's good. It sounds like you should go work for Jimmy Sexton, man. You're like going a good direction there.
All them dogs are counting down, about to put the anchor down. Hotty toddy, who's it gonna be? Cowbells in the swamp, the Aggies wrong. There's nothing like the SEC. The weekend's full of surprises. From Williams-Brice to Death Valley. On the Five-Bomb Show, Paul's on the road. If he don't get the best of me, call Paul. He'll make sense of it all. Needles on Rocky Top, the Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles scored in the wind. Tigers rocking in Missouri, Wildcats are grinning too. Boomer Shooter rolling up again. Well, Eagles bound to hook 'em. He'll catch you if you're not looking. Watch out for the Tigers rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises, from big upsets to rivalries. On the Five-Bomb Show, heads are gone road. If they don't get the best of me, call Paul. He'll make sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul. He'll make sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul.
The Paul Finebaum Show, presented by Regions Bank.
And we have arrived for the final day of Media Days. Great to have all of you back, and what an afternoon we have for you, starting with the Commissioner of the SEC, Steve Sarkisian, among others. And Commissioner, I was just joking with you. I was doing Radio Row. That's something that they asked us to do. And I'm going up and down, and I'm thinking, how could this is an hour and a half of my life? And you were on Radio Row the entire time though, and I've seen you there for 4 days.
There's usually a stat list of interviews I've done, and I know it's Thursday because it was the final day. I have no idea what time it is, and when you do those radio interviews on Radio Row, Paul, the funny story is my first year, I felt this pressure to say something unique for each interview, and then I realized I'm in Little Rock and then Baton Rouge and Houston and Jacksonville and then Atlanta, and there's like no overlap, so I can say the same thing repeatedly.
And I don't know if the questions get better or worse, but I'm sure they're the same though in many respects, and that has really been one of the I'm just going around trying to be entertaining, and every single place I've been this week, from ESPN to First Take to Get Up to Sports Center to all these radio, the same question has been asked. Can you comment on Greg Sankey saying that the SEC is going to break away?
I told our presidents on a video conference, I said, I'm at SEC football media days, and the most popular word used has been breakaway. and it's not about like a wide open pass or something. So yeah, I have been asked about that.
And I don't want to ask you to go through the whole thing chapter and verse, but I'd like to at least address it since it is the biggest story of media days.
For America, I did bring my transcript from Monday, because on Monday afternoon I was asked about my remarks related to breakaway, and I'm trying to remember what happened. And I observed, I don't think that comment wasn't my remarks. I think it was a question that was asked of me. So the transcript, I think, is publicly available. And the question was, we'll have fun just for a moment. How real are the conversations within the SEC about potentially breaking away from the college structure as we know it? And I said, so you phrased the question of how real. I'll take that is real or not real. So then if you're me, you have the opportunity to make a decision. Like, do you just be truthful? Which I was, and that became the headline. So has anyone ever had a real conversation about, wow, we should do something else? Yes. Does that dominate our time? Is that at the top of the agenda? Is that a priority? It is not. It is a concept. And in fact, Paul, last year for our presidents and chancellors, I provided, I think it was a 4 or 5 page analysis of all the elements that go into that timeline. I mean, this will be news. And then here's the real headline. My recommendation is we not pursue that course of action. We have, I said, if we're working with Congress, if you want to be in front of Congress, you could pursue this. And so we have other priorities. The Protect College Sports Act, legislation considered in the Senate, the potential for legislation to be considered in the House of Representatives. How do we make conference-led decisions that are right for us? Do we have the right policy? But as I commented on Monday, what is underneath the breakaway type conversation, or we should do something else, is the frustration with the circumstances. And I've shared some of those through the week. Those will continue, and it causes people to say, wow, we could manage this better ourselves, or does this really work for us, or there has to be a better way. Now, we'll work to continue to contribute to solutions. We hope people listen, and I could illustrate that further, but I was asked a question, I provided an honest response, that became the headline, but it's really not the headline issue for us. It is a conversation that's taking place, and that's how I've handled it internally.
I know you're a consummate professional, and you're in the media, and you've appeared in front of Congress and talked to the White House, all these things that are very high strung and high pressure. But when you say what you did, as you've explained it, and the headlines start bouncing around the world, I mean, when you see it, is there a level of like, how do I stop?
Well, I've told you, in COVID, I think you and I had a conversation like at the end of that experience where I went back and watched all my interviews. So I do self-scout. So part of the reason I grabbed the transcript, by the way, it's on page 5 if anybody finds the transcript and wants to save time and not read my boring remarks, is I'm like, what did I say? Did I say something that is so far out of the realm to have generated this kind of hyperbolic response? And I understand in the Southeastern Conference, when it's us and then when it's me in this position, it does attract interest to present that headline. And I want to be clear, I was being honest. That conversation has taken place. It's not the priority. And we're working diligently. As I sat here, I just texted a senator to say I'm on the Feinbaum show. And so I can follow up in 30 minutes. And I so appreciate that we have leaders willing to engage in a hard conversation. And I think they're learning the complexities we live every day to see if we can come to a finish line on this Senate legislation.
I mean, I'm not telling you anything because you know all these things, but somebody came up to me the other day and introduced herself as the comms director and the deputy chief of staff for Maria Cantwell.
Right.
And she was credentialed U.S. Senate. And I'm like, going, this is different than it used to be.
Then we had a great visit. In fact, I texted the senator that it's great to have her comms director, assistant chief of staff here with us, and if we could be helpful. And what I think is important, and I would go, I think I can issue this invitation to any member of the House of Senate who wants to experience the Southeastern Conference. Our universities, I've met representatives and senators from different parts of the country at our games. And I think it's an experience that provides insight and education and information. And to go tour our facilities, meet the young people, meet the support staffs, helps inform how we do things really, really well, and why having a return of national standards, which Congress can establish, is so important, because what we do is so special for young people.
I want to get to other things, but since you are on a text chain with one of 100 and maybe half of 100 U.S. senators, can you give us an update on what is going on there?
Well, I know they continue to work. So the fact we've had outreach and interaction is positive. I've not been to D.C. since I think late June was my last trip. I think I came home from the World Series, Oklahoma's national championship victory, and went right to D.C. for 2 days. Enormous interest, I think, in understanding that Congress can be helpful at this time. The focus is, from our end, is on elements of the Protect College Sports Act that need to be improved. That was released publicly, and the first time I saw the proposed bill was on Wednesday back in Destin. I think you and I visited that day.
Right.
So 111 pages long. We said priority is for us to have independent decision making around our media rights in the future. We dug into it. We've said we don't support the bill as it's currently written, and continuously through June, through this morning and this afternoon, we've worked to provide, I think, helpful feedback and a rationale on why adjustments in the bill can help everybody in Division I. This isn't about the Southeastern Conference exclusively, and be helpful across Divisions 2 and 3, because that is part of the college athletic ecosystem, and those are around not having different laws that govern elements of kind of basic administrative issues in different states. Clarity around name, image, and likeness policies, so we close the loopholes. A lot of talk and speculation about different elements, and we'll try to support the senators in working through those considerations, with the idea that I think the most basic statement is from student athletes who say over and over, when I line up for kickoff, I just want to know that the team in the other uniforms from another campus in another state have the same basic standards to meet that I have, same rules. It doesn't mean everything's the same, but the same basics. And those have really been disrupted either by state laws or by court decisions. And that's why the ask for Congress is so important, because our young people are asking for that help.
We are with the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference at SEC Media Days. We'll take a short break. We're coming right back.
The Paul Finebaum Show is presented by Regions Bank.
Extra. It changes the energy on the field and off. It changes the expectations. It changes the game. At Regions, we celebrate the extra that makes the SEC the definition of excellence, while our team goes the extra mile so your financial wins keep coming too. Extra changes everything. And extra is our ordinary at Regions, official bank of the SEC.
Guys, stop what you're doing and head over to Fabletics, because right now everything is 80% off. That's right, everything, including their all-new Don pants, the pants that feel and look better than jeans. The lightweight, do-it-all one short and jogger. The training, Performance Tech Fundamental Short, lined, unlined, and inseam options. Shirts, tees, polos, 80% off. Shorts, pants, joggers, 80% off. Gym, office, golf, 80% off. Whatever you need, Fabletics has it. Get 80% off everything right now when you sign up as a new VIP, only at Fabletics.com.
Soda's heroic era is finally here. Start a brand new day with Poppy's Cherry Limeade, Wild Berry, and friendly new neighborhood flavor, Lemonade. Ready to go wherever your journey takes you. Sip like a hero with Poppy. Spider-Man, brand new day in theaters July 31st.
I was the first Korean Asian American to win Super Bowl MVP. But I never forgot where I came from. I was a biracial kid. Just trying to fit in. Safe haven was sports.
He got a chip on his shoulder, got to prove something.
He's the best at doing everything. It wasn't about me being black or Korean. It was like, he's hot.
Let me tell you a story about finding peace by facing your past. An SEC story film, Becoming Heinz Ward, now streaming on SEC Network Plus and ESPN app.
Season 2 of Athletes Unlimited Softball League, loaded, ignited by a record-setting inaugural season. A bold new era in softball is here. Now, 6 teams take the field in their home markets. Each stacked with a lineup worthy of the spotlight. The AUSL Championship play-in tonight at 9 on ESPN and the ESPN app.
Welcome back to the Paul Funbaum Show, presented by Regions Bank.
It's so exciting for me when you take over a new job. And I've just kind of, you follow my life, I've built my life about pushing out of comfort. And that may not be for everybody, and that's fine. That's just how I am. And so this job has really pushed me out of comfort to take a new job, to be at LSU, like everyone talks about the pressure of LSU and what comes with that. And there's more things to be done as the head coach of LSU than where I've been that are asked of me. I've really enjoyed that, and it's been exciting to do that and to rebuild within a program, a roster, and to come in and a team come off of a 7-6 season. And then the expectations that everybody in the media has that we're supposed to be this great team right away. That's an awesome challenge. You want to talk about getting uncomfortable, that does it. You know, expectations make you uncomfortable. They make you not be able to just go through motions in any aspect of your program. So that's been awesome. I made a decision that I changed jobs. And as I get older and I go through things, and losing both parents, I was actually talking to Ross Dellinger, and I kind of said something that might sound kind of funny to you, but you know, I watched the Hulk Hogan special, and I realized, and I was like, we're all going to die. And so some of the things that we put importance on, we worry about, and what this person says and that, like, really aren't going to matter. And when I lost my dad, I started thinking that, and I really started thinking, when I grew up, there were 2 people that I thought just wouldn't die. My dad and Hulk Hogan. And then I watched that special and realized, like, Hulk Hogan died too. Like, there's no way Hulk Hogan was ever going to not wrestle and die. And he did. And so it just made me reflect really on, like, I can't be so concerned about little things and what people say and this. And you got to make decisions. You got to go with them. And you do things and you make really good decisions and you make poor decisions. And that was a poor usage of a term that I believe, just like many coaches that I mean, before was factual, but over the course of a long interview, it was bad timing and bad usage of the word. So it is what it is. I apologize when I said it, and moving on.
We're back here in Tampa. Time running out on SEC Media Days. It will be in Nashville next year. The commissioner announced on Monday, and very often at these events, Commissioner, pretty much the first question we ask is, what's going on with the CFP? That has taken a little bit of a back seat to congressional movement. So I now realize there's a couple of meetings coming up and nothing is on the docket today, but can you give us a primer on what is ahead?
Sure. Decision deadline, I would say, for 27 is December 1st, 26, a year ahead on any change format. And on Monday, I walked through a set of questions that we have that I think everyone's working to seek answers. You know, what is the fan interest? When do you play the games? The calendar, as it's currently constructed, is really complex. You actually do have in the Protect College Sports Act, and it's a position the American football coaches communicated, the idea that you'd finish all the football season by January 8th, which adds, like, I could go on a whole other rabbit trail of complexities that introduces. So I think we should be staying away from that date. what's the media interest, not print, journalists, social, but what are the media companies, the media platforms, what's their interest? I do think the discussions about selection, which apply both this year and in the future, become more important in whatever direction we go. And we'll have some meeting opportunities. So we're in late July over the next 60 days, I think. And what I've suggested is not waiting until that deadline, but can we move towards a decision? When I look at the Southeastern Conference, plenty of conversation about 9 games. Kind of walled myself off from that. We know where people are. The 9-game schedule decision is the right decision for the Southeastern Conference. It allows annual rivalries to be played. Our fans see every team play their team every other year, and they'll see them at home once every 4 years at least. And that's a great scheduling format. Having 9 games as one more high interest, high visibility, high viewership game. But its attachment to the college football playoff creates that angst about access. And then that drives conversations about both selection process and format. And we'll see through the season. I have high expectations for our team's access. We'll see how the season develops, what format options are there, what answers are provided to questions about 16 or 24 or anything in between, and then work to make a decision during the fall.
And you've been quoted a couple of times saying that you're I mean, you're open to a lot of things. I think that's what makes you so unique. But on the 24, but can you address that? Because we're still at 12. We were at 4, 3 years ago? So
the old days.
Yeah. I mean, it's just I'm perplexed when I hear some of your colleagues who a couple of years ago were arguing that we don't need to go to 12 because it player safety, and now they just are running to 24.
In my opinion, and I was part of the group, so this is not a secret, that helped develop the 12-team playoff. That was done over a couple of years' time. The task was assigned to us in 2019. It was introduced in 2021. We looked at everything. I mean, if you go back and look at the models we had 4. We actually had going back to 2. Believe it or not, we had 5, 6, 8. I think 10 was in there, 12, 16. Then it jumped to 32. And I've given the tribute to Mike Leach because he would talk about 64. And really the focus came from 16 downward. But if you remember, the narrative from 2018-19 until the 12-team playoff was announced was either 6 or 8, really a focus on 8. And I think the work to inform the decision that caused 12 to be presented was really, really important. And that's the work we're asking for some of these other ideas now. We've done the work on 16. But it is interesting that the move to 12 generated a lot of conversation about too many games, and we're kind of yada-yadaing our way right past that at this point. And so one of the questions I asked on Monday, we've asked before, is how do we think about player recovery, travel, preparation during the postseason? I do think adding that week 0, not ideal, but having 2 open weeks within the season helps with recovery. And then we need to look outside the season. And that's one of the things that was talked about way back in 21, 22, when we slowed down this process is, hey, we need a holistic solution, and we're really in the same place. So I don't think we're going to get to a calendar change necessarily between now and decision date for playoff size, but that needs to constantly be on our mind.
Talking to the commissioner of the SEC, we're a couple minutes away from talking to Steve Sarkisian, and I'm curious about something because you talk to coaches a lot. You see them before games. You have meetings, but these guys are on a different wavelength than the rest of us normal people. But you're backstage at this event. You introduce every coach, and I'm curious. I'm not asking to reveal confidences, but describe that experience. A couple of minutes at this event with those coaches. I'm sure a lot is said. Either how's your summer, or hey, Commissioner, What about this?
Yeah, both. I'll go back to February. We have a meeting in New Orleans. ADs and head football coaches join together for a couple days. We have the wave of new coaches, and so I'll generally try to reach them on the phone, but they're so busy, especially when they hit the ground running in a new role, that in-person conversation in New Orleans is the first time to connect. And, that's how's your family? How's the transition? What have you been focusing on? How's your staff hiring? We'll talk, and that's a chance to get to know them. It was interesting, the amount of energy, as you can imagine, among the new coaches. Lane moved, Pete stepped in and coached a couple of games, and then you had the set of coaches moving for outside roles in. Some conversations during the spring. I might see them at an event or two, not much. Destin, there's so much happening for me that I'll be in a big room with them. I'll have a chance to say hello. Connected with, we talked about mutual acquaintances that I've learned, friends that we may have in common. How's your summer? A few times I ended up on the phone, like with Sark, I was like on the phone until it was 30 seconds. I think with Josh Heupel too. So a chance to say hello.
Talking to senators.
And colleagues and colleagues and senators and athletics directors. I'll go to this point, though. I do have the privilege of coming to know our head coaches across the board. And people will ask, like, what's one of the things that I really enjoy? And I have the privilege of coming to know people directly who most see sitting in the stands or watching on television. And they're these incredibly high-performing individuals. And there is so much to learn just by observing. And that's, softball coaches, baseball coaches, you go down the list. So I need to name 20 more sports now, but you get the point.
Yeah.
You come to know them as people, not simply as coaches. So when I have a conversation, to the real point of your question, I like to just talk about what's on your mind. Who are you? How's your family? Not because it's superficial. I'm generally interested in how they manage everything and how they do it really well.
On that, just to close up, it was less than a year ago, or more than a year ago, maybe, that you played golf with the president. Since then, you've been at the White House countless times. You've been out of the Senate. You spoke at the White House Summit. And I remember talking to you once, and maybe we can pick up on this a little bit later in our conversation, but just you got my attention there with listening and talking to people who have high achievement. I mean, in this last year, you've always been in the Washington world, but now you're like almost in the unbreathable elevation of DC politics. How would you describe this experience?
Unexpected from and then there's these times like when I was designated as one of the folks who would speak up front at the White House gathering on March 6th, is you're trying to prepare comments. Part of it goes back to the old personal insecurities, like, how did I get myself into this one? And then you really focus on how to communicate effectively. It is impressive, though, to spend time with people in leadership positions. They'll come at it from different perspectives. Democrats and Republicans. There are so many who are just impressive, and there's so much pulling at them. I think that's one of the realizations is, I go from issue to issue, but that may be minor leagues given what's on the plate of our House and Senate members, the leadership, the administration, the members of the administration. And hey, I'm frustrated. I'd like to be at a finish line with legislation, but the credit for the care and the interest, and my commitment is to work to get this as right as we can. I don't know that we'll have it the way I would design it, but those high-level leaders spending so much time and interest is a credit to how important college athletics is. And to your point, I always try to walk in. So Judy Sweet used to be the president of the NCAA when it was an elected position. She was the athletics director at University of California, San Diego. I heard her speak once, where she was talking about the progression of her career. And she said, early on, I was in rooms where I probably didn't belong, and I watched, I listened, and I learned. And that is a mantra. And she was speaking in front of about 500 people. And I was on a committee with her a few years ago, 20 years after. And I said, I don't know if you remember saying that. I don't know if anybody else heard that, but I watched, I listened, and I learned, and it's been a great benefit to be around people, whether it's our head football coaches, our presidents and chancellors in this setting, and myself in conference days, or those in Washington, because you can pick up something every time you visit.
We end here because 5 years ago, I'll never forget sitting with you, Birmingham, and asking you about something that had happened but had not been publicly announced. That was the Oklahoma-Texas situation. This was a lot more
fun. That was the
fun.
day after the leak. Yeah. My blood pressure was higher that day than it is today.
No, you look much healthier today, in spite of breakaway mania.
In fact, I think I left that interview to go to a president's call. It was a little bit turbulent, but brought us together in a way too.
Yeah, I vaguely remember one school somewhere who was upset, but
no, there were a few.
Okay, that's right. There was a talk of a breakaway then. Just as you reflect back, it's just been a pretty extraordinary period of time. As I see Steve Sarkisian walking over here.
Well, as you asked the question 5 years ago, I was trying to think of what happened, and I went to that was after the COVID year.
Right.
And one of the things I asked our staff in a staff meeting in June of 21 is to think about this. This is about avoiding complacency. I asked in June of 21, what if last year was the easy year? And several who were in that room say, wow, how did you know we were going to have all of this turmoil? And then, when you brought up the media days experience, I do think we came together. Credit to everyone. I've said this on interviews. Even those that weren't convinced it was the right direction, we thrive right now. 13 national championships, over $1 billion of revenue, great opportunities in the future. And I'll stop bragging so you can talk to Sark.
No, anyway, always
that was
incredible.
Hard moments lead to achievement. And that's true in preparation for the season, like our football teams, and even now as we work through some of the turbulence in college athletics.
They described Lane Kiffin earlier as the portal king. You're the breakaway king this week in college sports. Commissioner, thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm looking at the transcript. It wasn't that bad a comment.
It's available, page 5. Steve Sarkisian is next. That was great.
I did start.
Is presented by Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC.
I call my style skate to the party.
Can't go wrong with Nike slides. You gotta show off the muscles. You gotta show a little bit of the thigh.
Shop back to school online for 30% off clothes and shoes and 20% off sports and outdoors.
With Chime, you bank fee-free, and
You get 5% cash back, like at restaurants, or gas, or groceries, even bills and streaming.
No more megaphone.
Chime is America's #1 choice for banking.
The NFL Flag Championships are back. It is game on.
Live or go home.
The next generation is laying it all on the line. And the premier youth flag football events of the summer. The NFL Flag Championships begin Friday on ESPN and Disney Networks.
I do my Sunday dreaming. Oh, yeah. And all my Sunday scheming. Every hour, every day. I want a Sunday kind of love.
Angel City versus Louisville, Sunday at 9 on ESPN, Disney Plus, and the ESPN app.
I've had WNBA All-Star circled on my calendar for a long time.
It's unbelievable.
It's time to lock in.
It's what the fans want to see.
WNBA All-Star, Saturday on ABC, Disney Plus, and the ESPN app.
For more than 80 years, Floyd Brace Company has proudly served South Carolina with advanced orthotic and prosthetic care. Our ABC-certified clinicians partner with physicians and therapists to create personalized treatment plans built for real life. From a child's first steps to an athlete's comeback to a grandfather walking confidently again, every device is custom designed and every patient is treated like family. Choose experience. Choose compassion. Choose Floyd Brace Company.
Seeing your business on TV is exciting and gets your business noticed.
So advertise your business today with Spectrum Reach and our creative agency, Colonel. From concept to production, lighting, makeup, special effects, commercials for every screen, Colonel has you covered. So take the plunge with Colonel today.
Call Feinbaum now. 855-242-7285. That's 855-242-PAUL. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show.
I'm coming for you. Would it be as attractive of a media property if it only played within itself? And again, if there's no NCAA tournament, if there's no postseason in all of the great sports that, Commissioner Sankey always takes time to mention all the sports they win championships in, and there are lots of them, and, there are robust programs on all 16 campuses. So when you really, the nuclear option is, fever dream away. You can talk about frustrations. The reality, the brass tacks reality of that actually happening is minimal. So we'll shift to the second part of some sort of breakaway conversation, and that would be self-governance. This is more, Paul, you've done this longer than I have, but I've done this long enough where the SEC, when I started covering it, had different JUCO rules, for example, than other leagues. And what I saw in the early part of my career 20 plus years ago, when leagues would do things like investigations or have their own rules and stuff, is it is a tricky wicket. I can assure you that Greg Sankey, Charlie Hussey, and SEC staff would rather have a daily colonoscopy than actually enforcing the rules. Now, look, nobody can enforce the rules, Paul. Nobody can enforce the rules at all. We've seen it. The NCAA can't do it. The CSC hasn't been able to do it. Is it because people don't want to follow them, or they're not enforceable? We're not sure. But take, for example, Pete Golding today, right, coming in here. Say, that tampering issue was within the SEC, just hypothetically. Do you really think Greg Sankey, Charlie Hussey, whoever is in their investigative unit, if it's outside, if it's inside, would want to punish fill in the blank? Alabama, Texas, big brand, little brand, that would be generally unpleasant and highly unrealistic.
I still haven't seen anyone get close to the floor of the Senate yet. Where are we?
You will not find optimism from me in this, Paul. Okay. I think there's too many headwinds. We've reached the point in this where Tommy Tuberville makes the most sense. Yeah, so fill in your punchline. A skinny bill.
A simple bill that actually solves some of the problems.
Yes, the core of what they're looking for is in Senator Tuberville's bill. That is the core of what they want. And what the Cantwell-Cruz Act has is the things private equity wants, right, and quite frankly, the things Washington State wants. Of all guiding lights for the future of college sports, I don't think Pullman, Washington should be the North Star of what we're doing. And that's where, Senator Cantwell's carrying that water. And so it's been a fascinating dynamic. I'll leave you with this, Paul. The most interesting part of this is, the senators are learning. The problems are easy to point out in college sports. The solutions are really hard. Paul, you and I are bright guys. We probably couldn't solve America's healthcare problems. And that's what basically these Senate staffs are learning now. College sports is a tricky wicket.
And we've talked to a number of coaches, and we're about to talk to the last one. They may be the last people here. I may need a ride to the airport with Coach because there's no one left. Everybody is unpacking, taking things down. They saved Coach Steve Sarkisian as the last coach here, and we are delighted to say hello to him. Thank you for actually sticking around. You could probably already be in the air if you wanted to.
There's nothing like hitting cleanup, last guy up. But yeah, it's getting sparse in here for sure.
I need to ask you that. I literally bumped into Arch outside about 30 minutes ago. We talked for a couple of minutes, and he made the point that this is so much different than last year. And last year, I said, yeah, well, last year when you walked in, it was like they were escorting Taylor Swift. And I mean, there were more media, there were more security people than media people. This year just feels normal.
What's interesting is that's how he's been. As much as he's working at his craft, he's been a great teammate, he's been a great leader. He feels on a regular daily basis a lot more calm. And ultimately, I think we saw that in his play the second half of the season. As the season went on, he became more and more calm. There were moments of intensity, He's a lot more calm, and through calm and relaxed, he became more dangerous. And I think that he saw the value in that. And I think from a fundamental standpoint, from a thinking standpoint, and so kind of who you're seeing off the field is kind of who you're seeing on the field at the same time.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, he's your quarterback. I'm just some guy he ran into in the hallway, but it was remarkable just to kind of hear him talk about it. And like, he seemed pretty happy. And it, of course, it was probably unfair for all of us, a couple in particular, like me, to put the pressure on him the way we all did. But it felt like that's who he is, and you knew what he was capable of doing.
Yeah, I think so. And it was interesting. I've been asked about that a lot, about what's the difference this year compared to last year and where he's at. And at the end, whether yourself, you carry, Paul Feinbaum says something, and other folks say Heisman winner, first pick of the draft, dude, greatest player of all time, all the stuff, right?
That's not important.
And then when we weren't playing very good as a team, he wasn't playing great. And it was almost like, not yourself, but there were some media members almost like they were going to criticize him and demean him for letting them down because they made so many grand predictions. And there were some that gloated in his failure because they wanted to prove themselves right. But I don't think through it all. I think a lot of kids, and you've been doing this enough to know, Paul, a lot of kids would have melted under that. All he just kept being Arch, kept working hard, kept being a good teammate, and here he goes. And he kept getting better and better and better. And here we are in year 2. And now it's like, okay, do I hedge my bet and do I go back in on Arch, or do I wait and say he's going to be pretty good and or not? And I don't think he gives a crap about it. I think he's just kind of like, hey, man, we got a good team. I'm fortunate. I'm surrounded by some good players. Let's go see how good we can be.
Yeah, I mean, not that you need or care about what the media is saying, but they have moved on to another quarterback, fortunately. And
right.
I'm sticking with Arch, though.
Smart bet. Smart bet.
And the reason I'm sticking with him, it has a lot to do with him, but it has more to do with what you've been able to acquire around him.
Right.
And it's fairly enormous. I know you're pretty excited to see it.
I think in this day and age of the portal and high school, you've got to have the ability to be strategic and to make the moves we make, to bring in a Cam Coleman, to bring in a Hollywood Smothers, to bring in a Raleek Brown, to bring in a Mike Masunis at tight end. Well, we had to let DeAndre Moore go. We had to let Parker Livingstone go. We had to let Trey Wisner go. We had to let CJ Baxter go. I mean, so this wasn't like we just kept acquiring. We had to let some pretty good players leave to create the cap space to bring those guys in. And I think strategically, there were some tough decisions to make, but we made them. And I think we all can agree we're probably, we're better around Arch today than we were a year ago at this time. And not only at the skill position, but I think on the offensive line as well.
And one more before, and not that he was just acquired, but when you have some of the defensive players that you have, including Colin Simmons, it seems like both sides of the ball are going to be pretty well fed.
Well, I think that was one of the keys is we didn't want to be a one-dimensional team. And when I assessed where we were in December coming out of the regular season, 10-3 is not good enough. It's not good enough. Not when you've been to the semifinals 2 years in a row and you've been inside the 10-yard line knocking on the door. Okay, so what are we going to do? We needed to increase our talent offensively, and we needed to adjust some things. We made a decision to bring in Will Muschamp as a defensive coordinator. And then it was, okay, now we need to supply him with the players that fit his scheme. So you go get a Rasheem Biles, you go get a Bo Masco. All right, you look at your younger players, the Lance Jacksons of the world, the Murad Watsons. You still have Jelani McDonald and Colin Simmons. And we feel like we've got a chance to be a really good defensive team. We feel like we got a chance to be a really good offensive team. And we need that balance because, as you know, Paul, in this league, you start going on the road, you don't know which side of the ball you're going to need on a Saturday night in Death Valley, or a Saturday afternoon in Neyland, or a Saturday night or Friday night at Kyle Field against Mike Elko. Like, we're going to need all of football, and we're going to need it in the regular season. We're going to need it in the preseason, whether it's Texas State, Ohio State, UTSA. Like, we needed to become a complete team that can hopefully be that team in December and January.
And this is now the challenge for a lot of coaches, and I think you in particular with 47 newcomers, 22 transfers, 25 freshmen. I'm really eager to hear the answer. How do you make it all work?
I had to change, and I had to do in that December, a real assessment of myself, of just thinking the culture would reproduce itself every year, because I'm so used to having players just grow up in our program. And you do the work in June and July and in August. I feel like I failed our team last year. We didn't do enough work on our culture because I assumed it would just carry over from one year to the next. And inevitably, I spent the first part of training camp and then the early part of the season of recalibrating our culture and breaking down some of the silos that had been built. And I just felt like, man, what I did wasn't enough. So I started doing culture work in February. We started doing it February, March, April, because that's when all those guys were there anyway. I had 47 new guys, and I can't just assume they're just going to simulate right into our culture. We had to put our culture on them, and it paid off all the way until yesterday. We did a team scavenger hunt, and these guys were out there, and it came down to the end at the 50-yard line with Arch's team and Colin's team sweating, yelling, competing. They both sent the picture in at 9:34. We still don't know who won. But they had a blast doing it. And I don't think I could have done that same event a year ago at this time, because they didn't even know who each other were enough at this time. And so I had to adjust with the times. I had to adapt.
Is that tough to self-evaluate in that type of a moment?
It's not tough. I mean, I do it after every game. You know, I think that's one way I'm okay with constructive criticism from the media, because I'm harder on myself than anybody else. You know, we'll win a game. I'm hard on myself for the 4 calls that nobody's even talking about. Like, that was a dumb call. Why did we do that? Or why did I go for it? People aren't talking about it because we won. Right. But if we would have lost, people would have been talking about that go for it call that we didn't make it on. And so I self-evaluate a ton. I think it's healthy. I think that I continually get better because of that. And so when it came to how we build our team and build our culture, I felt like that was a flaw of mine, that we needed to improve that. And I think it's paying dividends. We'll see, right? It's going to find out. We're going to find out, in September if what we did was enough to be a better team early in the season, because 3-2 wasn't very good last year coming out of Gainesville, Florida.
Coach, it's always great to see you. Thank you.
Great to see you too.
Steve Sarkisian joining us as we head to the break live at SEC Media Days. Time is beginning to run out.
Is your business hungry for efficiency? You bet it is.
That means you need to streamline your essential workflows, like lunch.
That's why you need EasyCater, Stack, a mission-critical all-in-one tech platform for ordering food for work. Big groups, budgets of any size, special dietary needs, whatever you need.
That's what EasyCater brings to the table.
Start an order at EasyCater.com.
Soda's heroic era is finally here. Start a brand new day with Poppy's Cherry Limeade, Wild Berry, and friendly new neighborhood flavor, Lemonade. Ready to go wherever your journey takes you. Sip like a hero with Poppy. Spider-Man, brand new day in theaters July 31st.
Meet the next big little thing. Litter Robot Evo. Whether you're studio living or just looking for a discreet space to tuck your cat's bathroom, Evo can fit there. Oh, and also there. Litter Robot Evo. Big things in a little package.
Ever wanted to brew the perfect beer for game day? Meet Pinter, the home beer system built for sports fans. Fresh beer, brewed and tapped by you. As simple as brew, chill, tap, done. Craft 12 pints with every brew. Crisp lager, juicy and hoppy IPAs. Pinter is the ultimate game day teammate. Bring the stadium atmosphere home. Get your friends over and pour fresh beers. Get yours free now when you join our flexible beer plan. Go to pinter.com/sports to claim your offer today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it.
Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't found anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow. Oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this. I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-298-7599. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I've found.
You feel like, you conquered the world. It's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
I'm a tattoo artist and I work right in the middle of my art gallery. A lot of times the client doesn't realize how long this session is going to be. All of a sudden they're getting hungry. You can go on the Instacart app and you can get whatever you need from the grocery store, and it just helps me stay on task and not have to break the creative flow.
I do my Sunday dreaming, oh yeah, and all my Sunday scheming, every minute, every hour, every day. I want a Sunday kind of love.
Angel City versus Louisville, Sunday at 9 on ESPN, Disney Plus, and the ESPN app.
I was the first Korean Asian American to win Super Bowl MVP. But I never forgot where I came from. I was a biracial kid, just trying to fit in. The safe haven was sports.
He got a chip on his shoulder, not to prove something.
He's the best at doing everything. It wasn't about me being black or Korean. It was like, he's hot.
Let me tell you a story about finding peace by facing your past. An SEC story film is Becoming Heinz Ward, now streaming on SEC Network Plus and ESPN app.
You're watching the Paul Feinbaum Show, presented by Regions Bank.
And we're back in Tampa. Final couple of hours of SEC Media Days. Don't see that very often at Media Days. As we say hello to Chris Doran, who lives in this state. I can understand why after spending 5 days here.
I hadn't seen the sun, let alone any sort of activity or beach in the last 4 days. So yeah, it's great to be here, man. Home game for me. Got to drive. I know you're flying out later on, but the driving's the way to go.
There's too many things to recount in a very short period of time. I apologize, Coach. I kept worrying Coach needed to leave, but he seemed
take every minute though. You had the commissioner and one of the head coaches, so I'm not not upset.
Just today with Lane Kiffin. I know you talked about it ad nauseum since he left, but what did you make out of it?
Yeah, I thought he did a good job of handling things, and you know this better than anybody. He made the comment to us that he really enjoys change. He's comfortable doing the uncomfortable, and even to the point of awkward pauses when you're talking to him, the way that he goes about stirring things up. I think he made a comment that he walked right into Kyle Campbell and Trinidad Chambliss as he was getting off the plane. I said, how was that? He goes, it was fine. Like, he's a different guy. And I think finally we're able to look forward. Now, I'm not buying necessarily that, that LSU is going to live up to all the expectation that people have. I just think there's too many variables to be able to think that they're going to get Sam Leavitt, up to speed in this offense. He hadn't practiced a bit. How healthy is he? Are you going to get everybody to acclimate to the new culture, the new scheme they're running on offense? The schedule's tough. I think there's a lot of things that can prevent them from getting to that 9-win mark.
You mentioned Ole Miss. So a lot of people think they are going to pick up where they left off.
I think second to the pressure that LSU and Lane Kiffin faces is what PG, Ole Miss, and Trinidad Chambliss faces. And I just, you know how it is. Every season is a new season in and of itself. Can you regain the hot streak you were on at the end of the season? I just don't know about that. We went to Oxford and sat down with Trinidad last week. He is a different guy. Cool, just unselfish, handles all this stuff like, a year ago his life was very different. It doesn't seem like he's changed a bit. So I think if anybody can handle it, I think he can. I actually got Ole Miss and Georgia playing in the SEC title this year.
Who else in the playoffs?
I love Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma is going to be much better on offense. The defense is going to be salty again. I look at Alabama as one that's really – Georgia and Alabama have been under the radar tremendously. I don't know if they're going to get back in again, but I like Texas A&M and I like the Bulldogs.
Yeah. You just I've run out of questions.
That's all
You've
right.
only been here
I'm trying to
30
go
seconds.
quick. No, yeah. Rapid recap of what's going on this week. But let me tell you about the new coaches too. I thought, from the way that they handled this event for the first time, the fits of each of these coaches, Summerall is tremendous for my Gators there. I love what Golish does in terms of the physicality that he speaks to at Auburn. Will Stein, I've gotten a chance to know him pretty well the last couple of months. Even Ryan Silverfield, I knew nothing about him, but have really fallen in love with the kind of coach that he is and the way that players talk about him and the relationship they have.
Chris doing really great stuff, and we appreciate it. We will see you during the season.
See you soon. We're getting close.
Afternoon.
Yeah, looking forward to it, Paul. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you. Busy couple hours as we are off and running. We talked to our last coach, but a lot of the important commentators have dropped by. The commissioner for 30 minutes. It has been a very busy show. David Hale and Andrea Adelson will be with us next.
Being outside and gardening with my mom, it's like our own little therapy sesh. I'm Wendy, and this is my Instacart story. Getting our stuff through Lowe's on Instacart allows us to easily start our projects. We're watering, potting. While we're doing something, it's easier for us to talk about our life. Maybe my brother is getting on my nerves and I need a cheese meal with my mom. Saving that time is way more valuable than anything else.
There's an easier way. From little fixes to big projects, taking care of your home is easy with Thumbtack. Download the Thumbtack app and start caring for your home today.
Guys, stop what you're doing and head over to Fabletics, because right now everything is 80% off. That's right, everything, including their all-new Don pants, the pants that feel and look better than jeans. The lightweight, do-it-all one short and jogger. The training, performance tech fundamentals short, lined, unlined, and inseam options. Shirts, tees, polos, 80% off. Shorts, pants, joggers, 80% off. Gym, office, golf, 80% off. Whatever you need, Fabletics has it. Get 80% off everything right now when you sign up as a new VIP, only at Fabletics.com.
I've had WNBA All-Star circled on my calendar for a long time.
It's unbelievable.
It's time to lock in.
This is what the fans want to see.
WNBA All-Star, Saturday on ABC, Disney Plus, and the ESPN app.
I do my Sunday dreaming. Oh, yeah. And all my Sunday scheming. Every minute. Every hour, every day. I want a Sunday kind of love.
Angel City versus Louisville, Sunday at 9 on ESPN, Disney Plus, and the ESPN app.
Let me tell you a story about finding peace by facing your past.
It wasn't about me being black or Korean. It was like, he's Heinz.
An SEC storied film, Becoming Heinz Ward, now streaming.
Let me tell you something. You're talking about Nick Saban. You're talking about a 7-time champion. You're talking about a dude that not only resurrected Alabama's program when he arrived and stayed there for about 17 years, but made them the creme de la creme of college football. We are talking about the greatest football coach in the history of college football. You're succeeding him, and you're saying, I just want people to be the best that they could possibly be. Nobody wants to hear that. Not in Alabama. You see what I'm trying to say? Jordan, listen to me. Paul Farnbaum, you know this. Jordan, listen to me and listen to me good. There is such a thing as reading the damn room and understanding. You know what? That might fly at some place like Northwestern. It might fly, and I'm not picking on Northwestern or anybody like that. It might fly at other schools. Hell, it might fly at Ole Miss. It ain't flying at Alabama.
Stephen A., I spoke this morning to a former Alabama football player, a prominent player, who played for Nick Saban and won championships, national championships, not CFP road wins, as I'm sure Jordan is going to point out here in a minute that Kalen DeBoer did. But I'll tell you what he said. This isn't my opinion. I'm a pundit. This guy played at Alabama. He knows the pulse of Alabama. He said what Kalen DeBoer said yesterday is the reason why he will not succeed, nor will he ever win a national championship. You have to have the DNA to do it. And Kalen DeBoer, as great a coach as I know you think he is, Jordan, and all the power to you. You know more about football than I do. I know how fans think. I know how former players think. And I know how the money people think. And they did not like what he said yesterday. And Stephen A., you're 100% right. It may sound cruel because Kalen DeBoer has won all these games and he has all these great things, but he doesn't have a championship. And what I heard yesterday, he's not thinking about a national championship. And if you're not thinking about a national championship at Alabama, you don't need to be there.
I wish you would have come out and said, yeah, obviously national championship's the goal. But what I'm arguing is that Alabama fans need to reframe success in this era of college football, because it's not the one where you roll the football out if you're Alabama and you win 10 or 11 games no matter what. That's just not a reality anymore. So making a playoff, winning a road playoff game, competing for playoff spots is a good goal for a program. Yes, at the end of the day, he's got to win a national championship because Nick Saban did it better than anyone. I agree with you there. But let's reframe this era of college football, because you can have success and not just win a national championship.
Jordan, no, we're not going to reframe it, Jordan.
All them dogs are counting down, about to put the anchor down. Hotty toddy, who's it gonna be? The cowbells in the swamp, the Aggies wrong. There's nothing like the SEC. The weekend's full of surprises. The Williams-Brice at Death Valley. On the Farnbaum Show, Paul's on the road. If he don't get the best of me, Paul, he'll make sense of it all. And even some Rocky Top, the Razorbacks are hard to stop. War equals sword in the wind. Tigers rocking in Missouri, Wildcats 10-2. Boomer Sooner rolling up again. Well, Eagles bound to hook 'em. If catch you Gooner looking, watch out for the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises, from big upsets to rivalries. On the Farnbaum Show, it's a gone road. If they don't get the best of me, call Paul. He'll make sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul. He'll make sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul.
The Paul Farnbaum Show, presented by Regions Bank.
And it is always great